job done finally. Ethan Warren gives him no space. Oh, he's sideways. Very, very sideways.
Good morning, everyone. Race day has arrived. Welcome to the Automobilista Supercars Bathurst 1000 for 2021. We are excited. Happy Bathurst Day, everyone. My name's Stez. It is my absolute pleasure to bring you all the action for today's race, together with our commentating crew of Josh Bagzy Bags, Michael Floodman Zalavari, and Liam Madbird Harrison. Liam, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much, Stez. Welcome, everybody, to Bathurst 1000 for 2021. Now, we're going to take you through the qualifying results if you missed it last night. So, taking out a dominant pole position in the end was the car of Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan. Despite a big error through Skyline, managed to pull it together and get it onto pole for the race. We've got Colin Warwick and Ethan Warren lining up next to them in second place after a smaller error. Sean Allen and Alex Cattle lining up in third, but Alex Cattle is going to have to do the first few stints by himself. Sean Allen not available, so we'll have to see how he handles starting out in third. In fourth place, we've got the 44 car of Lachlan Burke and Hans Brunswick, the Mustang. In fifth place, we have got Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding in that very popular has-been racing team livery. And Zach Baker and David Netedich probably a little bit disappointed to be starting down in sixth, but we've seen that Zach Baker in particular is very strong around the streets of Mount Panorama, so expect him not to remain there for too long. Dane Liccardo, we saw how frustrated he was with his qualifying efforts during the shootout last night. He starts out of seventh place with Termo. Brody Steen and Benjamin Dahlia starting out in eighth place again. Two drivers that we probably would have expected to be a bit higher up, but that's just the pressure of the shootout at Bathurst. In ninth place, we've got Cameron Parrott and Aidan Sykes. And sort of the story of the night was Kurt Stenberg failing to complete a lap during the shootout, so he will be starting from 10th place. And as you can see there, his actual qualifying time before the shootout would have been good enough to put him into second place had he been able to pull that out during the shootout itself. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to, so he will be starting from 10th place for the race today. In 11th, we've got Brandon Dostal and Zane Zivaj, with Michael Pollard and Lachlan Horan starting out alongside them in 12th. In 13th place, we have got the Vivid Esports car of Kai Jones and Liam Budd, with Steve Warwick and RSM Latino, or Cuz Berenguela, starting out in 14th place. In 15th, we have got Benjamin Rhodes doing it solo, which is going to be one hell of a feat for him. And hopefully he's got a few water bottles within easy reach. No more accidents down Conrod Straight this year. Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly starting out in 16th. And we also had the car of Brady Myers and Joe Mugford, who did not participate in qualifying. So they will be starting out a 17th place tonight, Stairs.
That they will. So that will be very interesting to see those guys come through, and also Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane, how those guys come through. A mixed-up grid, it has to be said. But this was the man that last night was all about. This is Thomas McMillan, and this is Luke Rosella, Thomas McMillan's teammate, and let's have a look at his pole lap. So here he is starting the lap, and the thing that I would like to point out for the start of this lap is just how uneventful it is. Very, very tidy lines here. Traction is fantastic. Maybe a tiny bit of a wiggle, but it's very, very fast. We saw Dane Liccardo get up on that curb, and he was very, very frustrated. No such bad luck for Luke Rosella. Up the way, up Mountain Straight. He's all the way over to driver's left, getting the perfect line. Look how close he was on the entry to the grass. Just absolutely millimetrically perfect. Perfect exit there out of turn 2 into the cutting here. A little bit of a wiggle. I think I spotted on the exit here, but very, very minimal. It starts to fall apart over the top of over the hill. So we're going to see a little bit of a wiggle kind of here, but it's, that's just me being very, very picky about this. At this stage, he's up by 1/10 of a second on a very good lap already set by Colin Warwick. Through Metal Great, McPhillamy Park. He gets a little bit wide here, maybe. And this is where the lap starts to fall apart. You can see him get all crossed up there. You can see he's not the first to do that because of those witness marks. And he gets a lot of time lost as he went very, very deep. But he wasn't the first to do that in the qualifying session. So at this point, we're thinking, he's probably lost half a second through there. What's the final sector split? He's only down by 1/10 of a second on the provisional pole time already set by Colin Warwick. And we're thinking he's still in this because he has margin. He set a 2:03.5 in the qualifying session to get into this shootout. So if he can get anywhere near that, the 2:04.6 that Colin Warwick has set is still looking manageable. Down into the chase, hard on the anchors, pretty clean. Takes quite a lot of curb, actually, but very, very clean on the exit, as you can see. Down to the final corner, one more opportunity for Luke Rosella to make up time. We're thinking it could go either way here. What is the time going to be for Luke Rosella? He comes across the line, and he nabs pole position by 1/4 of a second, and that was how he did it. So I'm just excited to see Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan, how they end up in the race. We don't know who's going to be starting the car at this early stage, but we spoke to Luke Rosella after the qualifying lap that we just saw on his cool-down lap, and he was really, really excited. And Thomas McMillan, watching that as well, had a bit of a chat to us, and those two have surprised us, it has to be said, as maybe the favourites for this race. I'm going to hand back over to Madbird here, who's going to give us a little bit of a tour of our setup.
Absolutely, yes. Luke Rosella was incredibly excited, as am I. So this is our Tech Talk bunker, which Michael will be giving you a better look at a little bit later on. But the important bit, where all the magic happens, is through here. And this computer just here, that's the villain of this piece. It died on Thursday. So we've had to scramble a bit to get another computer. I have two of my computers here tonight, today even. It is morning, just to help to bridge up the gap. So we've got a couple of fans here because it is a little bit warm again here today in Adelaide. And speaking of things that are hot, here is Michael Zalavari just sitting in the comm box. And we have on this screen here, we've got Josh Bagzy, our pit reporter, just waving from Perth. He's all the way over there. It's much earlier there than it is here. That's how time zones work. So this is the comm box. And look at all the things we've got. We've got screens there, screen there, screen there, screen there. We've got so many keyboards and mice. And of course, we've got Michael Zalavari. Now, Michael, just give us an idea of how this whole comm box thing works.
So what we've got here is we've got three separate computers running three separate things. So this first computer is running all four of these screens. So we've got our timing screen, Discord. At the moment, we've got our YouTube stream health going, but that'll probably become our pit stop strategy at some point, and then our broadcast software, OBS. So what we've got piped into there is two computers, each playing AMS, and we're able to switch between them, all of these scenes, with the little A10 Mini, which is an amazing little bit of kit, and that does all the hard work, so we don't have to. All these keyboards are controlling separate things. So this is controlling our broadcast PC, and then the two separate copies of AMS. We've got Discord open so we can say hi to Bagzy, who's still just sitting over in the corner there. Hi, Bagzy, once again. And it's just an amazing bit of kit. We've got these awesome new headset mics from Audio-Technica. These are great. There's a massive improvement over what we had prior. We've got 4 mice. It's an infestation over here. It's really just an amazing setup that Stairs has put together. And we're going to do the same things we did yesterday, where we made him very awkward on camera. Stairs is it's awesome to come in and just use this incredible setup that you put together, and we just get to step in and do awesome work with it. So it's an absolute privilege to be here, and it's a privilege to use all this kit. So yeah, it's a great setup we've got, and I'm excited to get into it.
Absolutely. So am I. You did see Stairs is drinking a little bit of Barocca. Bit rough this morning, but, he's going to be good by the time we start the race. And we do actually have a bit of a feature from our unfortunately absent pit reporter, Matt Dunlop, about the pit strategy and the pit deltas around Mount Bathurst. So let's have a look at that.
When you've got drivers who are pretty evenly matched, racing around a tricky, narrow circuit like Bathurst with pretty limited overtaking opportunities, pit strategy becomes a super important part of the race, especially when it's lasting over 1,000 kilometers. Now, the problem with that is when you've got two cars who are battling for position and then one of them takes a pit stop and fills up for fuel, they're still technically battling, but you don't know where they relatively are because one of them's dropped down the order, of course. So we have to figure out exactly how much time it takes or how much time you lose when you make a pit stop. That's what we call the pit delta time. It sounds like a pretty simple concept, but that varies from category to category and from track to track. So we're going to try and figure out what the pit delta time is for a supercar racing around Bathurst. I've got my lovely assistant Jake here who's going to come into the shot now. He's going to show you a little map that I've drawn of the bottom half of the Mount Panorama circuit, starting from the exit of the chase somewhere around here, going down under the footbridge, through Murray's Corner along the pit straight, Hell Corner, and then up towards Griffin's Bend at the end of Mountain Straight. So, if you're not taking a pit stop, the time it takes from you to get from the footbridge here, down the track, through Murray's Corner, across the start-finish line, all the way down the pit straight, through Murray's Corner, and up here to the pit lane blend line is 20 seconds. That's roughly 20 seconds. That's going to vary a little bit depending on the state of your car, the driver skill, your setup, yada yada, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. Roughly 20 seconds. Now, if you're pitting, it's a two-part equation. The first part of the equation is the stop time, how long it's going to take you to actually stop and make the pit stop, right? So that's the time that you're stationary in the box. Now, the fuel fill rate of these cars is 3.75 litres per second, or a gallon per second in the old money, if you're my dad. Now, that if you're going to have a 112 litre fuel tank that's empty or near enough to empty, it's going to take you 112 divided by 3.75 to fill that up is going to take around about 30 seconds. So that's 30 seconds you stopped in the box. While your fuel's happening, you're also going to be changing your tyres, driver maybe, and maybe doing some repairs at the same time. So it's basically hinges on the fuel. The other half of the equation is transit time. So if you're coming in for a pit stop, the time it takes for you to get to here, slow down through here, weave through this weird little chicane, get right down to 40 kilometers an hour, that's the pit lane speed limit, crawl through the pit lane, pull into your box, stop, that's your 30 seconds, pull back out into the lane, crawl back along the lane until you get to here, turn the limiter off, gas it up and get to here. By the time you get to that point, that is going to take you 90 seconds. So get rid of that. 90 seconds. That's a minute 30. That's a lot of time. Now, to figure out the delta time, we take that, we subtract what it takes if you're racing around the outside, and that gives us 70 seconds, 1 minute 10. That is the pit delta. But that's not the whole story, because car 1 and car 2 are in very different circumstances. When car 1 here gets to the end of the pit lane, car 1 number here gets to the end of the pit lane, it's only going to be doing around 100, 110 kilometers an hour. But car number 2, by the time it gets to here on the racetrack, it's going to be doing 120, 130. That's a big speed differential. And that means by the time both of these guys get up here, up Mountain Straight to the end of Griffin's Bend, there's going to be a second between them already. That's a big difference. And you also have to keep in mind that car 1 has got a fresh tank of fuel, nice and big and heavy, full of fuel, plus fresh, cold tyres. So it's going to be limited in its cornering grip. Thank you very much, Jake. You've been excellent. No worries, man. Appreciate your time. So 70 seconds, because of all the variables, like, car 2's tyres, car 2's fuel, the driver skill, setup, traffic, etc., that's going to make it pretty variable. So it's not going to be exactly 70. It's going to be 70 seconds plus having a little bit of a buffer so you can account for your new fuel and your new tyres. It's going to be around 70 plus a little bit more. So the problem becomes, what happens if you're 65 seconds ahead of somebody that you're racing and you want to take a pit stop for fuel, but you don't want to lose track position? Well, you've got two strategies. First, you can underfuel. That's where you come in, don't fill the tank all the way up, leave a little bit of room in there, pull back out, so you shave a few seconds off your pit stop time, rejoin in front of that guy, and then hold that position, defend for your life, while you stretch out that stint as long as you possibly can and make a fuel saving run. Otherwise, you can fill the fuel tank all the way up, sacrifice that position in exchange for having the flexibility of the extra fuel. And then you can kind of just hope that the guy in front of you has an issue of his own. Think back to Chaz Mostert, Jamie Whincup, Bathurst 2014. Strategy is absolutely huge, especially around that critical lap, towards the end of the race, and absolutely when safety cars are involved.
That is the mountain, Mount Panorama. That's what we're going to be racing around tonight in pretend race cars. Now, if you're watching sim racing for the very first time, you might be wondering why we do it. You might actually just envisage a bunch of people in their bedroom just sort of twiddling around with one of these for 6 hours. My goodness, you would get some hand cramps if you did that. No, this is probably the closest you can get to driving around this racetrack in a proper supercar without leaving your bedroom. So a lot of the guys racing today, they'll have something like this. This is a G27, which is actually quite old now, but this is a steering wheel that you can just sort of mount it onto the desk. You can mount it onto a more sort of serious setup if you like, using bolts. And then it comes with a set of pedals as well. So this is the pedals that come with the G27. It's been superseded now by, I think it's the G920. But you've got your accelerator, your brake pedal, and your clutch pedal. It also comes with a shifter as well, so you can change gears using a regular sort of stick shift. For those of you who are interested in taking this hobby a little bit further, this is something that you can do to make this a little bit more serious. This is a homemade rig. There are rigs that you can buy ready-made, and it just sort of puts you in a more race-ready position. We've got the racing seat here. This is the Fanatec CSL Elite. Now, compared to the G27, which is a gear-driven steering wheel, this one's belt-driven, which gives it a little bit more power, and it has interchangeable steering wheels. So this is a Formula 1 style rim, but you can get ones that are more appropriate for different kinds of categories, and this just kind of clips on. I'll see if I can do this with one hand. It's a little bit tricky, but if you get in there, James, you can see that this is sort of clips in like that. And we're going to attempt to get ourselves in this interesting position into the steering wheel. So this is how a lot of guys in this field are going to be positioned for the next 6 hours, sort of sitting here ready to steer their way through the Bathurst 1000. Now, you get a lot of force feedback here, so you might see if we get any of the guys on the picture-in-picture on their webcam fighting the steering wheel as the tyres go away from them. So it's a very, very realistic way of driving a race car. I'm going to try and extricate myself here. Let's talk a little bit about brakes, shall we? So I showed you these. This is the sort of entry-level kind of G27 brakes. The Fanatec here, if you can see this one, James, these brakes are a little bit more adjustable. You can see they're screwed in there, and you've got here our accelerator pedal, our clutch, and then this is the brake. You notice how much harder I'm having to push to get that one down. That has something called a load cell, which makes it a lot firmer on the brakes, and you can be a bit more consistent using that. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight into, as we get up off the ground. Oh, turning 30 is hard. That gives you a little bit of insight into the kind of setups that you can get, and this is by no means the most expensive one. I might just grab the steering wheel back because I've pinched it from our decorations, and this is going to be a little bit awkward, but I'm going to put this back on the shelf and give it back to Michael Floodman Zalavari and put it on our little bookshelf. He's going to give you a tour, actually, of our setup, which and he's been patiently waiting, of course, for me to give him back his microphone. So here you go. Here is the microphone.
Thank you very much, Des, and welcome back into the Tech Talk bunker. We've upgraded it a bit from last year. We've done a few new things, and we're looking to make great use of this space just as we did last year. It's a lot more open as well, which is a lot nicer than being shoved into the back corner of Stairs' old shed. So we've got a great collection of motorsport and Bathurst and endurance racing paraphernalia here. I'll just take you through a few of the things that we've got because there's some quite interesting stuff here. So over here we've got Stairs' motorcycle helmet, a book on the death of Ayrton Senna and Senna's Senna documentary. So this is all stuff that Stairs owns, as well as a few autobiographies, Jenson Button, Martin Brundle, Mark Webber, Casey Stoner, and Kimi Räikkönen. In the midst of all that, there's a few of my things as well. So there's a few lanyards from my marshalling days, and we'll just ignore the photo on that one. Thank you. Thank you ever get a chance to marshal a motorsport event, especially a supercars event, they treat you very, very nicely, and you get a few little cool bits and bobs from that as well. This is a Lego version of the Porsche 911 RSR, the Le Mans winning machine. That was an incredible thing to build. Up the back there as well is a poster of the 1998 Bathurst 1000 winning Volvo S40, signed by Jim Richards. I've had that sitting there for, not sitting there, but I've had that one for almost 20 years. We come to the middle as well. We've got a big screen, which we'll be doing some features on. We've already seen it in use yesterday for the qualifying session, so we'll try and make more use of that today as well. A few programs from events that we've been to, the Bathurst 12-hour, Sandown, a few of Sandown, a few of the Adelaide 500 as well. May that forever rest in peace or get reborn again, hopefully. Down the bottom there is a Supercars windbreaker, again, part of the marshalling kit. So if you ever end up marshalling a Supercars organised event, they give you one of those, which is great, especially when you're over in Melbourne. Across to the left, we've got our whiteboard once again. Already started planning a segment that we're going to do just before the race starts. So see if you can guess what's going on here. It's not all that difficult. Some more motorsport marshalling kit, some hats that you get for doing certain events. Another big piece of Lego. This is the 2021 Le Mans class winning GTE Ferrari, the 488. That was an awesome thing to build. It's a very, very well done piece of kit. Hang on, where did this come from? That looks familiar. A bit further down, we've got some die casts, another bit of Lego, and then these two books, which are both mine. Bathurst Going Global, the story of the GT3 era of the 12-hour, and the Le Mans yearbook, the decade book for the 1990s. Both of these are incredible reference books for the story of some of our favorite motorsport events, and I'm building up a collection of these, so by the time in a few years' time, I'll have all 12 of them, which is going to be very exciting. But of course, we can't finish off the Tech Talk without having our good friend Chaz Mostert here, 2021 Bathurst 1000 champion. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Michael Zalavari. Madbird, did he just say that Kimi Raikkonen book was a cracking read?
I think he did. I think he's mentioned that a couple of times, actually.
He's much mistaken, I'm sorry.
I haven't read it myself.
It is a terrible book, but I do love Kimi Raikkonen, so I'm a sucker for anything that involves him. And seeing him retire was quite sad. Great to see.
Especially in the way that he did. Didn't even finish the race.
Yeah, it was a little bit... it was a bit like... Do you remember when Jenson Button retired? Is that before your time watching Formula 1?
He was in McLaren, and it wasn't a particularly good car.
He got sloshed before the race finished because the car didn't finish in Abu Dhabi, and like they went to an interview with him, and he was half cut already.
Well, I mean, fair enough if you've been driving for that era McLaren for some amount of time.
Absolutely. And interesting that we've got the TV now. Because obviously the whiteboard was a casualty over the last 2 years as a result of yourself, and so I've replaced it. I've added a TV. I'm wondering whether I should have done that.
Well, you know, if the TV ends up on the floor, good thing you've just gotten a new one.
That's very true.
As we see Benjamin Dahlia on their warm-up laps, just going a little bit awry going into Skyline. So all of our drivers out there just having a bit of a tootle around and making sure they're to grips with the track.
Exactly. On the picture-in-picture, you can see our good friend Josh Bagzy Bags, who is joining us via Discord from Perth, as Michael mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. Good to have you with us, Bagsy.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Stairs, Madbird. Hi to Floody and James. I know they're working away in the background at the moment. It's exciting to be back again this year. The third year in a row that we're doing this. I've only managed to be in Adelaide 1 out of the 3, but eventually I'll get back there.
Yeah, one day. I miss you, mate. It's been, well, actually, we did catch up in person a couple of months ago, but
it's not quite the same.
We look forward to being able to do one of these Bathursts with you here again.
It's always next year.
And
it's always next year.
May I just say, it's incredible how neat and tidy your backdrop is. I can see no piles of clothes. It looks fantastic. And I can see a fantastic book on the subject of fantastic books, Catching the Fire, on the mantle behind.
Oh, that's a Michael Collins book, is it not?
Correct.
Carrying the Fire.
Carrying the Fire.
We lost Michael Collins this year.
So
I was very sad.
Yeah, I realised about a minute ago that I had a bunch of other books I probably should have set up while I was watching the end of Michael's little tour there and realised that it was too late because we're already getting ready for this segment. So it's unfortunate. I might, if we cut back to me at some point during the race with the camera, they'll be set up yeah, it'll be. I haven't actually read that book yet. I really should, but it is very nice. It's nice. It's nice
If you've got a bit of time off over Christmas, give that a read. You're seeing a replay here of Benjamin Dahlia getting it all wrong on the exit of the cutting. It was Brody Steen who qualified that car yesterday, and Benjamin Dahlia in warm-up currently. Yeah, just nicely out of the way of the pole-setting car, which currently has Thomas McMillan at the wheel.
Was it back in old Automobilista Australia that someone had almost that exact accident but didn't have reverse bound to anything and was stuck just sort of worming their way along the wall until the car was facing the track enough that they could get out?
Sounds about right, Madbird.
Yeah, I remember that fondly.
Very good. Well, we've got quite a bit of time left in this warm-up session. What we're going to do now is throw to an interview that I recorded with Kurt Stenberg a little bit earlier on in the week, where we discussed a couple of things relevant to his championship year and all of the organisation that goes into an event like this. So I'm joined here by Kurt Stenberg, the champion-elect, two-time champion now of Automobilista Supercars Championship, and of course our admin extraordinaire along with Colin Warwick. Kurt, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
It's been a big year for you. 12 wins, 12 poles, 13 fastest laps. I'm just going to reel off some stats here. 12 race podium streak. I believe that's the longest podium streak that any driver has had in this series.
Yeah, see, I didn't even know that stat, so that's really cool. Yeah, it's been a pretty whirlwind year, considering I'm pretty sure I had 3 wins over the last 2 seasons. So to get 12 this year, and then all the poles and all that, and it was pretty much the start of the year where we completely dominated the first handful of rounds, and then the back end of the year we were sort of challenged by a few other people, but by that stage we had the championship pretty much under control.
I was going to ask you for a highlight and a low light of the year, but I can't imagine there were too many low lights.
I'm trying to even think. I know my drop round ended up being a round where I won a race at the Druitt circuit. It was only because of the last race where I got a penalty crossing the line. So that's probably the low light. Either that or Townsville, where the qualifying poorly and I think coming 6th after blowing the tyre on the last lap. So they're really the only low points. And as the high points, there's been some good racing with myself and Colin, especially the bend strikes back to me. So he's always fast, he's always up the front, but he scared me with his pace that day, and I was sitting back thinking that, his tyres were going to go off at some point, and they didn't. So I had to have a big go for the win, and he ended up getting me just. So that was an awesome last lap.
Yeah, and you mentioned Colin's form there. He, of course, is defending Bathurst champion along with Ethan Warren. So those guys must be a bit of a worry for you and Corey coming into Bathurst.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we haven't seen much of Ethan this year on track, but I know I've seen him in V8 Scops. I've seen him in E-Series. I was his spotter in E-Series for most of the rounds. So I know exactly how fast he is, and he's only got better, and I'm sure that'll translate to AMS. And, yeah, Colin's been a lot tougher competitor this year than last, so they're going to be very hard to beat on Saturday.
It's interesting because Ethan and Colin, they've been teamed up for the last 2 years, so that'll be their 3rd Bathurst 1000 for ASC in a row, whereas you won in 2019 with Jake Maloney, narrowly missed out on a win last year with Dane Warren, so a new teammate again.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a different one for me. I'm racing with the Super 2 winner. I've spoken to him a little bit, but I don't know him particularly too well. I know he's a quick driver, and he's obviously won races so far in main game and a million in Super 2. We still don't really know how much we drive alike or things like that, where I know Dane pretty well, and I mean, he was clearly the A driver in our car last year, and yeah, I've known him for years, so yeah, it's a bit of a different dynamic, but hopefully we both can deliver.
Well, he's definitely shown that, as you said, 2 main game wins in just 8 starts so far for Corey McFarlane.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll be taking the co-driver role, so hopefully that's not too much stress for him. I am going to try and take the qualifying duties and all that. It'll probably be up against the likes of Colin and McMillan, I imagine.
I want to change focus now a little bit to your adminning sort of role, running the league in 2021. It's been a tricky year we've had quite a long hiatus due to the COVID pandemic this year. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's been difficult to manage. I mean, obviously the whole mantra of this series when we started it was we wanted to replicate the real Supercars series, and it's very difficult with these COVID challenges. There's been drops in participation, there's been other factors going on in the background, but it's allowed us to innovate and make a few changes and actually try them towards the back end of the year. And I feel like they've been really positive, and it's probably going to help us hit the ground running next year and be stronger for it. With more of a solid calendar, I'd imagine, where we're not going to have these problems trying to follow a real schedule because COVID issues are starting to look like they might be a thing of the past.
Let's hope so. I think we're all on the same page there, Kurt. But it was interesting. As we went into that hiatus, you were starting to pick up a bit of momentum with regard to numbers, and we were worried that hiatus would sort of stop that. But it doesn't seem to have been the case. We've had huge numbers despite going to Sydney in the main game 3 times in a row. We saw very good numbers and a lot of fantastic racing there.
Yeah, exactly, and it was really good racing. I mean, I'm a big fan of that track, so I wasn't ashamed that we were racing there multiple times, but I did think the participation would drop off towards the back end, the last race especially, and we tried to spice it up with running the short track and different formats, and yeah, it was really good. Everybody seemed to really enjoy it. The racing was really clean, it was really fun. Even though we had 3 months off, it didn't really feel like it when we got back to racing, so that's a good thing.
So you and Colin, you split duties. Let's just give the audience a little bit of a sense of sort of what his responsibilities are and what yours are.
Well, some of the things we juggle ourselves, but I know certain things that he definitely handles. He handles the skin packs and skinning. He does all the windows for everybody. So he handles putting all that kind of stuff together. He does handle a lot of the Facebook messages and Discord stuff when I'm unavailable at work. I'm the one who works on a lot of the track stuff, although Colin's done some of the signage for Bathurst and that stuff. He does more of the graphical stuff. And then on race nights, we sort of both split duties, but I've got the control of operating and setting up the servers and stuff. So we split it down the lines. It makes it easier if one person does one thing and then you don't stand on somebody else's toes. When Colin was away at Hidden Valley this year, I had to take over the mod duties and the skin duties, and I was headfirst in something and I didn't really know what I was doing. Even though I know what to do, it was just, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, so it makes it much easier when there's both of us and we both can focus on our own sort of little parts of it that we do.
And I understand part of your sort of on race day responsibilities involves doing a bit of adminning from the car. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I've had to become an admin before and clear penalties and things like that. It's not very easy when you're driving to do that, so got to get on the keyboard. We've got batch files set up in place if people get penalties to be able to clear people, so it's not as matter of typing in everybody's name when things like safety car things happen and AMS does things, but yeah, it's not always the easiest, and I've had to step in a few times and do things from the car, but we've put contingency plans into place for that now. So we've seen, through the 3 years of doing this, we've sort of seen a lot of things that AMS can throw up and it's weird issues. So even with all that, trying to type and drive and battle someone, which I had to do, I forget which round this year, it's not the easiest.
Something for our viewers to keep in mind when you're watching the Bathurst 1000 is that Kurt might be clearing someone else's penalty, so that's I always find that fascinating. For you, from a personal point of view, going into next year, you'll be the defending champion. I know we talked about you being defending champion when you won the championship in 2019, whether you'd run the number 1. It turned out to be quite a curse for you, as you predicted. Are you going to run the number 1 in 2022?
Yes, I am. I'm just going to wear it and hopefully we can break the curse. I ran it this year over in ASR and once again finished 3rd in the championship and had a number of unexpected things go wrong, but we've got to break this curse. We've got to get rid of it. So we're just going to run it and see what happens.
That's a good idea. Otherwise, it's got a hold on you, doesn't it?
That's exactly right. And even if it doesn't, somebody else new might win and it might spice up the standings. So we'll just see what happens.
It's interesting. You've got to think of that from an admin point of view. You're interested in the health of the series, and although I'm sure you'd love to dominate every race, it's bad for the popularity of the sport if other guys don't get a chance now and then.
Yeah, it's definitely bad when somebody wins all the time, and we had that with Dame Warren last year, and the first year thought it was very mixed, but yeah, it's when especially when the admin dominates, people do sort of go, oh, you're winning your own series, and it's kind of a weird thing, but they don't realise that everybody else is trying really hard to beat you as well, especially people like Luke Rosella and now Corey McFarlane and Ben Dahlia and all those guys. It's not easy to win one of these races, but those guys are starting to look like they're going to start to take wins off us fairly regularly.
Yeah, well, definitely there is this young talent coming through, and some of those, like Benjamin Dahlia you mentioned, with a bit of real-life experience racing as well. Luke Rosella took a win off you very, very early on in the season when we visited this track back in February, I think it was.
Yeah, he did, after I made a mistake on the final lap. So it wasn't really the greatest way to give a win, but yeah, Luke's come on incredibly strong since then. I mean, we saw him for the first time, I think, in 2020, and I'd say he's now the benchmark driver in Automobilista in Australia. He's very tough to beat. But we've managed to get a few over him fairly recently, so hopefully we can keep doing that.
It'll be very interesting to see how he does with Thomas McMillan, who hasn't raced this year, I think, due to work commitments. Do you know if he's had much seat time?
Yeah, I know he's been practicing hard. Both of them have been practicing for the last week, and I feel like other than the defending champions, that they're hungry after last year. They weren't happy with their results last year, and yeah, they're going to come back strong. And Thomas, he may not have raced, but he's not any slower.
Absolutely. Well, it is a mouth-watering prospect. I think we'll leave it there. Kurt, thank you very much indeed for your time, and best of luck for the 1000.
No worries. Thanks, Des.
And it's time for some race facts ahead of today's big race. And there's plenty of things that we need to consider. First off, it is going to be 1,000 kilometres and 161 laps. It's Bathurst. We know this. It is the classic endurance race for Australia. Another thing as well, driver changes. AMS is finicky at the best of times, and there's a very specific procedure you need to go to get your driver change done properly. Now, the last thing we want to see is someone getting kicked out of the race because their driver change doesn't work. So hopefully everyone's got their driver change routine sorted. They got the checklist in place. They got both drivers helping out for that. And hopefully we don't see any DNFs because of the driver change. Co-driver minimum laps is 54. That works out to be about 330 kilometers, or, around about a third of the race. There's 7 compulsory pit stops, which means that there's 8 stints. This is something we kind of glossed over last year, and it took us a little while to work it out, but we'll talk a bit more about that in a second. The fuel range is about 24 laps on a green stint, a full green stint. A few drivers might be able to stretch out to 25, maybe 26 if there's some safety car intervention. Last year, the longest stint that we saw was Kurt Stenberg, who did 29 laps at the very end of the race. But the most consistent car was Sean Allen and Brodie Steen, the Race on Oz car, who did 27 laps fairly regularly, including under green flag running. The critical lap then, in that case, working back from lap 161, is lap 137. That's the earliest opportunity that you can pit and make it to the end of the race without having to pit again. It is going to be a long race today. It is 1,000 kilometers. It's been a long season. We're right at the very end of the year. It's been very warm in parts of the country. Last night in Adelaide, it was 37 degrees. There was a thunderstorm. It was awesome. So it's something to consider about making sure that yourself is well prepared, your computer is well prepared, your equipment is well prepared, and also your team dynamics is well prepared, because the driver comfort is going to be a very important part of this. And I mean that in 2 ways as well. I mean that in the car. I mean that your setup is good and it's easy to drive and it's consistent, doesn't tire you out. You can extract good pace from it. And then also when you're out of the car, that you're able to take breaks and that you're able to get away from it for a second to refresh the brain. Also, managing the driver that's in the car is going to be a very important part of it as well, making sure that in the later stages of the race, the red mist doesn't descend and you're able to coach your driver through that final section. And also making sure that you've got food, making sure that you've got water, making sure that there's not other distractions that are going to interrupt you and break your brain space. Something we saw last year was a very funny moment for Rody where he came down Conrod Straight and pitched it straight into the wall because he was reaching for a water bottle. So hopefully you've got your water all ready to go, Rody, because we don't want to see that again. Now, going back to the fuel strategy, 7 stops means that there's 8 stints in the race. And you would think that the ideal strategy is to then break the race up into 8 20-lap chunks, you know, pit a lap 20, lap 40, lap 60, etc., etc. And while that would get you to the end pretty quickly, pretty evenly, what that doesn't do is that doesn't build any flexibility into your strategy. There's no opportunity to pit early to try and get out of a train of cars or to take advantage of a safety car to get a free pit stop. So what a lot of teams will do is they'll try and run longer on that first few stints to try and build in some flexibility in the latter part of the race. Now, that's all well and good, but what can happen is you can kind of shoot yourself in the foot and get almost too flexible with things and miss the opportunity that you want. So let's have a look at last year's fuel strategy. So we've got 2 lines here. We've got the green line, which is Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick. That was also the same strategy that was run by Kurt Stenberg and Dane Warren and Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan on the green line. And on the blue line, we have Sean Allen and Brody Steen's race on Oz Machine. Now, as you can see, Brody Steen and Sean Allen were able to get 3 more laps out of their stints compared to the rest of the field. So that built in a great amount of flexibility. However, in the last part of the race, they got bitten by a mistake they made very early on. Now, we had 2 safety cars in the race, one at lap 54 and one at lap 107. Lap 107 was the perfectly wrong time for the entire field. Most cars came in and took that pit stop, which was their 6th pit stop of the race, meaning that they only had one more to do to meet the compulsory requirement. However, Brody Steen and Sean Allen made their 5th pit stop. So even though that they were the only car that could get to the end of the race on one more stop, they had to make 2 to fulfill the compulsory requirement. And so had they been able to make that one stop, they would have pit at lap 135, split that stint into 2, and they would have been right in the mix. As it happens, they had to make 2 stops, and the reason they had to make 2 stops was way back here at that first safety car. They elected not to pit as they just pit beforehand, and that paid dividends badly for them 4.5 hours later. On the flip side, those on the green line had made the pit stop earlier on, which means that they were up to their pit stop minimum. However, they couldn't get to the end on one more stop. They had to split that last section into 2 or do what Kurt Stenberg did and run a very, very long final stint. In the end, the winning strategy was Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick coming in and splitting that last section of the race into 2 very short stints, running down Kurt Stenberg with better tyre quality late in the race. So they actually made 8 pit stops to get to that strategy. So see, these are the sort of things that play into a 6-hour race. You can plan it and plan it and plan it and plan it till the cows come home. But at the very end of the day, being able to think on your feet, being able to make the right strategy call at the right time, and being able to go with the flow of the race and make those right decisions is what's going to pay dividends at the very end when it comes to lap 161. So hopefully this gives you a bit of an idea of how important the strategy is, how important the fuel is, and how you can work that around your driver changes. And hopefully, come the end of the race, we'll see that the team that makes the best decisions will be the one that comes out on top. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Michael Zalavari. On point analysis as always, Madbird.
Absolutely, and yeah, it just goes to show how differing the strategies can be, and how, you know, safety cars, we did only have the 2 last year, but they can still have a huge effect and shake up the strategy for a lot of the cars, and can, well, as we've seen in very recent history, safety cars can make or break wins, championships, all sorts of things. So
they can. We've got the commentary cam. Sorry to cut across your point there, but those of you watching at home, you've got the ability to see our commentary cam as well. So that is something that we are looking forward to bringing you, of course, during the race as well. So that is available, and of course we also have on the 2-up display oh, he's gone.
Oh,
was going to say we were gonna have the camera of Josh Baggs, but he's not there. So anyway, in the meantime,
it's problem solved.
problem solved. So we'll be able to bring pictures back from Bagzy very, very shortly indeed. But we are still in warm-up, not too far away from a race start. I think about 15 minutes left in this session, slightly behind the schedule. So scheduled start of the race was about 7 minutes from now. Madbird?
Yep, but nothing, as we can attest from having run similar events in the past with Apex Rearwing, nothing ever goes 100% right with organising a race,
No.
let alone a 6-hour race.
So Bagzy, you've saw the pole-setting lap from Thomas McMillan last night. I don't know how much of the rest of the broadcast you managed to catch, but what are your sort of predictions for the race today?
It's always a very hard race to predict just because of the nature of the race, isn't it? But it does look like the McMillan duo they're looking pretty good. I believe McMillan's starting the car, as far as I know, and they're looking very strong straight from the start. They've had very good practice times as well. At the moment, McMillan's on top in this warm-up session by 3/4 of a second. They've been putting the laps in the build-up to this, and there's been a long build-up to this. There's been lots of time for people to perfect their strategies and such. It'll just be down to who's practiced their long runs, and certain people like Rody, we know he's doing this race by himself. That'll be very interesting to see how he goes. He's going to be a little bit off the pace. Things like fatigue and that are going to set in. He's going to have to hopefully time his pit stops as well, so he can also have a pit stop himself.
Exactly
also,
right.
I've heard that Corey and Kurt Stenberg, they've unfortunately been having a issue with the game, which means that they have to go with a very specific driver strategy. So they were having issues with game crashes when handing the car over, and that means that they are going to have to minimize their driver swaps to actually one. So I believe it's going to be Corey starting the car, because Corey can hand over to Kurt, but not the other way around. It causes a game crash, and then Corey can't get back into the game. So from what I've heard, it'll be Corey for the first 3 or 4 stints, and then Kurt for the balance of the race, and hopefully everything holds together for them so that they're able to manage to get through. So that'll be interesting to see. It means that their pit strategy in terms of their driver tactics is being given away, but obviously it's still up for debate as to where else they're going to pit and how they're going to go through it.
That really hamstrings them, doesn't it?
Automobilista is such a fickle mistress, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's interesting. Some of the favourites last year, the guys that were fighting for the win last year, Kurt Stenberg, of course, he was teamed up with Dane Warren last year, but they fought hard for that race win against Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick. And we heard from Colin yesterday, didn't we, Madbird, that Ethan hasn't actually done any seat time yet. Now, we know how fast he is, and he's been doing the E-Series this year, hasn't lost any of his pace. Kurt Stenberg mentioned, if anything, has got faster. So I think that won't be a huge issue. But, Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan are prepared.
Yeah, and like iRacing and Automobilista, they are both obviously racing simulators, but they both have differing handling characteristics. The pit stops, the way pit stops work in AMS is very different. We've seen in the past people coming over from iRacing and forgetting that you don't just phase through your opponents in the pit stop. So hopefully we don't see anyone getting rear-ended. So coming in with no Automobilista or no recent Automobilista seat time, it is going to have an effect, I think. Even if he's going to be quick out of the box, as we know, but it will make a bit of a difference, I think.
100%. So, well, I'm very much looking forward to this mouth-watering prospect, aren't you?
Absolutely. Mouth-watering to the extreme. We've got, 11 minutes and some change left in this warm-up session before we go live with the race itself.
Yeah, I think they'll just let that run its course. Naturally, there's always a few little things that take slightly longer than you expected to, but it just sort of builds the anticipation as we head into the Bathurst 1000. Just still in this warm-up session just at the moment. As you can see on screen there, Thomas McMillan leading the way on the timesheets. Speaking of timesheets, you can go to liveraces.rocksolidmates.com to see all of the live timing and results, so you can see the qualifying results from last night as well as the live timing from the race today, and that is a very useful thing to be able to have. We're also running a poll, which is what is your favourite corner at Mount Panorama. So if you haven't already voted in that poll, get on that. Use your phone to scan the QR code, or you can just go to strawpoll.live and put in the pin code, which is 749204, and you can answer the question, what is your favourite corner at Mount Panorama?
There's plenty to choose from.
Yeah, what's yours favourite, Madbird?
I picked Forest's Elbow. I like how aggressive you have to be into it while also being very careful. As you can see, Corey going through it here. You have to tuck it. Ooh, you have to tuck it nice and close into that apex while turning and managing your braking on a downhill. And then try to pick up the throttle just enough so that you get nice out and wide by that wall without actually touching the wall, obviously, because that'll affect your pace all the way down this back straight. It's just a very important corner.
Plenty of classic moments over the years there as well. He's gone straight off the track and into a tree.
Isn't that where the Echidna was this year? I think it was down at Forest Elbow.
I can't remember, actually. I remember seeing it on a very tight shot and remembering where that was.
It was at the cutting.
It was at the cutting.
It was at the cutting,
My
okay.
apologies. Well, I think we've had kangaroos pretty often up and around the cutting and Griffin's Bend quite often.
That Mike Raymond quote, you might notice, I tried to draw your attention to this yesterday, but it's a bit tricky to see. There is a Mike Raymond tribute on the bonnet of the car that we're looking at there, the Corey McFarlane, Kurt Stenberg car, so we unfortunately lost Mike Raymond in 2019, and so they're running that tribute to Mike Raymond. It's been a bit of a couple of years of sadness in that respect. We also lost not too long ago Darryl Eastlake, a classic Australian motorsport commentator, among other things, and of course the late great Murray Walker, who was an inspiration to us all in being the voice of Formula One for so many years during the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. I can't remember when his career started. He started commentating motorcycles back in the 50s with his father. What an illustrious career he had. That's after quite a decorated career in the army, I believe.
Yeah, what a career trajectory even. Going from the armed forces into talking excitedly over cars and screaming, "This is fantastic!" fairly often.
Yeah, his definition of the word fantastic is slightly different to me, as he saw the two championship contenders crashing off at the first corner at Suzuka.
He used fantastic in the literal sense.
Fantastical,
of being something that is fantastic rather than excellent.
Yes, totally understandable.
Same way that awesome, you sort of say, "Oh, that's awesome." But really, awesome.
That's awesome.
Awesome is, a mountain is awesome because it inspires awe. So English language is weird, isn't it?
It is a little bit, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. There, and there. Weather and weather. My goodness, I have so much respect for people that learn English as a second language because it just makes no sense.
You save these facts during the race, Madbird.
What was that? Sorry.
You need not use all your good facts before the race.
That's a good point. Yeah, I should keep some of my facts about the English language in hand. I think all of us have got a fair bit of experience in waffling around Bathurst, especially you two, Stairs and Bagzy.
I know what you're bringing up, Madbird.
I remember one incredible Bathurst race at Automobilista Australia, now ASR, where I think you had 2 runners for the majority of the length.
I think it was 3.
We started with several runners. It just by the halfway mark, a lot of them were gone, and we were unfortunately quite. And it got to a point, I think, about 2/3 of the way through the race, where the 3 people who were left were each had their own sector, essentially. They were as far away from the other as they could possibly be, so there was absolutely no chance of any on-track action whatsoever. Luckily we had Madbird messing in just fun
gave us facts.
Japanese facts. Yeah.
Well, we also got we dove back. We sort of took motorsport back to its kind of root level in talking about the invention of the wheel by, I think it was the Sumerians.
Ancient Sumeria, yeah.
Which, you know, honestly, that's the first step towards motorsport. They say motorsport was invented when the second car was made, but I would say that, you know, it goes much further back to that when the invention of the wheel occurred, when we realized that round things could go around.
At some
the
stage,
second wheel.
So surely, yeah, exactly. Surely at some stage in ancient Uk or Ur, whatever the capital of Sumeria was, someone made a wheel, and then someone else made another wheel, and they were like, well, let's roll them both down this hill and see who gets to the bottom first.
Someone probably made a square wheel, and then someone's like, well, this is awful, and then they spent all their development tokens on making a round wheel, and then someone said that we need some cost controls on this, and so we've just never developed it past the round one since.
Madbird, Bagzy, we're burning all of our aces.
We are.
So to
we
speak,
should be.
in case
we should be
have,
keeping this under wraps.
In case we do have a race where everything kind of gets a little bit quiet, we don't have much to talk about if we talk about it all in the pre-show.
I don't think we've had.
I'm sure we're
race.
very good at coming up with things to talk about. I'm sure we'll find something. We've got chat as well, so I'm sure chat will have some requests and some insights that we'll be able to expand upon at great length.
Exactly. Ben Hall just saying a pole lap by Luke, not Tom. Yes. So did one of us accidentally say Thomas McMillan set the pole lap? It was Luke Rosella. So
I think you did say Tom, but quickly corrected yourself.
Yeah. So well, just to reiterate the correction, it was Luke Rosella who set the pole lap.
Is the safety car also Thomas McMillan and Luke Rosella's car?
Don't look at that. That is just in that particular screen
copy of AMS.
For some reason.
Apologies.
The car has not eventuated. I think it's because it wasn't included in the package, and that computer didn't have the original mod. So we will let that one go through to the keeper and move on from that.
It'd be very confusing if we go to that screen later on and it's Thomas McMillan safety car leading Thomas McMillan. It'll be
now they're forming
so
up
nice. You would
behind
be leading the race
McMillan.
twice.
You would be very concerned if Thomas McMillan was the one driving the safety car. You don't generally want the safety car to have more accidents than the cars that it is leading around.
Ideally, no.
Ideally, no.
Well, we have 3 minutes left in warm up before we go to the race. So, is anyone bold enough to make a prediction for the race winner now before the start of the race?
Well, I reckon Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan sort of showed. I think they sort of surprised everybody last night with the pace they've got. I think it'll be consistency that will be there. That will be their sticking point. So we'll have to see how they go, but I'm gonna throw down that as my prediction. I think that Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan in that excellent livery, by the end of the race will find themselves on top. What about yourself, Stairs?
Well, what are you asking me?
Who prediction? Who's gonna win?
Who's gonna win?
Who's gonna win?
Ethan Warren, Colin Warren.
Okay. That's also a very valid pick, Bagzy.
That would have been, I think, actually, given the qualifying form last night, I think that's a risky pick, and as much as Thomas and Luke have been targeting this race, they didn't get to the finish last year. I don't know, something could go wrong. Colin Warwick and Ethan Warren have got a track record, literally. Just seeing the
Zach Baker has a track record.
He's done very well. Bit of a practice start going on here on this screen.
Probably a good idea.
So, get your votes in. It looks like just 2 votes so far. One for McPhillamy, one for Forrest Elbow. I think one of those was you and one of those was me.
I'm pretty sure we've had more than that.
We might have, actually. It might not have updated. I think we have seen more votes come through there. So that's interesting. That might be a bit of a replay of what the start would be if Kurt Stenberg had qualified up there.
Yeah, so a very decent start there for Luke Rosella. But you can see a bit of a preview for the first lap of the slipstream that these cars are going to have all the way up Mountain Straight and into Griffin's Bend. So getting off the line well is going to be very important, and getting a bit of breathing space heading into Hell Corner so that they can't just slipstream you the entire way up and overtake you into the second corner. So be interesting to see how we go. So under a minute left in this warm-up session. We expect there'll be a few minutes in between warm-up and the race itself.
I can tell you right now that the pole is tied. There's one that you can't see on that there.
Which is Forest Elbow.
Which is Forest Elbow. They're 25% of the vote each to McPhillamy Park, the S's, the Dipper, and Forest Elbow. No love for Hell Corner, Griffin's Bend, the Cutting, Reed Park, Metal Great, Rock, Skyline, the Chase. Murray's Corner, yeah. So
unfortunately, my favourite corner isn't on the pole. It's that little right-hand kink as you're coming. The second right-hand kink as you're going into the pit lane.
not one that you take every single lap, but we saw Richo go off there. I think was it the 2019 Bathurst, the one where they ended up winning because David Reynolds had a bit of a body failure.
Was it Kurt Stenberg? Was it Kurt Stenberg last night that you called it the Richards line?
Yeah, that's what I was referring
to that.
Yeah.
A little bit of a ding-dong battle here in the warm-up between these two.
Corey and Thomas. We've never seen these guys on track because Thomas hasn't raced at all this year, and Corey is new to the series.
Bold dive down the inside at Murray's, and it's pulled off for him.
Yeah.
Just as the warm-up session ends, so...
Oh!
Very well done.
Goodness gracious me.
Very well avoided.
It was the Vivid Esports cars. There's the two that look exactly the same, which is the 167 of Liam Budd and Kai Jones and Mick Pollard and Lachlan Horan. So that's a warm-up done. So we're not too far away from a race start. So let's preview the racetrack. And also have a look at the starting grid. So we've got Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan starting on pole position. Colin Warwick and Ethan Warren on the second row ahead of Sean Allen and Alex Cattle. Lachlan Burke and Hans Brunswick in the second row ahead of Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding. We've got Zach Baker and David Nenadich on the third row. Dane Liccardo, he was disappointed with his qualifying lap. Brody Steen probably would have been disappointed too after they qualified higher in the qualifying session to get in there. Speaking of disappointment, Kurt Stenberg, the big story in the shootout, not managing to set a lap. And then behind them we got Brandon Dostal and Zane Zivaj, Michael Pollard and Lachlan Horan. Then in 13th and 14th, it's Kai Jones and Liam Budd, with Steve Warwick and RSM Latino lining up next to them. Benjamin Rhodes, or Rhodey, running solo ahead of Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly. And that is the starting grid for this race. Looking at the track itself, it's a 6.21 kilometre anti-clockwise circuit. It is the one we know so very well. The pole record wasn't quite beaten last night, 203.389, still the fastest lap around this set by Dane Warren, but we saw that Thomas McMillan, or should I say Luke Rosella, could have beaten that if he'd gotten all of his sectors together. It just didn't quite happen for him all on the same lap. So the last year's winners were Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick. They're looking to go back-to-back. It'll be very interesting to see what happens.
It will be. We're building. The tension is rising. We're still missing a couple of cars by the looks of it.
Yeah, so we've I've just had a look in the in-game chat, and Thomas McMillan had a game crash, so we're just waiting on him to get back in. Quick hold while we wait for that, because it would be very unfortunate if our pole sitter wasn't there for the start of the race.
Yeah, that makes that's a very true statement you say.
And who else are we missing? So we're missing 3 cars, so that's one of them. We are missing, I want to say, the number 15 car of Aiden Sykes, and
they want to get in soon because we're scheduled to start pretty shortly.
And oh no, I'm lying. There is the Aiden Sykes car. So we are missing the Brady Myers and Joe Mugford car, which failed to qualify last night.
Well, that's interesting. I saw Brady Myers earlier this morning in the server.
Interesting.
So Blair Warren, father of Ethan and Dane Warren, saying great prediction, Stairs, and saying the shirts look good. I agree with you very much so.
They look the business.
We appreciate the support Card Effects has given us with getting us all kitted up, looking a bit more professional than we were back in 2019, Madbird.
Yeah, definitely. We look pretty mince, if we do say so ourselves.
We do say. So.
And we do. We say plenty.
We say a lot.
And it looks as if we're also missing... Oh, never mind. Brandon Dostal has just joined.
So that makes 15. Damo.
Damien Kelly in the 422 car, rather. So, no, sorry, Brandon Dostal we are still missing.
Yeah, so the Damien...
Oh, actually,
Damien Kelly and Brandon Dostal cars look very similar to Shell V Power.
We have both Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly in the server, so not sure. One of them's going to have to presumably leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe Damo's been directed to jump out and rejoin as spectator.
Yeah. Yep. So Kurt was in Discord earlier saying that they had to tell him which driver would be starting the car so that he would know, and that means that he can then instruct the car that's not the driver that's not starting the car to go and join as a spectator at Bird.
Makes sense. Makes so much sense. Thomas McMillan is now in the server. So we are missing the number 76 car of Brandon Dostal and Zane Zavalj. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Although he's not here, so...
he's not there to correct you.
Exactly.
So there'll be a little bit of a delay while everyone sorts themselves out. And in the meantime, it's a good opportunity for these guys to do some practice running. Some practice starts, as you can see Corey McFarlane doing, and I don't know why, but Lachlan Burke is doing his practice start about 100 metres beyond the start line.
Directly in front of the other car that's doing a practice start, so
yeah.
I guess they're trying to get off the racing line.
So it's interesting, last night Kurt Stenberg reckoned that he would start the car because of their lowly qualifying position, but with the information that Bagzy has given us that they will only be able to do one driver swap during the race. That means they have to put Corey in first, otherwise Corey will be finishing the race, and you want to have your number one driver in at the end of the race, because there'll be safety cars, there's a reason to have your fastest guy in at the end.
Yeah, well, Kurt, despite how down he sounded on himself last night, I think Kurt Stenberg probably will probably come well and truly good. I can't even fathom, as you see our black sun there, I cannot even fathom the amount of hours and laps that he probably has around Bathurst in Automobilista, let alone any other sim. He obviously frequents V8 Scops and stuff and quite a lot as well. So
sorry, I said Lachlan Burke before. This is actually Hans Brunswick in the car. Maybe he's just changing some settings, because I don't think that would be a practice start.
It's not a very good spot to do a practice start. Oh, and I believe we might be moving into the race session.
Yes, looks like we are. So we are in the pre-race.
So it looks as if it might actually be Damien Kelly starting the race rather than Luke Yeager, as he has remained in the server and Luke Yeager has jumped out. So at this stage we have 15 cars for the start of the Automobilista Supercars Championship Bathurst 1000.
So you could cut the tension with a cricket stump, Madbird, to quote the late great Murray Walker.
That'd be very... Can you imagine beheading someone with a cricket stump?
It'd take a
very long time.
That would be something that you'd really have earned a hard cold beer by the time you get that done.
While we're waiting for the race to start, if you're impressed with the show that we're putting on here, it does take a lot of time and a lot of effort to put on these broadcasts. You saw our setup pre-race when I gave you a bit of a tour of our comm bunker and the Tech Talk bunker. If you feel like helping us put these on, hop over onto Patreon, search for Apex Rear Wing. Any amount you can give is always greatly appreciated. It all goes back into making these broadcasts bigger and better each and every year. We've got these new headsets for this year, so we sound even clearer and better than ever before. And that couldn't happen without some support from you guys, so thank you very much. Make sure you also visit the Facebook pages for Automobilista Supercars Championship and for Apex Rear Wing. Give them both a like. And make sure you hit the like and the subscribe underneath this video. It really does help us an awful lot.
Some late mail coming in, Madbird. We've had confirmation that Brandon Dostal and Zane Zavalj are out. They have withdrawn from the race. Brandon Dostal on Discord said, was hoping to make the race today. Things didn't go mine and Zane's way. Wishes everyone good luck. So our commiserations there to Brandon and Zane. It's a shame that we won't have those guys starting the race, but that is the confirmation there. So we're missing that car. That's the number 76, the second car that has the Shell V Power sponsorship on it. The other one being Luke Yeager and Damo Kelly.
Well, that cuts down on the mistakes that we'll make.
And, well, yes, that's true. We still have the two Vivid Esports cars, which are
identical.
Are pretty much identical aside from the number on the window, so we'll have to be careful with those two cars. All the other team cars are easily separatable, and we still haven't got any word about Joe Mugford and his teammate.
Brady Myers
in the number 22 car, so we might be down 2 cars, so that's a bit of a shame there. We'll wait to see. Hopefully they do get in time. And the server, we're just in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment.
Yep, just figuring out some last minute stuff before the race can go live. So just have to bear with us for a few minutes. The admins are just trying to sort out the order, make sure that it's all ready to go.
Yeah, they're setting the grid currently. And Colin Warwick is asking for no one to be on track. So you're not missing any on-track action right at the moment. Which gives us a bit of an opportunity to go back to our sort of predictions. What's the biggest surprise you think we're going to have today?
I reckon. Based off my prediction of the winner, I think that the biggest surprise will be Thomas McMillan not putting it in the fence.
Shade.
For roughly 80 laps.
Shade has been thrown.
It's been thrown many times. And I don't think unfairly. I think that's some pretty fair shade. Thomas McMillan, he's lightning quick, but unreliable. What about yourself, Stairs?
I think biggest surprise will be Ben Rhodes finishing the race. I want it to happen.
I want that to happen too.
I don't know whether it will, but I'm going to call that as my prediction. And if it happens, then I'm going to have a nice cold beer to that. And
we're having a nice cold beer anyway, won't we?
Well, yes. But, I'll feel like I've earned it then.
Speaking of Benjamin Rhodes, his game has just locked up, so he's having to rejoin. So
yeah, which is going to be immensely frustrating as they're trying to set the grid. They'd already set him, but that's okay. So
the reason for the previous delay was Damo dropping out, but it looks like Luke Yeager's back in to start the race instead, and then we'll just wait on Rhodey. Hopefully that'll get... just quickly, while we've got the time, my prediction is going to be Dane Liccardo and Termo for the win. They're both very fast, and maybe not quite at the level of some of the other drivers here, but they definitely both have the chops to win a race. And I think if things fall their way and they keep their noses clean, they'll do pretty well today.
Well,
big call, Bagzy. Big call.
Dane Liccardo won the Super 2 against Corey McFarlane, and we know...
He won 2 races against Corey there.
Exactly. And we know...
I've just broken my pen.
Oh, no. The first casualty. Probably to be followed by the whiteboard later on. But yeah, no, Dane Liccardo very, very... showed his chops defending against Corey McFarlane, who is... absolutely rapid. He was in the main series and he was up there amongst them, let alone winning the Super 2 championship.
Yeah.
So
he's got great stats, 2 wins from 8 starts. I think that's a sort of percentage that, Kurt would go for. I'm not sure what his win percentage is. Definitely some of the other guys, Ethan and Dane Warren, would be up there in the win percentage stats.
Dane Warren especially.
Yeah, well, he basically did a sort of a Michael Schumacher 2004 sweep of last year's track records, race win records. One thing actually that I thought was interesting is that he doesn't hold, this is Dane Warren I'm talking about, he doesn't hold the most podiums in a row record. That's held by Kurt from this year.
Yeah, Kurt has been, he hasn't been, he's won a lot of races obviously, but he's also just sort of been second or third fiddle a few times. But he is always, and like this is what I was saying, despite him being so down about his qualifying pace, they weren't that far off in the qualifying session itself. And the consistency is far more important over these sort of race distances in comparison to just outright pace. As we know, Thomas McMillan can be absolutely quick, but half the time he ends up in the fence. So Kurt Stenberg, can sometimes his ultimate pace can be a little bit lower than some of the other drivers, but his consistency is where he really, really shines.
Look at this, Madbird.
Oh, we have a grid formed up.
Oh, that is exciting. 15 cars are going to start, so we unfortunately have the 2 cars missing, and that is the Brandon Dostal car.
And the Brody Myers and Joe Mugford car. So the 22 and the 76 aren't starting, but we do have the other 15 runners, which is still a very good grid.
29 drivers. We've just gone back.
No.
False alarm.
I just think the grid is not quite properly set. I believe a couple of people are out of position.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
So just doing a quick.
I was actually enjoying that. Sort of going through our predictions there. While we wait for them to fix that. Favorite Bathurst moment so far for the Automobilista Supercars Championship? Starting with you, Madbird.
The Zach Baker, probably not their favourite moment, but being held up behind an old, tired, full fuel tanked Dane Warren and Ethan Warren last year. Was it last year? I believe
2019.
2019.
Yeah. They might have won that race for that.
They might have won that race, and that was
they had rapid pace.
They were so quick, but they just couldn't do anything with it, and they were stuck. They were stuck trying to get past a heavily defending and heavily worn Ethan Warren and Dane Warren car across the top of the mountain for laps and laps on end, and it was the tension of watching that always sticks in my mind as a fantastic ASC Bathurst memory. What about yourself, Stairs?
For me, it's got to be Ethan Warren doing 20 or so qualifying laps in a row to chase down Kurt Stenberg. My apologies to Kurt. I'm calling this my favourite, but it was just, we had called it. We had called the race. We'd said, yep, Kurt's going to win it. He's with Dane. He's got an enormous advantage, but he really, really had to conserve, and he had to conserve too much. Not just tyres, but fuel as well. And in the end, it was Ethan Warren who got that win after a spirited fight from Kurt. Kurt and Ethan were side by side for several laps or so. So in the end, Kurt fell away with the tyres and the fuel, I think it was as well. But it was not something that he gave up without a fight. And these are the moments that these Bathursts always boil down to, I think. Bagzy, what about you?
Yeah, I've got to agree. That was the one that was the first to jump into my head was Ethan and Kurt going at it, and watching the different strategies play out and the teeth just grind down and come together at the end. And yeah, it was very much I love when differing strategies converge, and they converge near the end of the race. It's the best. It's the best thing to watch because you have no idea which way it's going to fall, who's made the right decision until the very end.
We saw that differing strategies. Sean Allen and Brody Steen last year were really good at saving fuel, and that was going to put them in good stead. But then the safety car just didn't work out for them at all. They hadn't got their mandatory pit stops in time, and that is actually quite a crucial thing, because what has ended up happening with them is that they didn't get them all done. They lost time. With that safety car, there is that rule, Madbird. You want to just remind us with the safety car, you can only pit once per safety car.
Oh, you can pit multiple times, but only one of them will count towards your... So we have a mandatory 7 pit stops, and each safety car period, only one of those pit stops that you take under safety car counts towards that total 7. So if anyone out there was thinking of being cheeky and stretching it out, and then if there's a safety car towards the end of the race going bang, 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 and doing 3 pit stops under that safety car, it doesn't sound like it'd be a particularly good strategy, but who knows? That is not allowed. So 7 pit stops minimum, and only 1 per safety car will count towards that total. And Stairs, it looks as if we have a formation lap.
We have a formation lap. We're about to get started for 161 laps around this Mount Panorama circuit with Thomas McMillan on pole position with the Wolf Creek inspired livery there. This one was controversial.
I love it.
I think it was divisive. People did put their votes in for favourite livery for this car. Thomas McMillan starting the car after Luke Rosella put it on pole last night. Colin Warwick is going to be starting the car, so Ethan Warren watching along to start with. They'll probably put him in to finish the race, I should think, being the probably the faster of the two guys, but Colin Warwick has been a very, very tough competitor this year. So let's watch out for him. My pick for the race. Win, we've got Alex Cattle starting the car. He'll hand over to Sean Allen, who's trying to get home from work as fast as he can today to take over that car and finish the race off. And we've got Hans Brunswick starting the car. This is the first on-track action we've seen for Hans Brunswick after Lachlan Burke put it on in 4th place, which was a really good shootout lap from him. Then we have Brendan Ross, so he qualified the car, so we haven't seen Lewis Wedding yet, but he will partner Brendan Ross for the Has Been Racing team. Then we've got David Nenadic, the ZB guys, David Nenadic and Zach Baker in 6th place. I think a little bit lower than they might have been expecting. They've always been contenders. They've finished 3rd and 4th, if I'm not mistaken, in their previous Bathurst appearances. And then we've got Termo in 7th place after the car was qualified by Dane Liccardo. Madbird, he was frustrated, wasn't he?
He was incredibly frustrated. You could see it. That was an excellent piece of picture-in-picture that we had behind him in 8th place. We've got Brody Steen starting that car for the Brody Steen and Benjamin Dahlia pairing of the other Race on Oz vehicle. In 9th, we have got Aidan Sykes starting for Simcom Motorsports. Cameron Parrott was the one who qualified the car and only just managed to sneak it into the top 10 shootout. But of course, the big story was Kurt Stenberg not completing a lap, so Corey McFarlane will be starting from 10th place on the grid with an all-to-do. Don't think that'll frustrate him too much. We know how quick Corey can be, but it is still a lot of lapping to get done before you're up there fighting for the podium positions. In 11th place, we've got Lachlan Horan after, I believe it was Michael Pollard last night who did the qualifying and the well, not the shootout time because he didn't get into the shootout, but did the qualifying. In 12th place, we have the other Vivid Esports car of Liam Budd, with him starting out in 12th place. In 13th, we've got Steve Warwick, father of Colin Warwick, in the Warwick RSM Racing. RSM Latino, who's previously done this entire race solo, has managed to get himself a teammate this time, so he'll be just overcome with the luxury of that. In 14th place, we've got Rhodey doing it all by himself, and hopefully has all of everything he needs within easy reach, and is able.
I remember doing it all by myself.
In 15th place, we've got Luke Yeager in the final car, the Privateer 422, with Damien Kelly. So Luke Yeager will be starting, and he is at the back of the grid for the Bathurst 1000 Automobilist Supercars Championship 2021 final race of the season, Stairs.
And that is our grid of 15 cars to start this race. It's the biggest grid that we've had despite the dropouts in this event. So the race is about to get started. We're about to get the race underway. There is the pole pretty much tied up, but we're about to get racing underway here at Bathurst. Thomas McMillan on the right, Colin Warwick on the left, and away they go. Pretty good start. In the back, someone got through, and that was the Race on Oz car went absolutely nowhere, buried in the pack, but it is Thomas McMillan who takes the whole shot through into the lead of the race.
Yeah, Alex Cattle just went nowhere and has been mugged. He is down and into 5th or 6th, 8th place.
As they come up Mountain Straight, it's side by side. Colin Warwick going for the move around the outside. That's a very, very tricky move. Well positioned Thomas McMillan on the inside, and the negative camber doesn't really suit the car on the outside there, so Thomas McMillan is going to hold on to the lead of the race.
Yes, he is, although Colin Warwick trying to sneak up into the cutting.
Oh, was there contact? I think there was contact. He's going up the inside. This is the first lap of the race. Oh, he was very, very nearly in there.
That was very, very nearly some contact with Lachlan Burke getting up into 3rd place behind, Hans Brunswick. And Colin Warwick looking to go around the inside across the top of the mountain. You can't go up through there.
No, you can't, but he's somehow managing to hold on here. Thomas McMillan being put under an enormous amount of pressure on the first lap of a 161-lap race. Very different lines there from Colin Warwick and Thomas McMillan. I didn't expect to be so loud on the first lap. I thought they were going to ease their way into it. Good start from Hans Brunswick. He's up into 3rd place ahead of Brendan Ross. We barely had to mention these guys. Wow.
Yeah, we've been distracted. He's going to get a slipstream all the way down Conrod is Colin Warwick, and he's still right on the back of Thomas McMillan, so he could have a cheeky go.
No, he's at a bad exit. Bad exit of Forest Albert. It's almost put him under pressure, hasn't it, from Hans Brunswick as they come down Mountain Straight. the next big stop, the fastest corner in Australian motorsport for the first time. Have they got enough temperature in their brakes? This is going to be mighty close. Hans Brunswick, God, you don't want to take out Colin Warwick on the first lap of the race. It's tight. It's tight. Thomas McMillan has a 0.5 of a second advantage, and we're about to complete the first lap of the race.
Very, very well called, Stairs. Hans Brunswick just not quite close enough, but it looked like he was going into the back of Colin Warwick for all money. Managed to hold out of it. Brendan Ross with a decent start as well, managing to get up into 4th place. And look at these 4. They have stretched out, but David Nenadic is the cork in the bottle for sort of the second battle pack behind them. There is look at the sizable gap already in 1 lap's time.
Look at this. This is Corey McFarlane. He's made up 4 spots from where he started. So we're expecting this because he was out of position with where Kurt qualified the car. So he's now putting David Nenadic under some pressure, and he's going to go for the inside here to take 5th place away. All sorts of battles going on there. Good job from Corey. I think Kurt can be happy with that. Or a little bit of a wiggle there, but I think that position he's managed to sort out pretty comfortably there.
Yeah, I think David Nenadic is just trying to focus on getting some nice, clean laps in. He doesn't seem to have the ultimate pace in comparison to the cars around him. So not bothering to fight too hard in these early stages. It is only lap 2.
Of course.
As we can see, Colin Warwick has dropped off the back of Thomas McMillan, but behind him, Hans Brunswick falling into the clutches of Brendan Ross in the Has-Been Racing team. Brendan Ross, another one of these drivers that's going to be doing quite a bit of the first few stints, as we see a bit of a lock-up for Colin Warwick. Managed to pull it up by the looks of it, but Brendan Ross is going to have to do the first few stints by himself. Lewis Wedding also at work, so it's
real life commitments getting in the way on the final weekend before Christmas in 2021. But Hans Brunswick and Brendan Ross, I believe they've raced each other quite a bit over in the ASR League. It's great to see so many of those guys coming over for this race, giving us a full grid. Let's go back through some of the other people having misfortune. Alex Cattle down 6 spots. We saw him going nowhere off the start. So you can see what that has cost him in terms of track position. And he's behind the sister car of Benjamin, driven by Benjamin...
Brody
Steen, I should say. So Benjamin Dahlia is Brody Steen's teammate. Those two swapped co-drivers during the week after Shauna Allen, the other guy who had to work today, decided that we put Brody Steen with Benjamin Dahlia. It was going to be the other way around.
So all the gaps just sort of spreading out a little bit. This is still probably the closest one to watch is Hans Brunswick and Brendan Ross as they go up Mountain Straight out of hell, probably out of touching distance as they get into Griffin's Bend. And indeed is not able to make a move there. And Colin Warwick just dropping back a little bit from Thomas McMillan. On the previous lap, Thomas McMillan with the fastest lap so far of the race at 2:05.5. Colin Warwick a 2:06.0. So about 0.5 of a second on the previous lap, Thomas McMillan was to the better of Colin Warwick.
Yeah, I think he was just trying it on that first lap to see if he could get that track position, but happy to sort of settle into a rhythm now and just let the pace kind of run its course. But I remember Thomas McMillan in, I don't know if it was last year or 2019, he burnt through the tyres very, very quickly and was very downtrodden as a result. He came to chat to us and wasn't exactly happy with the car. This year, of course, it's a totally different beast. He's leading the race, but will that tyre wear be a problem? We've seen Colin Warwick get on top of his tyre wear issues this year, and whereas in the past he would really struggle towards the back end. This is heating up for 3rd place.
Yeah, Corey just sort of pressuring Brendan Ross.
Yeah, Corey's caught up to these guys already.
Brunswick. Yeah, he is, like I said, it wouldn't... Oh, a bit of a moment there, by the looks of it, coming out of Forest Elbow, and these three are going to be right on each other as they get down and into the chase.
Yep.
Brendan Ross looking to go through the inside. This is going to be an airplane crash.
No, he's passed him before. His nose is in front before the turn-in, but this is going to be a really acute angle to get into the chase. He's got no choice there but just sort of sweep across. He doesn't quite have the full car length clear, but he manages to get the job done, and as a result, Hans Brunswick might lose 2 positions in 1 lap if Corey McFarlane can chuck it down the inside. No, he's thought better of that one, but that was a good move from Brendan Ross. He's moved his way clear into 3rd place as Thomas McMillan sets the fastest lap of the race.
Another 0.3 faster than the previous lap, so Thomas McMillan with some clear space and not having to worry about the car behind him He's putting in some absolutely mega laps as we see Hans Brunswick coming under a lot of pressure here from Corey up Mountain Straight. I reckon this position is going to be shifting before Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, Hans Brunswick not electing to defend that one. I think he knows that his race is not with Corey McFarlane, although, yeah, no, I think he's backed out of that one just a little bit.
It looked like he was not quite letting him through, but certainly not making it difficult for the overtake to take place.
There you go. So I believe that we have got a little bit of analysis coming up from Michael Floodman Zalavari in the Tech Talk bunker. Michael, no, I think he's not quite ready yet, so we'll
throw
just
over
wait.
that in just a minute.
Exactly.
So Corey slowly catching up on Brendan Ross, about 0.8 of a second currently the gap. And Corey is the big mover, up 6 spots from his starting position in 10th.
All right, we've got Michael Zalavari now standing by for a little bit of analysis of the race start. Michael, what have you got?
So I've just got the replay of the race start here, and we're just going to go follow Brendan Ross from the start. He started from 5th place. We'll just run the start through, so the revs are rising, and there's the start. So Alex Cattle just ahead of him went nowhere, but besides that, Ross actually got the best start of the lot. You can see Rosella just gets the whole shot ahead of Warwick on the entry, and then this was a really hairy moment that happened a bit further back in the pack. Ross was actually trying to contain David Nenadich just behind him, and as we came up Mountain Straight, you guys called the front two having a bit of a moment, but have a look at this from Nenadich all the way over to the inside, almost on the grass at the very early stage of the race. He certainly can't win the race on lap 1, but they got very close to trying to lose it there. So very close one stuff at the early stage of the race, and still another 154 laps left to go.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a melee in the midfield on the first lap. I mean, obviously our attention is focused on the front two, but yeah, there's so many battles going on those early laps to try and get yourself in the right position for that first stint, Madbird.
Yep, definitely. It's and it is all sort of about setting up for that first pit stop, making sure that you're all settled and you know when you've got to come in. Speaking of pit stops, Reverse Thursday in the chat just saying, do they have any mandatory pit stops?
7.
Yes, they've got 7 mandatory pit stops, and as we discussed, only 1 under each safety car period can count towards that total. So that's how many we've got. And he said, someone actually answered in the chat. He said, "Wow, that's a lot." Well, it's a 1,000-kilometer race,
yeah.
So that's a lot. That's a lot of kilometers to do on anything less than 7 pit stops, I'd expect.
Now, while that was happening, we did have a change of position for 3rd. This was Corey McFarlane getting his way past Brendan Ross for 3rd place. So that's been a really good first 5 laps for Corey, getting the car back into position. And so they only have about 5-second deficit to the guys ahead of them.
Yeah, so closing that in. So about 4 seconds the gap between Corey and Colin. So I wonder if Corey's just going to sort of settle into this spot, or if he's going to start to eat into that advantage that Colin Warwick has and try to get the positions done before the stint is over.
So the gap's just spreading out a little bit. It's interesting, the 2 race on Oz cars, Alex Cattle somewhere got back ahead of Brody Steen. They were running in the reverse order. Now, potentially Brody Steen's made a mistake somewhere because he seems to have the pace over Alex Cattle at the moment, as he is seemingly all over the back of him, or as I say that, he just drops away a few car lengths, but that's a bit interesting.
Let's hope the 2 race on Oz cars don't tangle. That would be that'd be unfortunate.
We don't want to see that.
As it looks like Brendan Ross is actually starting to pull back on Corey McFarlane a bit. This is coming out of Hell Corner and heading up Mountain Straight, and he's not dropping Brendan Ross incredibly quickly. Brendan Ross still managing to hold on to the back of Corey McFarlane.
Corey had a slow last sector on the previous lap. He dropped 0.5 of a second to Brendan Ross, so he might have had a bad exit out of Forest Elbow or messed up the chase or something. But on the whole, from a lap time point of view, Brendan Ross is thick end of 6 or 0.7 of a second slower.
See if he's able to hang on across the top of the mountain. Hello to Batman Gaming, just saying hi guys in the chat. Jurassic saying go Aiden. Aiden Sykes currently down in 10th place, so lingering on the edge of the top 10. Could see that Benjamin Rhodes does actually have a partner in his Discord channel. Beelzebub is keeping him company, which I think I alluded to in the Spotters Guide, which you can find on our Facebook page, by the way. If you are looking at all these cars and you're like, man, some of these look pretty similar, I can't tell them apart, head over onto Facebook, Apex Rear Wing, and yesterday we posted a copy of the Spotters Guide, so you can keep track and have a look at all of the liveries. Very, very good. As you can see, Corey has stretched that advantage out just a little bit across the top of that mountain, and the gap is now quite a bit more than it was as you called there, Stairs.
Yeah, so I think he'll start sort of driving away and getting into a rhythm there, which is good news for Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane. It definitely means that they are still in this fight. As far as the fight between the two Race on Oz guys is going, they're still more or less line astern with Alex Cattle just ahead of Brody Steen there.
Hey guys, I just went and had a quick chat to Kurt Stenberg just about the race start, and he's pretty happy. They're basically where they expected to be at the start of the race, and it's only taken him 5 laps to get there. And Corey was up 7 positions in 5 laps, which is all you can really ask for after yesterday's issues in qualifying. Kurt's feeling confident they have the pace to catch up with Warwick. He's not so sure if they've got the pace to stick with Thomas and Luke today, but I don't know, I think I'm a bit more optimistic than them, because Warwick is not disappearing from McMillan's mirror as fast as McMillan would have liked. So I think there's definitely these top 3, we'll be seeing them close together for a decent chunk of the race.
This is one of our picture-in-pictures. This is Benjamin Rhodes there. You can see on screen driving in 13th place. So he's up 1 spot there. So it looks like someone has made a mistake, because he, in the early running after the first lap, shenanigans had settled down, was equal with his grid position. So he's
Horan, I think, has lost the position.
Potentially made a bit of a mistake somewhere along the line.
Actually, I was looking back earlier, and they were actually side by side up Mountain Straight a couple of laps ago. So it was a full-on battle with the two of them.
Very well done to Rhodes. He's got a long way to go. About 154 laps left in this race, and he's doing it one man only, doing a solo show.
The only driver in this field for that is the case for.
Absolutely, and it's we've seen people do it in the past. We saw RSM Latino, who is Steve Warwick's teammate on this particular occasion, do it solo after Steve was unable to attend last year. He did end some laps off the lead lap, but regardless, 150 plus laps by yourself in a row that's an intense amount of concentration over a long period of time. It's almost 6 hours, or it is about 6 hours.
Yeah, depending on how many safety car interventions we had. I think I've got the results from last year's race. Is this 2020? Yeah, 6 hours, 1 minute and 37 seconds was the race-winning time.
That is a very long time
year.
to be having so much concentration, and you can imagine how sweaty your hands would be. Speaking of sweat, Thomas McMillan.
That silhouetted image is him.
That is him with a nice window right next to him. Looks like it's open. Get some breeze on his face.
That thing says Turtle Beach behind him. Not sure what that
Turtle Beach
means.
is a headset brand.
Oh, there you go.
Or a headphones brand.
You learn things every day of your life.
You absolutely do learn things every day.
Yeah, that's a saying. So this is Thomas McMillan currently leading Colin Warwick by 1.5 seconds. He was put under immense pressure from Colin on the first lap of the race, but stood the test pretty well indeed. I thought he was just having a little bit of a moment there over Skyline. Little snatch of the brakes there, but he's doing pretty well. He's lapping sort of in the mid to high 205s. He's got the fastest lap of the race, which is a 205.7.
Yeah, so maybe just trying to, as you said, he does tend to eat his tyres a little bit, as you see a little bit of a moment coming out of Forest Elbow. He does tend to eat his tyres just a little bit, so maybe just trying to slow himself down a bit and pace himself. It's not about the one lap, it's about just getting as much time out of each set of tyres as possible. So Seeing if we can get a little bit more picture-in-picture for some of our other runners here. Thomas McMillan still leading by 1.4 seconds. And at the moment...
This is interesting. Brendan Ross is hanging on to the back of Corey McFarlane here.
Yes, I'm not sure if Corey just keeps making small errors on the previous lap.
No, I think Brendan's brought his pace up into the low
like
206s at the moment.
You can see they both had little squigglies coming out of Murray's corner, and going into hell, they are very, very close together. Brendan Ross, if he gets a decent exit, could be looking at a attempted overtake up into Griffin's Bend.
We'll keep an eye on that. But speaking of attempted overtake, this has become a 3-car battle now with Turmo in between the 2 Race on Oz cars. So that's very interesting indeed, because they were both behind him before, if I was not mistaken.
No, Alex Cattle was in front of Brody Steen, but I think Turmo has made that position over Brody Steen.
Oh, so he's caught up to these two. Were they holding each other up or something?
Very possibly. Alex Cattle was down a couple of positions. Well, he's down about 7 positions off his start. We can see Brody Steen there in a unique driving setup.
What is going on there?
He's got a fireplace behind him.
He's got fire coming out of his head.
There's a little purple gremlin-y thing.
He's got the MasterCard Lola t-shirt rocking that. That is the best Formula 1 team that has ever existed in history.
I need to find that t-shirt. That's incredible. Oh, there is a fantastic... If you don't know the story of MasterCard Lola, search for it on Reddit. There's a guy that does an incredible series of the history of the worst Formula 1 teams.
Yeah.
That he's got a very good Reddit post about the MasterCard Lola team. Oh! Big moment for Turmo.
Big moment for Turmo, and that is Brody Steen going to be able to make the move? It's a really bad moment for that to happen for Brody Steen because there's just not enough room, and naturally Turmo's trying to gather the car up. This is letting Alex Cattle get away. This has really hurt the race on Oz. Look at the concentration on Brody Steen's face there as he tries to recover the position from Turmo, who's just all at sea. At the top of the mountain, which is not where the sea is.
I was expecting that to be a lot worse for Turmo, actually. He did very well to keep it out of the walls. But Brody Steen looking at an overtake down and into the chase. He's going to go for the inside. He's gone for it very early. Under brakes. Can he get it through the apex?
Turmo gave him the room there. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit of the corner. And I don't think Brody's got the traction that he really wanted there. Turmo is still ahead. Look at how much Alex Cattle has streaked away ahead of these guys. Oh, this is the kind of racing that we've been excited to see.
We have, and look, he's going to have a go down into Hell Corner. No, thinks better of it as we see a lock up from Alex Cattle ahead. Went a little bit wide, but Turmo a little bit sideways on the grass, and I think Brody Steen's going to eat up this opportunity. Straight up the inside, or the outside, I suppose, coming around Hell Corner, but the inside, once they get to Griffin's, is going to be, he's alongside, going the entire way up Mountain Straight, and dives into the lead in this particular battle. Turmo trying to cut back up the inside, but Brody Steen doing well to defend, and it looks as if he's got that position done once they get to the...
They both grabbed the wall on the exit there, through the entry even. That is a bit of a damage potentially that they may have to repair their first stop, or at least turn off so it doesn't cost them an additional amount of time in the pit stop. So it's not done yet. Turmo's trying to have his way back through.
Yeah, this is a great little battle between these two runners down in 9th and 8th place. Coming through Skyline. This is where it all went wrong for Turmo on the previous lap. Much cleaner this lap. That was heart and mouth stuff, as I said that before he'd actually been through the corner entirely. But he's right on the back of Brody Steen as they come down through the dippers and into Forest Elbow. So could this be the opposite of the previous lap? Can Turmo get this position back down the straight and then back up Mountain Straight? He's very much on the rear bumper of Brody Steen as they come down Conrod. He's going to have a go down the inside through the chase. Brody Steen's going to have to maximize his turn in.
Yeah, this on the curb there for Turmo. He's fighting back. It's a good position for Brody Steen to try and get the good exit out of the corner. He positioned well. He defended well. He doesn't want to be behind Turmo again because it looks like that he might have sort of overall pace. Termo got a track cut on that previous lap as well, so that's all going off. It's all going off. We're 10 laps in. We haven't had a dull moment yet. I'm going to step out, Madbird. We're going to have a bit of a commentary change. Michael Zalavari is going to take my place. So I'll see you a bit later on, Madbird.
No worries. I'm sure I will speak to you once again, probably at around lap 45, if I was to guess and look at the commentary schedule. Michael Zalavari, welcome to the Combox.
Thank you very much, Madbird. Hello, everyone. It's been a cracking first stanza of the race. There's barely been a dull moment at all.
Yeah, how have you found it so far, Michael? You showed us some excellent analysis of the race start itself, but we're 11 laps in now. How are you finding the spectacle?
Well, it's certainly intense, and this battle here between the Tasman Racing Turmo number 51 machine and Brody Steen in the number 66 Race on Oz car is playing for sheep stations. We're 11 laps in, and they're battling over 8th place.
Yeah, they're certainly not leaving anything on the table at this stage, which, you know, wise and not wise.
Oh, that was wide for Steen. He managed to just reel that one in.
It's very early. Oh, as Termo brushes the wall a little bit, I reckon that he's going to have to let Brody Steen go because he's driving the absolute wheels off that thing. As we saw a bit of a lock up there for Steen, but managed to get it reined in, didn't hit a wall. And Termo's starting to get a little bit loose. You can see the car's starting to wiggle a bit under braking. I think he might have taken a little bit out of his tyres through these few laps of battling, and very wide through Forest Selvo.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to be doing in this early stage of the race, taking that much of an effort out of the tyres. And you can just see now Steen has made use of the run down the mountain, has pulled out quite a nice gap. In fact, Termo last sector was 7/10 slower than Brody Steen just over the top of the mountain. So not ideal for Termo, but there is still plenty of time to go in this race.
There absolutely is. So, just in chat, we've got up the Red Bull boys. So, Liam Budd, Kai Jones, Michael Pollard, and Lachlan Horan. Liam Budd currently down in 12th, and Lachlan Horan in 14th. So, got a bit to do. And we've got a couple of good luck roadies in the chat as well.
Absolutely. This is just our lead battle once again. Thomas McMillan at the wheel of the number 308 machine. He's looking not necessarily comfortable, but there is a few car lengths that he has over Colin Warwick in the car behind him. That battle hasn't really gotten too far out of reach at the moment, Madbird.
No, Colin's reined that back in a little bit. It was out to almost 2 seconds at one stage, but he's slowly starting to peg that back. Wonder how much Thomas McMillan is trying to drive within himself and look after those tyres, because we know he can eat them at a rate of knots when he wants to. And we've seen in the past that has led to some horrible accidents for Thomas McMillan. So maybe just trying to conserve some tyres for a little bit here, but it is giving Colin Warwick a bit of a sniff.
Well, there's still plenty to go in this stint, let alone in this race. We're only just at 11 laps in, so if you're taking a lot of tyre out at the moment, you're really going to be struggling at the tail end of the stint, because you really want to be getting up towards that 24 lap mark, Madbird, to set yourself up for the race. Ooh, as we just caught a moment on our other screen, we're just going to have a bit of a look at this, possibly.
Yeah, a little bit of a moment for Aiden Sykes. Going through one of the parks. I only glanced across and caught it as it was finishing.
It looks like we don't have the replay working, unfortunately. Our main sort of overlay screen, but that's okay. We'll just tell you how unhappy the car was over McPhillamy Park.
So, as we can see, Thomas McMillan still leading Colin Warwick, but it is. But it isn't 100% comfortable. Still under a second, 9/10 of a second there between Thomas McMillan and Colin Warwick.
And that's actually come down 4/10 last lap around. So Warwick's actually beginning to reel in McMillan at the moment. And it looks like this is actually going to start, it's going to become a battle in no short rate of knots.
Yeah, previous lap, Thomas McMillan a 2:07.3. Colin Warwick a 2:06.9, so about 4/10 of a second to the better was Colin Warwick on the previous lap, and you can see it's down to about 7/10 of a second as they come through Metal Grate and down towards Skyline.
And the interesting thing for me in that, Madbird, is the fact that it's all in the first sector. It seems that McMillan is really struggling with Griffin's Bend and the cutting, but the rest of the lap, they're pretty much identical. So I wonder if there's a setup problem or something along those lines. It looks like McMillan tagged the wall there, Madbird.
Yeah, it looked a little bit messy through Skyline. And they were saying last night that they made one small change to the setup and that made them incredibly happy with it. So perhaps it was a very good change for qualifying, but now with possibly not as good with race paces. I just saw a big slide there for Brendan Ross on our other screen.
He's just doing a Rossi, that's fine.
He's doing a Rossi. Doing quite well, it must be said. Still up in 4th place, about 2.5 seconds behind Corey. So he's still keeping himself within touching distance if Corey has an error. And meanwhile, back at the lead battle, this is starting to hot up. 0.4 of a second now, or about 0.5 of a second between Thomas McMillan and Colin Warwick. Where has he lost it over that lap? So Thomas McMillan was 0.2 slower through the first sector, 0.1 slower through the second sector, and across the entire lap, as we wait for live races to wake up.
A 7.6 that lap for McMillan, and then we'll get Warwick's time as he comes across, a 7.2. So they're basically, again, another 10th in the final sector, and it's the gap is visual now. Have a look at this. It almost looks like McMillan is just letting that go.
Yeah, Colin Warwick is right up alongside as they come down into Griffins, but Thomas McMillan does position the car well to block any attempt of an overtake, but you can see how close he is. He's right on the back bumper, and Colin Warwick going for the inside into the cutting, and did not eventuate. Probably good for the both of them that didn't occur.
Yeah, that is a brave position to start making a challenge. We saw Dane Liccardo earlier this year try something similar and eject David Nendich from the track surface. So glad that we managed to make it through that corner without any problems. Kurt Stenberg just saying in the live chat that Thomas is beginning to struggle, which is...
It checks out.
Yeah, it checks out.
As we've seen before, he's had some issues with tyre wear. So maybe he's taken a little bit too much life out of his tyres early on, and now it's starting to fall back towards Colin Warwick, who, as Stairs said earlier on, has done quite well this season in improving his tyre saving. As we're catching up to a lapped runner of
That's
Rody.
Rody. Oh, there's drama!
Oh my God! So it looks like Colin Warwick just got into the back of Thomas McMillan because Thomas McMillan got caught up behind the lapped Rody.
And let's have
a replay of this. So it's the worst possible place to catch him. And it looks like Rody's got some severe damage, could barely turn the car. Thomas McMillan had to get out of it.
And bang, into the wall goes Colin Warwick.
So that was very, very messy.
And then swooped past immediately by Corey McFarlane as well.
And Brendan Ross is probably...
And he's off.
Oh, and he's got a lot of damage. That front right is not moving.
And it's a safety car. We've got our first safety car of the race, and we should see everyone dive into the pits from this. McMillan goes across the line. Let's see if we can get... yeah, Warwick, he's got a puncture at the front there. He's going to struggle to get into the pits. Manages to eke his way through, so he's in, and let's have a look at who else is in. Brendan Ross is in. Corey McFarlane's in. It's going to be chaos down here. We've got Hans Brunswick in as well. So, few people making their way in. We should see the next person on track. There is David Nenadic. And then Alex Cattle, Brody Steen, they're all diving into the pits here. And it's almost exactly, it's actually pretty early, 15 laps to start the race. And everyone's diving in, Termo as well. And I wonder, Madbird, I'm not sure, but I think Rody actually had a pit stop early on in that lap. That's why, that's one of the reasons why he was so far down, because actually he had a few cars differences. That's, I think, Steve Warwick coming in as well.
Hey guys.
I'm not sure. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I was just having a look because I was actually looking at Rody just before that incident happened. I believe he had an incident in the first sector, which is why his time was so slow. And then I believe he had a puncture that was all the way up the top, because when I jumped onto his onboard, he was up at Skyline going around the outside of the gravel trap. So I believe he was out there because of a puncture from damage earlier in the lap, which is why his whole lap was so slow and why he was slow in that spot there.
Yeah, it looked like he'd been carrying that accident for quite a little while. Just ignore what you can see on our screen. That is, you are not seeing double 4 crusties, but almost we do have an issue with the safety car on one of our broadcast computers. So it is in fact a safety car, not another Mick Taylor racing car.
How terrifying would that be?
If 2 Thomas McMillans.
Oh no!
One is enough. He's a lovely man. As he's currently leading the pack, which has yet to catch up to him around the field, and he is the only one I think who hasn't pit. Pretty sure everybody else came in for a pit stop on the previous lap.
And that's actually kind of torched McMillan here, because he must have been past the pit entry when the safety car came out. So he's actually lost that opportunity, while I think literally everyone else in the field has made a pit stop.
Did Corey pit on the previous lap? I'm not 100% sure, because...
Corey pit with everyone else.
So he's managed to catch back up to the back of Thomas McMillan. So, yeah, so the entire pack is starting to catch up now, and Thomas McMillan really has missed the opportunity. As you said, it has put them... that the entire field basically is out of sync with what you would expect the pit stops to be, which is around lap 24, lap 25.
Yeah, but what that does do is that kind of assigns everyone to the same strategy, Madbird, but everyone except for Thomas McMillan. So it'll be interesting to see as we get the safety car train to come around into the end of the lap, whether or not McMillan jumps into the pits or elects to stay on strategy. If he jumps into the pits, he's going to drop like a stone.
He's dropping into the pits, and he's going to drop like a stone, as you do say. I would be very surprised if he does not come out last but one for Rhodey, who is a lap
down already, very early on. Yes, hello, Stairs.
I did see someone in the chat saying that they had given Rhodey the challenge to finish no more than 10 laps down. So that's 1 lap down at about a 1/10 of race distance. So at this rate, he should meet that remit. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed.
So Thomas McMillan in the pits.
Yes.
I just had a look back at... I went back in the replay, and Thomas McMillan sort of faked like he was going to pits. He was fully in the lane before the final corner, but then decided against it. So I'm not sure what the reasoning there was, but he really could have stayed out for a bit longer and just... put some distance between the field and then taken the pain late. He would have been an alternate strategy, but he wouldn't have lost all his track position. So I'm slightly confused as to why he's done it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that, well, you're committed to it now and you're doing something different to the rest of the field, so, that might come good later on. But basically, he's just now given himself an 11 position penalty, put himself down into 12th spot for the restart, which we're not seeing the safety car coming in just yet, and they're all just going across and into the cutting, so plenty of time left in this lap for it to lead them around, with Corey now in the lead. So definitely, it only took 16 laps for Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane to find themselves in the lead.
Yes, but they still have plenty of work left to do. We are only 16 laps in, which is 10% of the race. So we are 100 kilometers once we get to the end of this lap into the race. So that's gone mighty quick, hasn't it?
It has gone incredibly quick. Yeah, 1/10 of race distance already completed. As we can see, all of our runners have now caught up to the safety car, with the exception of Lachlan Horrod and Luke Yeager, who are just going through the cutting now. So they're still catching up, but at this rate, they should definitely catch them before the end of this lap. And
yes.
Unfortunately, the lights on the safety car aren't visible, so we aren't able to see if the lights have gone out, but I expect it would probably be coming in this lap. So we should be going green at the end of this lap, I would expect.
You'd hope so, and this is going to be a very interesting portion of the race, because on one side you will have the new batch of leaders, Corey McFarlane, Brendan Ross, Colin Warwick, Hans Brunswick. They're going to try and skip away from the front, and then you will have at the very, very back of the field, effectively, Thomas McMillan down right at the back. So he's got a lot of work to do to get through the back markers as Rhodey gets the lucky dog and will stream on past back onto the lead lap. So he's still got a chance.
He does. So the Rhodium dream is not yet dead, as he sets off to try to catch up the pack.
So McMillan here, he's got to get through Ed Sykes, Liam, is it Liam? Liam Budd.
Liam Budd.
Yep, Termo, Steve Warwick, Brody Steen, and Alex Cattle before he even gets onto the tail of Dave Nenadich. So that's quite a challenge in order to get through the field as we look back at the head of the field. Been quite an exciting start to the commentary stint for me. Yeah.
Yeah, you've dropped in just as everything's kicked off. So, doesn't look like the safety car is coming in. We haven't got a decent shot of it from this particular angle. There it is, and in fact it is coming in. So, Rhodey's not gotten the jump that he would probably like. He's just heading up Mountain Straight as we speak, and he's actually gotten a 10-second stop-go penalty.
And that's probably just going to be...
That will probably be taken off, I imagine, by the admins because he's overtook under safety car. But we are starting racing once again here on lap 17. Corey in the lead from Brendan Ross into turn 1 with Colin Warwick in third, Hans Brunswick fourth as they head up Mountain Straight.
And these guys have gotten a great jump. Corey's absolutely spanked them at the head of the field. He's got 4, 5, 6 car lengths over Rossi already as they come up Mountain Straight. And then on the other side, you've got already Thomas McMillan making moves. He's going side by side with Liam Budd up the hill. And it's going to be around the outside, maybe, as we see Termo defending from Warwick, and Bud backs out of it. So McMillan up another position into 11th place, back in front of the field, and it is Corey from Ross from Warwick at the head of the field as they stream across the mountain for the 17th time of asking.
Yep, so we saw Brendan Ross seem to have the measure of Corey McFarlane's pace and was keeping himself in touching distance, so I wonder if he'll be able to do that now that they're fighting over the lead. Thomas McMillan, keeping a watching brief on him, still down in 10th place, but up 2 positions from where he was. It looks like another one.
Scary on the inside of Steve Warwick. Warwick had to back out of that very hard. And another position for McMillan as he's now into 9th. He disposed of Sykes on the exit of the cutting, and that was a very hairy moment between at McPhillamy. That's not really a passing opportunity, I guess, unless you're Thomas McMillan.
Unless you're Thomas McMillan. That was almost a Senna-esque, you know, I'm going through and we're either going to have an accident or you're going to have to lift out of it. And Steve Warwick probably wisely
lifted out of it. Yeah,
lift out of it. So
we are only 1/10 of the way through this race, so
plenty of time to go.
Exactly, indeed. McMillan's next target will be Termo in the Tasman Motorsport Revival livery from 2006, I believe. Greg Murphy and Jason Richards are behind the wheel that year.
You'd know better than me.
And he's actually just gone wide. He locked up that front wheel, and he's gone wide, and McMillan will swoop around, and that was fairly easy in the end. Back at the front, though, and Ross has gotten back onto the tail of McFarlane. Ross has got some serious pace behind the wheel of that Team Has-Beens car. Has-Beens no longer for Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding.
Catching up to Corey. It feels like Corey's got the measure of him across the top of the mountain, but down the straights, and well, I suppose and up this particular straight, considering it goes up a mountain.
It is in fact called Mountain Straight,
isn't it? Just
yeah.
It seems like on sectors 1 and 3, Brendan Ross seems to be able to catch right up to Corey McFarlane, who then manages to stretch off a bit during sector 2 across the top of the mountain. So it's interesting how maybe there's a difference in setups where one is better with top line speed with top speed, whereas the other is maybe a little bit more downforce across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, quite possibly, and it's all about making the car comfortable, making the car stable across the top of the mountain, and making it able to be driven for long periods of time. So let's have a look. Last lap around. Okay, the sector times have just disappeared, but let's have a look at this lap. Very sideways from Ross over the top of Skyline. It looked like he completely came disconnected from the road there for a moment.
Heart and mouth moments.
That's something to say the least, indeed.
So Thomas up into 8th place. Do have a bit of reaction in the chat, just saying this has put Luke and Tom in a very tough position down in the pack with traffic, and Corey is very good in clean air. Corey is very good in clean air, but he can't really concentrate on the open track in front of him, with Brendan Ross looming so large in his rearview mirror. Still right on the back of him, as you can see, 0.4 of a second separating the two. Oh my god, Thomas is ridiculously quick, says It Is I. which is absolutely the case, up into 8th place after restarting in 12th. And that was a little silly earlier on from Grant Thompson, presumably referring to the accident itself, which was a little bit messy from all involved, but I'm not sure you can really blame anyone in particular.
We'll just leave the front group for a moment and just catch Thomas McMillan making another move. He got through on Brody Steen at the chase this time, so he's continued his charge up now into 7th place. He's about to dispose possibly of the next one in a moment's time, and we'll just have a quick look at that.
Yep, so Thomas McMillan now looking up the inside of Sean Allen, heading up towards Griffin's Bend. He might make this position up, which will put him up into 6th place. Sorry, not Sean Allen, Alex Cattle. Sean Allen will be in that car later on. And Thomas got the job done before the braking zone. I think Alex Cattle might have made that a little bit easy for him. Didn't want to fight that too hard as they head into Griffin's. And now Thomas McMillan on the tail of David Nedidich up into 6th place. So an absolute storming run through the field from Thomas McMillan.
Oh, big moment there for Corey.
Good catch.
Absolutely.
And currently still leading from Brendan Ross as they go through the various parks. I can never remember those corners across the top of the mountain, I apologise. And down through Skyline. That was a little bit messy for Corey, but he hasn't scrubbed off too much pace with that little lockup. Down and into Forest Elbow, and this is where we've seen Brendan Ross seems to have the ability to catch up to Corey. Maybe it's the braking zone down into the chase that he just gains a bit of time. He's currently 0.7 of a second down. He's going to get a decent slipstream all the way down Conrod and into the chase.
And interesting as well, these guys haven't, they've just dropped Colin Warwick just a little bit. Warwick's just off the tail to the tune of about 2 seconds. So these guys are really pushing each other at the absolute maximum at the moment and working each other hard in this early stage of the race. Warwick's last lap around, last lap they were pretty much on parity. So Warwick's actually lost a fair bit of time somewhere in this lap, perhaps. It's very difficult to say. Thomas McMillan, just by the way, set the fastest middle sector on that lap in his hunt down of now David Nedidich.
It is, he is ridiculously quick, as someone did say in the chat, and he's showing that off at the moment, as you can see, right on the back of David Nedidich going through going through hell. Come on, Liam, says Pat Wallace. What do you mean? I'm right here. And Reverse Thursday saying, I'm back. What did I miss? You missed a fairly dramatic accident and the first safety car, which has led to Thomas McMillan having to fight his way back up through the pack. He's looking like he wants to take this position from David Nedidich down the inside of Griffin's. David Nedidich sort of looked like he was surprised to find him there on the inside, and Thomas swoops through and into 5th place. So his recovery continues.
Yes, Thomas McMillan now into 5th. Last lap around, he was the 2nd fastest car on the circuit. The only person faster than McMillan last lap was the leader, Corey McFarlane. So McMillan is really putting everyone to the sword on his adventure back through the field.
Will not be helping his tyres though, which we've seen he manages to take a lot of tyres very, very often out of his car, and he's having to do that and battle his way through the field.
So we've got a quick piece here from Stairs in the Tech Talk bunker. Stairs, what have you got for us at the moment?
On. All right, I think I'm back now. My mic receiver wasn't on. That's okay. Just looking at this incident here that we just saw. This is the onboard from Colin Warwick, and you can see just up ahead, this is coming through Forest Elbow, that's the car of Ben Rhodes, who the leaders were lapping. Now, if we just go forward a little bit here, what you can see is the car is a little bit unsighted, and Luke Rosella slams on the brakes to try and avoid, and poor old Colin Warwick is completely caught unexpected. You don't expect the car to come slamming on the brakes as they're going through the exit there. So at this point here, if we just fast forward, it was around about here that Colin Warwick realised just how much damage that he had as he locked up, and it's around about this point here where the safety car was called. Now, if we just pause there and we go through to find where was Thomas McMillan at that exact point. Whoops, there we go. Here he is, right at the pit entry. He had to make a decision. He ducked in, he ducked out. So he only had a split second to make that decision as to whether to come in. Everyone else behind him did, and he came in on the next lap. But as a result, he's lost track position. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Stairs. Great analysis work there, showing exactly what happened to McMillan in his decision. We've just jumped straight back into a battle for 11th place between Liam Budd and Aiden Sykes. Sykes making that move down Conrod Straight and is now very much on the defend for, let's remind everyone, 11th place.
Yeah, there's decent battling going on all up and down the grid here. It's fantastic to watch as they go into the cutting. Liam Budd just having to hold onto that position behind Aiden for the time being. I know there was someone in the chat who's an Aiden Sykes fan.
That was It Is I?
It Is I, yep. So It Is I will be happy to see this. Aiden Sykes making up a position. There is one big issue. Thomas McMillan is using the tyres. By the time he gets to Corey, he isn't going to have any tyres left. That is very true from Ben Hall in the chat. And as we have another squiz at our battle with Thomas McMillan and Hans Brunswick, he's right onto the back of the number 44 car in 4th place. So the 44 in 4, heading down Conrod Straight. Thomas McMillan looking like he's going to have this position done before they even get to the King.
And Hans is a wily fellow. He's done a lot of racing. He'll know that his race at the moment isn't necessarily with the hard-charging Thomas McMillan. Maybe later on in the race that he'll put up more of a fight. But right now, Hans is all about consolidating, getting into that rhythm. So well done from Hans to step across, and well done from McMillan to now jump up into 4th place. As we made mention though, he's going to use a lot of that tyre, and he's just about to come across Rhodey as well, who has now gone another lap down, well, a singular lap down.
Yeah, so it looks like that stop-go penalty was removed, so good to see. And sorry, Bagzy, I'll just cut across you.
As we see McMillan coming up to lap Rhodey much more successfully this time, I went and dropped down to the garage to talk to McMillan and Rosella just to ask them what was going on with their strategy there, and they just didn't quite. It was a bit of a strategy mistake there. They didn't realise it was a safety car. McMillan has a big moment there. They didn't realise it was a safety car, which is why they didn't go in, and so that's what's cost them the time. They elected not to go on to a different strategy, but they will have that extra lap of fuel, so that could affect the strategy outcomes later on in this race.
Yep, they can go that extra little, they can go that extra bit longer. Will definitely help them out moving forwards. Or will it? I suppose we'll have to wait and see. It's difficult to make any real strategy calls when we're only 22 laps into this 161 lap race. But they didn't seem too upset, Bagzy, about being, you know, essentially having to restart their race from 12th.
Quietly confident is the way I describe the tone. They're not stressed at all, and they're very much feeling like they've got a good handle on this race, which I think is an accurate assessment on their behalf. They've clearly had the pace throughout practice and qualifying and in this race, so you'd be very foolish to count them out. And a mistake this early in the race is almost inconsequential.
Yeah, and if you're going to make a mistake, it's good to make it early, so that way you've got the time to rectify it later on. Thank you very much, Bagzy.
No worries, I'll be back a bit later.
Thank you.
Just in the chat, got Jordan DeSantis saying, I think McMillan has got this in the bag from 11th to 4th in about 6 to 8 laps. Yeah, he's got it. You say that, but he's had to use his tyres to battle his way up through the field, whereas Corey and Brendan, although they've been close on track, at the moment they're not. About 1.4 seconds is the gap, you can see it there. They haven't really been battling. They've just been putting in some very quick laps by themselves. So their tyres won't be quite as used. They'll be in a better groove. They won't have had to trip over all the, I was going to say back markers, but they were all for position. But the cars further down in the grid that Thomas McMillan has had to overtake after his late pit stop. So he's going to arrive at this lead battle, if he ever does arrive. He's caught up about 3 seconds on Colin Warwick over the last couple of laps. When he does arrive, he's going to be arriving on very used tyres.
And despite that, though, Madbird, McMillan was the fastest car on track last lap around. A 6.10 versus a 6.13 versus a 6.18. So it's all very close, and it's the law of diminishing returns here. So while McMillan is quicker at the moment, just the closer, as Rossi gets 2 wheels on the grass going through McPhillamy, the closer he gets to the top of the field, the much harder it is to make those gains. So it's going to be a fair amount of work for McMillan to keep making gains. As I've just caught on my other screen a car coming into the pits, but we will...
It's Luke Yeager, guys. He didn't pit under the safety car, so this is his first pit stop of the race.
So he's sticking to what we would call a normal pit strategy, I suppose. So pitting on lap 24, or to the end of lap 23.
Yeah, that would be basically where you expect the cars to come through for their pit stop. Effectively, as we've still got Brendan Ross on screen, what we're going to do is we're going to do one of my favourite things. Or maybe if I get it all together, we're going to have a look at where everyone is out on track, just as a bit of an idea, so that way we've got a bit more clarity on where everyone is. So here's our race leader. That is Corey McFarlane, just sleeping through Hell Corner. There is Brendan Ross, and then there is Colin Warwick. Just in the background of shot, you can see Thomas McMillan making his way through. Then there's the gap to Hans Brunswick in 5th, David Nenadich in 6th place. Back next is Brody Steen, just coming through in 7th. He's race on his teammate just behind him, and Alex Cattle. Brody's a lap down, and then it is Termo sitting in 9th place. Steve Warwick just behind him in 10th, and then there's a little bit of a gap down to Aiden Sykes. He's now pulled just a little bit of time over Liam Budd in 12th, so they are still squabbling over those ladder positions. Then we should just see at the very top of shot there is Lachlan Horan just coming through in the 2nd of the
Vivid Esports.
Vivid Esports. Thank you very much, Madbird. Machines, and then we'll go straight back to the head of the field. What have I done here? I pressed the wrong button. As we just catch Brendan Ross getting it all wrong across the S's. That was serendipitous timing, wasn't it?
Colin Warwick has caught up to him. He is only a second down now on second place man Brendan Ross. Brendan Ross must have had a pretty scruffy lap by the looks of it for him to have lost this much time. First sector, he was 7/10 slower in the first sector compared to Colin Warwick.
And let's have a look at this moment over the top. Really big wriggle over the top of the hill, and just managed to gather it all up on the tail end. So difficult times. I've missed the replay button there. That's fine. There we go. Difficult moments for Brendan Ross. Madbird, I recall you seeing an Aston Martin make the fence there early last year.
Fantastic photo taken by myself, if I do say so myself. Speaking of accidents, I do just want to point out that this time last year we had 2 DNFs already, and we were about to have our 3rd. So I'm very much enjoying the consistency and the cleanness of the driving so far. No DNFs as yet, so this bodes well moving forwards. Very well done to everybody keeping it out of the fence.
Well, I mean...
Well, apart from that one accident, but you know, no one died.
No one died.
No one died, and no cars died.
That is a good enough, near enough for now. So we are still watching this battle between Brendan Ross and Colin Warwick. So this is the early stage battle for 2nd and 3rd between the team Has-Beens and the Cartefex team.
And I've been here for 25 laps, so I'm gonna hop out of the bunker, and I'm gonna hop out into the bunker, and we're gonna give Stairs yet another shot in the comm box.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Madbird. Good to be back. My goodness, I thought it was eventful, the first 10 laps of commentary, but that race lead affecting accident at the front, lapping Ben Rhodes, has turned this race on its head, Michael.
Yeah, it's been a quite enjoyable and intense first segment of commentary for me. It all kind of kicked off right at a flashpoint, right when Warwick was just bridging that gap. He was just about to make that move, and then all of a sudden there was this obstacle right in front of him, and they really had nowhere to go.
So it put them on the back foot, because aside from the Lachlan Horan car, everyone else came in under that safety car, and so they did the same once they realised they had to, and then that's put them out of sync, because it's not as though that's an advantage they get back by being on a different strategy. They're effectively on the same strategy, just offset by 1 lap now.
Yeah, indeed. So they've just had to cede track position to get onto that strategy. We're still watching this battle between Brendan
Yeah,
Ross
I was going
and
to
Colin
say,
Warwick.
speaking of ceding track position, Brendan Ross may well cede track position to Colin Warwick. I'm very impressed with the pace that Corey McFarlane is showing right now out in the front. Now, that safety car came at a time that we haven't had an opportunity to see everyone sort of, bit of a moment there for Colin. We haven't seen everyone's green lap stint length yet, so that's still a bit of a question mark for everyone. I was interested to see Luke Yeager and Damo Kelly came in on lap 23. Even though there was a safety car there, that's a short
I'm going to interrupt you there, Stairs, because it's on now. Warwick's got a great run out of Hell Corner. He tucks to the inside, and as they come up over the mound into Griffin's Bend, it looks like Warwick has made that position quite easily. Not sure how much of that was Ross giving him that position at the end. Maybe just kind of giving up and trying to get into his groove, but a well-made move nonetheless.
Yeah, the lap times aren't too dissimilar, actually. In fact, they have almost the identical personal best lap, those two cars. 205.66 for Colin Warwick and 205.65 for Brandon Ross. But just at this stage, Colin Warwick appearing to have a little bit more pace. And Brendan Ross, as much as he has the utmost confidence in his very talented teammate Lewis Wedding, Lewis Wedding is not Ethan Warren, so maybe he's just acknowledging that might not be his race.
This is true, but this pair is a wily old pair between Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding. They've been around for quite a long time in AMS and in ASC and in what is now ASR. They've got a lot of wisdom, and they use that to great effect as a partnership in the ASR Enduro Cup to take home the win in the last round of that series as well on the Streets of Surface Paradise. So they certainly have the brain to find a way to get into buy the ticket to the last hour, so to speak, to get into the race in that last stint. So expect to see them there or thereabouts at the tail end of the race.
You pump up their tyres more than they do, because they're calling themselves the has-beens.
I think that's mostly in jest. They've certainly been overtaken by the very, very best of what is now AMS or ASR or ASC in this championship. But as there's a bit of tail action there for Brendan Ross, but they certainly do have the skills and the experience to make it work for them.
Well, I know that when I was doing a bit more sim racing a few years ago, whenever I raced against Lewis Wedding, he'd make me look like I was standing still. He was going through and fast forward. He's a very talented racing driver, and I think if anyone of our audience here was watching this, unless your name's Ethan or Dane Warren, you'd probably say almost exactly the same thing. But such is the talent of this field that he is made to look almost pedestrian compared to some of the other guys there.
Pedestrians maybe a bit of a stretch. It's like he's on a bike.
Brendan Ross is hanging on to Colin Warwick here. I wonder if he's just happy to have that metronome out in front and sort of gauge his pace based on a car that he knows is quick, and maybe save a bit of fuel as well.
It's one of those things. Some drivers are better followers than they are leaders, and that's kind of the impression that Brendan Ross gives to me. He seems to be someone that is better having the carrot immediately in front of him to chase. It kind of focuses the mind, so to speak. Whereas some drivers, like maybe a Kurt Stenberg or a Luke Rosella, can kind of get into that zen space when they're out in front, where they can just tick over the metronome. Oh, was that Ross tagging the wall on the inside?
Yeah, that was a brush with the wall. I don't think it was too bad. Oh, he's lit it up on the exit of the Forest Elbow there.
And as these guys are battling, they're actually losing time quite rapidly to Thomas McMillan in the background. In fact, you can see McMillan in the tail end of shot now. So there is McMillan now, and it's very, very closely run between the two out in front. But as they battle, they're losing time, and McMillan will be buying into this very shortly.
Yeah, well, Warwick got past Brendan Ross, but it doesn't look like he's had the pace. Brendan Ross has looked quicker ever since Colin Warwick got in front of him, which is interesting. Perhaps a little bit of the element of that carrot that we talked about, but very interesting.
Indeed, indeed.
Meanwhile, Corey McFarlane out front enjoys a 7-second advantage, and he is the only guy currently lapping in the 206s. So he's done a high 206. These guys that we're looking at in the mid 207s. So Corey's building a nice little advantage at the moment.
Yes, but also Thomas McMillan, a 206.6 as well, was the fastest man on track.
Oh, beg your pardon. So there's only 2 of them in the 206s. So yes.
So yeah, as these guys are in a battle, it's almost as if they're slowing. Well, it is as if they're slowing each other down.
But just interesting. We're about 13 laps since they've pitted, and this was about the phase before the safety car of the stint where Colin was catching up to Thomas, and now the pace seems to have gone the other way. I don't know. Colin might still be carrying some damage from that accident. We saw the car was heavily damaged. Is it 100%?
I'm not too sure on that one, Stairs. I think that's something that we will only maybe find out later on, because it's, you know, it's one of those things that you can't really know just by looking. But it certainly doesn't look like it's got the same pace as he just pitches the wheel down into the S's. And Ross makes the wall again. He's really playing with the track limits down the mountain. It's not something that you really want to be doing in a race car. Maybe there's a bit more leeway in a sim race, but it's not ideal, so to speak.
We're getting a bit of information through on our pit stop channel that the Luke Yeager, Damien Kelly came in on concurrent laps and changed drivers on both occasions. Bagzy, are you on board with what's going on there?
I'm not entirely sure, but I was just because I saw Damien Kelly out.
Sorry to cut across you there.
Colin Warwick's.
2 minutes, Ted. Colin Warwick has just gone deep and bowled it wide at the chase, and this is going to allow Brendan Ross through, and it's also going to allow Thomas McMillan to get much, much closer.
So I wonder if he's now ceded that position because he went wide, because I'm sure that he was quick enough to hold that position, but now he's going to look down the inside into Hell Corner, does Colin Warwick, and grabs that position back, does he? He's going to be compromised on the exit. They're going to go side by side up Mountain Straight. McMillan's going to buy into this as well. It's going to be a 3-way battle as they come back up the mountain on lap 29. Ross to the inside as they come across the hump. Is McMillan going to buy in as well? It's going to be side by side through Griffin's Bend. Stairs, hold me!
Do they know he's there? That's very deep for Brendan Ross. He's going to go wide on the exit, and that is going to allow Colin Warwick to get the overlap, and he manages to get the job done. He had a much better run on the exit, and up there he is now ahead through the cutting, and now diving up the inside of Brendan Ross goes Thomas McMillan, and that may well be position done. No, he hasn't quite managed to make that one stick. And that's a huge old moment for Brendan Ross. He's going to be in the fence. He has to cede position here. He did very well to keep it out of the fence there. That was terrific driving from all involved. Poor old Brendan Ross has lost 2 positions in 1 hit, but he had only just made that position back on Colin Warwick. This is fantastic battling all around. So Colin Warwick wants to try and make a little bit of hay while the sun shines, because Thomas McMillan is going to be hunting him down, and it looked like before that sort of incident happened that Thomas did have a bit more pace than Colin.
Yeah, very, very close run thing. Oh, I'm surprised that they managed to get through that without making contact with each other or the wall substantially. It was a terrifying thing. Bagzy, have you still got us?
Yes, still here. Yeah, so it looked like Yeager, well, Damien was definitely out and driving for 1 lap, but then I looked away, and next time I looked back, it was Yeager back in the car, and I went back in the live timing, and it does appear that they pit twice in a row. So I'm not sure if maybe there was some controller issues or some issue that Damien was having that's meant that he has now had to hand the car back to Luke. So we'll see what happens there, if it was unintentional or if they're just having to do something a bit different later on.
I think you might be on the money there, Bagzy, because remember that happened with Kurt Stenberg and Dane Warren last year. There was some pedal issue, and I think they had to swap back as a result.
And it might be a setup issue as well. Maybe the setup wasn't loading in properly. So
because it's definitely, you can't just put your co-driver in for 1 lap. There's a 54 lap minimum, so that would be a very strange way of reaching your minimum by 1 lap down, 53 to go.
And that was the Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly car just ahead
more lap runners.
Yes. So this group will just be upon that lap runner. Thank you very much, Bagzy, for that one. As McMillan and Warwick start to reel in Luke Jaeger. So we can just see Jaeger's just around the corner from these guys. So it won't be too long before he's falling another lap down. Or he has fallen another lap down.
Well, two pit stops and driver change, that would do it. Yeah, I think they didn't quite get a representative qualifying time in. They were about 25 or 23 seconds off the ultimate pace there. So it was, I don't think that's, they showed their hand there.
Oh,
so
this looks very familiar.
It's the exact same place it happened last time, didn't it?
Oh, very well done. Jaeger does a
very
nice
well
job of getting out of the way there.
That was excellent work from Luke Jaeger. I wonder if he'll be aware of what happened there. Oh, but he nearly cut off Brendan Ross there. So I don't think he knew. The flash of the lights came from Brendan Ross. Thomas McMillan gets the job done on Colin Warwick there.
That was very interesting. I think Warwick rolled out of that. There was
you
no
think he
way,
rolled out?
Yeah, there was no way that McMillan was that much quicker out of the cutting.
There wasn't a lot of fanfare about it, was there?
No, it just looked like McMillan just ducked. Warwick just ducked back into line, like he was
formation flying.
It. Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's see if he makes a bit of a counter-attack here, but we've got the replay queued up.
Oh, man, nuts to butts to use a Madbird.
He's drafting him down the pit straight here.
There's a little touch on the braking as well.
Are they using this as a strategy to catch Corey, who's 9 seconds up the road? They don't want to battle each other right now. They really don't, but they're trying to go side by side. This is what's happening. So Thomas McMillan is doing the good defensive driving tactic of going to the inside. He was clear enough that he could get back on the racing line, so that's worked out quite well for him. I think maybe Colin backed out of that one too. Let's catch the replay. This is where the second place position changed hands.
And you can see the pace difference isn't all that much, and then all of a sudden there's a car length. So I think Warwick has bailed out of that because I think he wants to sit in the wheel tracks.
I think that it was going to be a very tight side-by-side battle, and he's decided not to, he's just decided, all right, let's fight on for another day. That's a totally different Colin Warwick to the one that we saw on the first lap of the race.
Yeah, it's funny that a little bit of time has tempered the temper of Colin Warwick in the early stages, but what that has meant is that through all of this malarkey, Corey McFarlane now enjoys a 9-second lead over the field. Even though he hasn't been setting the timing screens alight, he's now in the mid-207s.
Well, he was in the 206s, but yeah, the pace is dropping from all of them a little bit now. No one's in the 6s now. In fact, Thomas and Corey matched each other pretty much to the 10th of a second on the previous lap.
So everything's just settled. Just
simmer down. So what else can we see is going on? We've focused mainly on the leaders, and of course, it's taken a little bit to untangle what happened as a result of that safety car. So behind the leaders, we've also got this battle going on. It's not too much of a battle, actually. No, that's the lap runner. Yeah. So Hans Brunswick actually has a nice bit of clear track. He's been keeping his nose clean, doing a good job there in one of my favourite liveries, the Napa Auto Parts All-Australian Racers car, driven there by Hans Brunswick, and he's partnered with Lachlan Burke.
And they were, just as an aside, voted the best underdog or biggest underdog in the ASR Enduro Cup after winning a race out at Sandown. So
what's going on here?
This is Luke Jaeger back into the pits. So is this another driver change for the number 442 machine?
I'm wondering if they've got issues with their pit menu setup. We saw in 2019 that happened to, I think it was Peter Stenberg, and memory is failing me right now as to who he was teamed up with. Dodger.
Yes.
They made pit stops every 15 laps or something, which seemed really bizarre. And they told us later on that it was because they hadn't actually found the keys for their pit menu, and so they weren't able to change the amount of fuel going in each time. They could only get 15 laps out of a stint before coming in, which severely hampered them over the course of the race. It meant they had to take quite a lot of extra pit stops.
Yeah, that's not something ideal. Oh, yes, thanks, Bagzy.
Damo is back in the car now. Just swap drivers, and Damo is now back in the car. So hopefully any issues he had has been rectified, and we'll be seeing him complete more than one lap.
So we haven't seen anyone do a full stint yet. I wouldn't call that 23-lap stint at the start from Luke Jaeger a full stint.
Not quite.
We're expecting people in soon, though.
Yeah, what are we, about 22? No, sorry. 17 laps since the safety car.
So we're about another 7 laps. So looking at maybe lap 37, 38. Oh, well, lap 40 probably. So, yeah, closer to lap 40, lap 39.
Yeah, our pit stop predictions on our spreadsheet here are based on us having a representative stint length yet, and we haven't got that.
Thank you, Bagzy.
Appreciate it. What's going on? Simmering, as you say. This is probably the closest battle on track, the one between Thomas McMillan and Colin Warwick.
And what are those lap times looking like now, Stairs?
It's pretty...
2:07.7.
Yeah, they're definitely in an unknown phase. Geez, they were pretty close. Colin Warwick and Corey in lap time on the previous lap. But yeah, it's... I don't know. This is unknown territory for the tyres for them. We haven't been this far on the tyres yet, so we don't know what the pace of the cars is like relative to each other at this phase of the stint yet.
So this is all a journey of discovery for everyone involved. Just a quick note from the live chat. It's Dano, so that's Dane Liccardo, saying that the car that he's sharing with Termo is the 2007 Tasman Motorsport machine, not the 2006 Tasman Motorsport machine.
You
so
misidentified it.
By a single year. So thank you for that update, Dano. And it's a beautiful looking car and a brilliant tribute to Tasman Motorsport, and of course the team that gave Jason Richards his big break in the main game. And Jason Richards, a much beloved member of the Supercars family, unfortunately no longer with us and hasn't been for quite a while. So it's good to see that car live on. And Bagzy?
Anyone who has been affected by the disturbing incorrect year that Floody has provided, please direct all your discuss to floody@gmail.com. Not sure if that's a real email address or not. Please don't send anyone to that. But at least comment in the chat your displeasure of this horrific inconsistency.
Well, they ran basically the same livery for 3 years straight, so I got close. So
we haven't seen...
You can be forgiven for
getting close. What about if I drop another little knowledge bomb? The Sega car that Brody Steen's driving, Alex Cattle's driving, that is actually a Gibson Motorsport livery from 1996.
Got another pit stop. Lachlan Horan is coming.
Thank you for saving us, Des.
I was going to bring that car up on the stream, but I thought pit stops are worth showing. So Lachlan Horan, and he was one of the cars, if I'm not mistaken, that came in under safety car.
Yep, with Mick Pollard. So we might be seeing a driver change in that one.
That seems like a short stint. That's only 18 laps. I'm very confused by what everyone is doing, which is no different to
normal,
my general life. Just to appease Michael Zalavari.
There we are.
There is Alex Cattle driving the aforementioned Sega livery, and a very, very different break with tradition for Race on Oz running that livery, and also the Brody Steen Benjamin Dahlia car with the green and gold on it.
A little bit of trivia, that car was the when Scaife ran that car, that was the only season that he didn't score a podium since 1990. So a little bit of a anonymous season in that car for Scaife, but a little bit of trivia nonetheless.
Anonymous, he would have hated that.
I know.
So this is the Brody Steen car in 7th place, and is he actually... What's the pace relative to David Nenadic ahead? These guys, it's always hard to separate the ZB and the Race on Oz guys, but I reckon Brody Steen at the moment is catching up to David Nenadic. He's taken about 0.3 of a second out of him on the previous lap.
And these guys have been separated by about this far for pretty well most of the race. Well, most of this stint, rather. So it's a classic little battle. These guys are ASC stalwarts, so I don't think there has been a race where either Brody Steen or David Nenadic haven't been at the wheel at some point.
Yeah, they've been there since the start.
And Brody Steen took his first race
win this year.
Yeah, at Sydney in a quadrant of Sydney races.
Yeah, he's had a very, very good year and consistent as well. Good points. The leading guy in the Race on Oz camp this year. The mantle previously held by Sean Allen last year, who came runner-up in the championship. There he is, Brody Steen.
What an absolute piece of majesty.
He just looks like he's enjoying himself, doesn't he?
It's
He's
brilliant.
got a big smile on his face, loving it.
Oh.
So not under the sort of pressure he was a little bit earlier on. We got, just as I jumped out of commentary for the first stint, he was mixed in this battle with Termo and Alex Cattle, but that's sort of settled down now, as Alex Cattle is firmly in Brody Steen's rear vision mirror, and Brody Steen looks to make a bit of progress on David Nenadic.
2/10 that lap around, so it's becoming more close. So Nenadic maybe just losing a bit of time in the tyres, or beginning to struggle with the terror that is that glowing face in his rear view mirror.
I mean, if you saw that in your vision mirror, the smiling assassin Brody Steen. Oh, I don't know. I'd start to get a bit nervous, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially with that fireplace in the background as well.
Well, you know, I can see a bit of Christmas element there, a bit of working the wheel, isn't he?
He's definitely making full use of the wheel lock as he goes across the top of the mountain.
Based on his reaction, guys, I think he might be listening to the commentary as well. So
I know you're going over the top, but if you can hear us, give us a wave, Brody. I don't want to distract.
Maybe when you get to Conrad, maybe
yeah, exactly.
knock down the S's.
No.
He's doing well if he's listening to us.
I hope he's not. I really don't want to be... there was that classic clip with Mike Raymond chatting to Dick Johnson years ago. He did that a lot, and I don't know how Dick Johnson managed to have such a relaxed yarn with the commentary team while he was racing. But there was one where I think DJ had a bit of a brake failure or something, and Mike Raymond thought that he'd caused Dick Johnson to crash.
Yeah. Another classic sort of race interview, radio interview moment was the, I think the 95 Bathurst 1000 when Glenn Seaton had that pushrod failure on the last 3 laps of the race while leading, and they cut straight to him in the car and interviewed him while he
came through the bottom of the car, didn't it?
Yeah,
through the floor of the car.
And just the absolute anguish in his voice with the in-car camera as he's rolling backwards into the access road up just past Griffin's Bend. It's the access that you get is just incredible, and we're.
I think I was thinking of a different one where you said pushrod. I thought I heard prop shaft. There was a prop shaft came through the bottom of the floor, and it scared the crap out of whoever it was they were talking to, coming down Conrod Straight.
Oh wow!
As you can imagine, when going 300 kilometers an hour or 400 kilometers an hour, as you mentioned on your pre-race analysis last year, the prop shaft coming through the bottom of the floor, it would have been a bit like that clip. There's a famous rally clip with, I'm going to forget the name, one of those Finnish rally drivers, and his co-driver was incapacitated by a stone or something that came through the bottom of his co-driver's seat.
Latvala.
It wasn't Latvala, was it? It was a lot older than that.
I thought it was...
I don't think it was Jari-Matti Latvala. It's along those lines, but they stopped, and you hear on the in-car him going, oh, and then they interview him, and we'll see. I need visuals for this, so I'll see if I can...
oh, gosh.
bring up the commentator cam so I can sort of show you the hand motion that occurred there. But
I'm just going to back right out of this. I don't want to be involved in any
So he was like, some stone or something come out of the seat of Timo and up in the asshole of Timo. So that was it. Find that clip on YouTube if you get a chance.
Marcus Gronholm. Tomorrow. Apologies.
Marcus Gronholm. Yes, thank you for that. Bagzy.
Well done. Classic sort of. Where do we even go from that? Back to the racing. I am looking at the timing screens and seeing a lot of very red sector times through the middle sector. Brendan Ross, Hans Brunswick, David Nenadic that lap around, 35.5, and he's coming under increasing pressure from Brody Steen. In fact, it is very nearly visual. Well, it is visual, but it's very nearly. And Nenadic comes into the pits. So this is early. This is the end of lap 36. So this is a quick maths, 21 lap stint for the ZB guys.
Are we having a much higher fuel burn this year than we've had in previous years?
Quite possibly. That is one explanation, surely. But there's many factors that could still play into this.
So we've had, we will wait to see whether they do a driver change here, but Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly are the only cars who've done a driver change so far.
Actually, RSM Latino, I notice, is in the number 50 car, so that is also a change from Steve Warwick, who started that race, if I recall correctly. Bagzy, do you have that information to confirm?
I do not.
Okay.
Currently, let's just have a quick look. I believe that might have actually just happened last lap, and we didn't quite see that one. I'll go back and double check.
That does make sense because they have just put in a 1 minute and 50-second first sector, so that does make sense. So look at that, we're on the game. We are just scrolling through the field to have a look.
So we did see the Luke Yeager, Damien Kelly car do a 23-lap stint, so I don't think David Nenadic and Zach Baker would have pitted solely based on their fuel number there. Maybe they're trying to get their pit stops out of the way quickly, because I reckon they would not have been limited by fuel there, because that's a lot. Like, if their fuel burn is only 18 laps, whereas other cars are getting 23, albeit with the safety car intervention in that.
It should be lap 36, not 33. 33 is where Thomas Yeager is.
Yeah, that's...
oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
The spreadsheet, what are you talking about?
Oh, no, so 36 take 15 is 21, not...
Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly came in on lap 30,
yeah,
which is 8 laps ago.
It's not 18 laps, it's 21 laps. So still, but that's 3 laps less than what we're expecting as the maximum.
Oh, actually, that makes a bit more sense. So apologies.
It's okay. Our numbers hadn't appeared
I was
quite
basing
yet.
that on the wrong car. I was looking at the wrong name. That's Murrayism for you.
And we've now seen Zach Baker jump into that car, so that is a driver change for the ZB team.
Yeah. So 21 laps is their longest stint that they've done. Oh, that's fast. That's going to mean there's going to be a lot more pit stops than we're used to, and that puts their critical lap, if that is the case, at lap 140.
Yes, but they can still get to the finish with 7 stops from now, because you only need to make 20 laps. So if they're making 21, they'll gain that shorter stint, that 5 laps that they required from that shorter stop, that shorter first stint back. So they are still on schedule. It just depends what kind of schedule they're on, really. This is the enjoyment of doing one of these endurance races. You don't really have any idea what's happening until the very last throws of the dice.
It's a bit like the 400 meters at the Olympics, you know, because they're all staggered start. You don't know who's leading till they come out onto the back straight, or the front straight, I should say.
Yes, indeed. But it's a bit longer than the 400 meters.
Yeah, so it's that times a lot.
A lot.
I wasn't going to do that quick maths in my head.
Brilliant. So here we are with Corey McFarlane, still with a 9-second lead over Thomas McMillan and Colin Warwick. They've actually separated out a fair fraction. 2 seconds is the gap between McMillan and Warwick for second place. Brendan Ross has dropped well back from that battle, down 11 seconds to still in 4th. And then Hans Brunswick another further 16 seconds back. So the field's really beginning to spread in this middle part of the race, as we're just about to clock up the 40th lap, which will be that will be 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers? No, that can't be right.
With 10 cars still on the lead lap.
That maths doesn't check out. Someone do the maths for me quickly, because I'm focusing too much on talking to do maths.
250 kilometers at 40 laps.
Thank you, Bagzy.
We just had Cameron Parrott make a pit stop from 12th, out of 12th place. He returns to the racetrack.
And that's a driver change as well from Aiden Sykes.
Now, did we see another one? RSM Latino?
Yeah, so we got that one down. RSM Latino taking over from Steve Warwick.
Yep. Those guys coming in on lap 36 as well, so the same thing as Dave Nenadic. So yeah, 21 laps is in fact quite a few cars are doing.
Parrott's just run very wide at Griffin's Bend, almost making contact with the wall.
He's coasting.
Something...
It looked like he's coasting. Took him a long time to get up to...
Maybe that car's just had a brake change. He hasn't pumped the pedal just yet.
That's odd. He's not quite at full pace yet, I don't think. That's unusual. He may be getting back up to pace, taking it easy potentially.
Yes, it is his first instance in the car for today, of course. So it's very hard to jump straight into the middle of a race as a co-driver. So Parrot's currently sitting in 12th place. He is a lap down, but that might cycle through back onto the lead lap as the race continues, as our leaders come into the pits. So we've just had, I think, Lachlan Horn, no?
Yeah, he was coming out Mountain Straight looking like he was a bit
Guys, race leader is coming into the pits. Corey's in the pits.
Corey in the pits. You can see in the back of that shot as Liam Budd also comes into the pits. So that is going to be... there might be a flurry of activity in the pits for the time being. We'll have to keep abreast of all of those cars coming in. So as you can see, Corey in that shot. And also that's the Race on Oz car.
Of Alex Cattle and
sorry.
Sean Allen? No?
No, I misidentified
That's Kurt Stenberg.
that's Corey McFarlane.
Oh, yes, of course.
Bagzy just alluded to coming into the pits. No one else currently in the pits.
So interesting little period of the race now, and this is where just about where we were expecting pit stops as well. Lap 39 to lap 40. So this is more like it, Stairs. This is more what we were expecting.
Yeah, but they're still shorter stints. The fuel burn's higher than I was expecting it to be. So I'm interested in Thomas McMillan, Colin Warwick.
Kai Jones now at the wheel of the 167 car. He's
so car change there. Yep.
And here is Thomas McMillan and his co-driver Luke Rosella. So remember, these guys did it the hard way after the safety car restart. They came in a lap later than everyone else and had to fight their way through the field. So the fact that they are now leading and extending that stint longer,
impressive, isn't it?
It's actually quite notable.
We thought they were going to be really hampered on this stint by having to fight through and use all of their tyres. So I would expect to see Thomas McMillan come in at the end of this lap based on what we've seen happening with the others.
That would be about right. That would be 24 laps if he pit at the end of lap 16. Or at the beginning of lap 16, rather.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. He's gone one lap longer, so he might be able to go one extra lap. So maybe Colin Warwick will come in, and Thomas McMillan maybe not. So, yeah, so I hadn't factored that into my calculations, the fact that he's offset by one lap to the others.
We're doing this all very much on the fly, as much as we can try and prepare and plan, and McMillan is
coming in. Yep, he's coming in.
Is Warwick going to join him? But Warwick stays out. Wow.
That is a surprise. That is a surprise.
That does paint a picture of what Warwick was doing with Brendan Ross and with Thomas McMillan, really sitting in the wheel tracks and trying to eke out a little bit more fuel. So this is great work from Warwick in this early stage to buy a lap already on his competitors.
Yeah, that may come into the four later on. Who's that in the back of shot? We've also got in the pits. I'm just trying to...
That might be the has-beens, Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding.
Okay. So they're pretty much on sync there than with, with no one, because actually no one else who pitted on lap 15 is coming in. I think that's Hans Brunswick in the back of that shot.
Yep. Interesting times, interesting times.
And we do have Liam standing by or Madbird standing by in the bunker, but we'll just wait till we get these pit stops out of the way before he gives us a little bit of analysis on the recovery from Thomas McMillan. Who else is coming in there?
That would be Alex Cattle in the number 25 Sega Race on Oz machine, I believe.
The big story here is Colin Warwick making extra laps on Thomas McMillan here, isn't it? At least 2 laps as it stands, as Thomas McMillan is going to rejoin just behind Ben Rhodes. Ben Rhodes, will he know he's there?
I'm sure.
Go left, go right.
I'm sure Rhodey will be all over his mirrors as McMillan...
Out of the way.
Comes to the inside.
What is he doing? Okay. He didn't make it obvious what he was doing there, but anyway.
Need the indicators going.
Yeah, they don't have indicators in Automobilista. For those of you watching at home, this is the game we're playing, Automobilista. So that would have been slightly nervy moments there for Thomas McMillan, who's taking his second stop. This is his 3rd stint in the car. We haven't seen his teammate Luke Rosella in yet. Only a handful of cars doing driver changes. Lachlan Burke jumped in for Hans Brunswick on their pit stop. So we've got Colin Warwick coming up to potentially make his pit stop now. We are expecting him to peel off, and indeed he does do that. So that is We're going to see where he pops out in relation to Thomas McMillan. That's going to be an interesting factor. Where is Thomas McMillan in relation to Corey? He's about...
It's 7 seconds.
Yeah, okay. I think he's made up a bit of time there. It'll be interesting whether he can reel off some really quick times on new tyres there.
It was 9 seconds prior to the pit stop. So in the sequence of the pit stop, whether that has been better in-lap, out-lap, or a shorter fuel fill, he's gained back around 2 seconds. So very well done so far.
Yeah, and Corey was the first to pull the trigger on this round of pit stops. So Thomas going, yeah, what was... just trying to find Corey on
seeing
there.
Brody Steen coming into the pit lane as well, guys.
Brody Steen as well.
And that's consistent with what we expect from the Race on Oz team. Brody Steen, Sean Allen, Alex Cattle, all very, very kind on their fuel usage.
That should shake it out, really, as far as the second pit stop goes for everyone. So we are seeing now Thomas McMillan going down the pit straight now. So he's going to be a substantial margin ahead there of Colin Warwick. That's interesting.
Indeed, it
quite
is.
A big gap. What was the gap before the pit stop? Do you remember?
It was about 2 seconds, so not all that much. But now with Ethan Warren behind the wheel, be prepared for that gap to be reeled in fairly quickly.
Yeah,
it is about 7 seconds itself as well, and Ethan is still yet to get up to speed.
First time we've seen Ethan Warren in this race, and he will be mighty quick. But does that car have damage?
That is the big question, and it would be an awful thing to step in to a car without freshly into a car after your first stint with a car that's already damaged.
All right, now Madbird has been patiently waiting for the pit stops to get out of the way so that we can throw to him and he can give us a little bit of analysis. So Madbird, show us what you've got.
That's so good. We've had a lot of action with the pit stops. The second round, of course, happening. But we are here for storm warning Thomas McMillan, who has charged through the field after, on the end of lap 14, safety car caused. They weren't sure if it was a safety car or not. They decided not to pit, had to pit the following lap. So pit out of first, came back out in 12th place. Race restarted on lap 17. By the end of lap 17, they'd gained 4 positions up into 8th place, then up into 7th by the end of lap 18, 6th by the end of lap 19, 5th by the end of lap 20. Lap 21, they were in 4th. Took them 8 laps till lap 29 to overtake Colin Warwick and or Brendan Ross. They swapped positions a few times. Up into 2nd by the 31st lap. 38, they took the lead. And now, having shaken out the second round of pit stops, Thomas McMillan finds himself in 2nd place. So, despite coming out in 12th place following that safety car, they have managed to make a net gain of 10 positions, which has been absolutely incredible. And through that entire time, lap 17 through 31 of racing, at no point did he dip under 2 minutes, 7 and 8 tenths of a second, which is a pretty decent lap time considering how much overtaking he got done. So that is just an incredible performance by Thomas McMillan, and he's still in the car, and he's starting to rein in Corey McFarlane. So I'm going to be very interested to see where he can go from here. That was all from me. Back to you guys.
So the Bureau of Meteorology forecasting more storms over the vicinity of the Mount Panorama circuit as Thomas McMillan chases down Corey McFarlane. The gap 7.4 seconds, and he set a purple middle sector. That's the one over the top of the mountain on the previous lap.
And absolutely done, right there, Stairs. Well done, Madbird. That was very, very good analysis for us in the booth. Thank you for that. And yeah, McMillan has been the fastest man on circuit so far today, and that doesn't look like changing imminently unless Ethan Warren can start to reel out some good laps.
Well, that's an unknown factor still. That's still an unknown factor. We don't know what condition that car is in. We saw Colin was really, really rapid just before the accident with Ben Rhodes in lapping him with Thomas McMillan. Ever since then, they've been slightly off the pace. So what Ethan can do, he's a little bit quicker than Thomas McMillan on this current lap through the first sector. He was a little bit slower on the previous lap, but he was obviously still getting everything up to temperature. So the question is still one that remains to be answered here. Ethan Warren, of course, we know that he's no stranger to setting out a huge number of qualifying times in very, very short order, as he did last year to take victory from Dane Warren and Kurt Stenberg. So the gap is currently 10 seconds. Let's keep an eye on that Whereas Thomas McMillan, who still holds the fastest lap of the race and was only half a second off that on his previous lap, chipped away ever so slightly on the lead of Corey McFarlane. He's not taking huge chunks out of Corey. It's about 0.2 of a second. So the big winners out of this early phase of the race are most certainly Corey McFarlane and Kurt Stenberg, because Kurt, we heard him last night. He was absolutely downtrodden. He was very pessimistic about the pace, but Corey has absolutely performed exactly what he would have been hoping and what Kurt would have been hoping for. And I think they're much more chipper this morning after qualifying in 10th. They've got their way through to the first place. A little bit of luck with the safety car, the way that all sort of fell, but they've had the pace as well to get there and stay there.
Yeah, and while it has been a bit lucky that it's gone this way for Corey and for Kurt, whereas it's been much more difficult for Thomas and Luke. There's a saying that I like to recite in these situations. Like Alan Manish always says that you make your own luck, and I don't necessarily believe that. I believe that luck is the intersection of preparation and of opportunity. So they've done the preparation, they've set up a good car, they're both very, very skilled drivers, and they found the opportunity with the safety car to find their way through the field. So that's how it's worked out for them. You do need a little bit of luck. It is 6 hours of racing. It's not something that you can just bully your way through. You do need a little bit of luck, something just to go your way in that. And sometimes it will go your way, sometimes it will not go your way, and that's how racing goes. That's why we love this endeavor of motorsports. And on that last lap around, sorry to interrupt you, Stairs, Corey...
I haven't said anything.
You were about to. I could sense it. Corey was actually slightly faster than McMillan, a 5.7 versus a 6 flat. But check out the middle sector on this lap.
Identical.
Identical to the thousandths of a second, a 33.685.
But not on this lap. He's caught traffic. And that traffic is finding it difficult to get out of the way, so he's going to have dropped quite a bit of time on that final sector of that lap. Thomas McMillan has got the gap down to about 6 seconds. It does change a little bit depending on what part of the racetrack they're on, but the sector time for Corey on that previous lap in Sector 3 was 41.1. And we're used to seeing them in the 40s, so that was a 1.1 second swing in the favour of Thomas McMillan.
Yeah, so on that lap, 0.7 of a second just in that final sector alone. So, and that was the major difference between the two. So, that's as we get longer and longer into this race, traffic is going to be a bigger and bigger problem. And traffic giveth and traffic also taketh away. As we're going to watch the onboard Corey McFarlane as he comes up to the
Flashes
rear.
the lights, there he is. And that was very unaware driving there for the 422. He just sort of parked it on the apex. He had plenty of opportunity to duck to the inside of the track on the left-hand side and just ease out a little bit earlier and give Corey the racing line, but he didn't do that, and that cost Corey 1 second.
I agree in theory, but I don't agree in practice. As we're watching Corey again coming down towards the elbow, and it's again a problem. This time,
a lot of bad luck here with
it's Cameron Parrott, one of our Super 2 drivers. It's just unfortunate because the traffic can't just jump out of the race, especially at Bathurst.
Yeah, but that you're talking about the top of the hill. There was ample opportunity for him to jump out of the way there.
At Murray's
down
corner.
At Murray's. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was just unaware driving. He wasn't looking in his mirrors, and that's why that happened. And, you know, you can put it down to inexperience. It's just something that... And I know different series have different ideas about this. I think if you're talking from a more endurance racing point of view, it's the obligation of the leaders to lap the other cars safely because there's multi-class racing and all that other sort of stuff. But I think holding up the leaders, we try and be a little bit more respectful to the leaders in the categories like this. It's not probably quite to the degree of Formula One where you're expected to oh, excuse me, sir, let me just dump, my tyres in some rubber shit, and so that I'm absolutely 2 seconds off the pace for the next 3/4 of the race. But exaggerating a little bit, but you get my point.
Absolutely. I'm just going to completely go off on a tangent here. Last lap around, Ethan Warren set a purple final sector and set his best lap of the race, a 2:05.7. So he is the fastest man on track at the moment. Hasn't made huge inroads to the gap to Thomas McMillan just yet. They've been both in the 205s, but in comparison to Corey McFarlane, who has been struggling with a little bit of traffic, just finding it in unlucky sections, they've now gained something to the tune of 2 seconds over the past 3 laps as a pair. Yes, Bagzy?
I'd like to point out that Ethan Warren set the fastest lap of the race the lap before that as well. He's absolutely on it.
Absolutely. So it's coming down in leaps and bounds for Ethan Warren, and it's looking very, very good for the Colin Warwick and Ethan Warren pair. Time for me to step away for a little bit. You'll be hearing Madbird back in the commentary box. Thank you very much, Stairs, for
Thank you,
the section
Michael.
so far, and we'll see you a bit later on.
Yeah, we've set this race up nicely, I think. We've got some strategies boiling away. We now have got a bit of an idea of longer stints, so we're seeing a lot of the cars with a stint length of around about 24-25 laps, which is a bit more like what we were expecting. The only ones that were a little bit shorter were the Zach Baker, David Nenovich car and the RSM Latino and Steve Warwick car, but everyone else around about 25-26 lap stints, which puts the critical lap for most of the runners around about that sort of lap 137, 36, 38 sort of region. Welcome, Madbird.
Hello, Stairs. How are you?
I'm well.
So yeah, a few driver changes since last I was in the com box. So Ethan Warren gaining a couple of seconds under those lapping events for Corey McFarlane. But still 6 seconds, or the better part thereof, shy of the lead. But still over half race distance to go, obviously, so plenty more can happen. I'm amazed at
Classic stitch up.
Brody Steen having some pasta,
having a bit of a meal, having stepped out of the car and handed that car over to Benjamin Dahlia.
I'm sure he'll be so happy that we're that we're showing him in the cool down room. Oh my goodness! And that again, that MasterCard Lola shirt is absolutely excellent.
I want one.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna have a look right now.
So the gap Thomas McMillan has brought down to 6.5 seconds. I think Brody's just seen himself on the broadcast. He's having a good old chuckle to himself. G'day, Brody, if you can hear us.
On your Stiggy.
So where's that car? They're currently in 7th place, and Benjamin Dahlia is seeing if he can set about catching up to Lachlan Burke, who's currently in that Napa car, which I think that's been falling down a little bit in the hands of Lachlan Burke compared to where it was in the hands of Hans Brunswick.
The hands of Hans.
The hands of Hans.
Yeah, down a couple. He was running in 4th for the longest time, now down into 6th. So maybe just not quite the ultimate pace that Mr. Brunswick has. Brendan Ross still doing well. Holding on to that 4th place. He's about 4 seconds clear of Zach Baker, who is in 5th. Again, I'm surprised how far off the pace the ZB guys appear to be. I would have expected them to be much more in touch with the leading pack.
I don't think it's them losing any pace. I really just think that the others have really stepped it up a notch this year, and we have I think 3 cars that are very much in the fight for the championship. What's the championship? The title of Bathurst, which is as good as a championship in a lot of ways.
The title of Bathurst.
The title of Bathurst champion.
Indeed.
Just the title of Bathurst.
Just the title of Bathurst. What a great name for a racetrack.
The title of Mount Bathurst.
The title of Mount Bathurst.
Let's not remind our viewers of my slip up.
What was your slip up?
I said Mount Bathurst.
Oh, I've totally forgotten that until you actually said it right there.
In the chat, we've got Peter C video saying car 66 for the win. Car 66 being Benjamin Dahlia and Brody Steen.
Brody Steen, who's currently having a little bit of pasta for lunch.
Yeah, he's loving it.
He is absolutely loving it. So as things settle down, we're expecting our next pit stops around about laps sort of 65 for quite a lot of them, around about that region.
Barring any safety cars and such, of course. Ethan Warren onto the back of this lapped runner, Hayden Sykes. and Cameron Parrott, do apologise, following their driver change. And didn't make it very difficult at all, did Cameron Parrott, so well done there. Good being lapped etiquette.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of bad luck there for Corey, just catching cars in the wrong spots, and that's the thing as the leader, you do wake up the person that you're lapping and make it evident to them that that is a thing that's going to be happening. Another picture-in-picture we've got here for Dane Liccardo, if I can get it to switch on. There we go.
There he is.
Dane Liccardo, who we saw quite a bit frustrated with his qualifying lap last night when he just had a few moments of oversteer from the first corner. I think that sort of set the tone for the rest of the race. A solid run from Termo in the opening stint for him, and Dane Liccardo taking over at the previous pit stop, which for this car was on lap number 40. So Dane's been in the car for about 8 laps, and that was their first driver change. So they've done 2 pit stops out of the compulsory 7, and there he is waving on on the broadcast there. G'day, Dane. I always wonder whether drivers have us on while they're racing. Surely it's distracting.
You would think so, but you know, perhaps they enjoy. I suppose if you have a cracking battle and then you get to hear us going, "Oh, that was amazing!" Right? You know, that'd sort of buoy your ego a little bit. But I personally would be very distracted, I think, if I had myself talking in my ear.
Well, especially if it was yourself.
I believe they've also been using it for here, because we obviously discuss what we think other drivers might be doing in strategy. So some of them have been, especially when they've got co-drivers, which is everyone bar roadie, they can have their co-driver listening in and getting a bit of goss on what the other teams are doing.
I'd certainly worry if they're basing their strategic decisions on stuff that we say, because I commonly get stuff wrong. What did I say before?
Almost constantly.
I was talking about the pit stop stint lengths for a car, and it was the complete other car, and I was adding numbers from 2 different columns, and so please don't place any credence whatsoever on anything that I say from a strategic point of view, please.
It's yeah, well, I mean, I suppose they do that in real life as well, don't they? They sort of listen in on the
It makes sense though. I do get it.
And you see a lot of like footy coaches going like this and covering their mouth when they're in the box making calls and such, because I suppose they don't want people being able to lip read. You know, oh, we're putting X player on Y defender or whatever they happen to be doing.
Yeah, so it's probably about 10 laps away from the start of the next round of pit stops. So this is a phase of the race where things do start to sort of settle down a little bit, as we expect to happen. But Ethan Warren, I think he's just chipping away at that gap to Thomas McMillan, and so to Thomas McMillan on Corey McFarlane. So it's all converging there at the front. What have you seen, Bagzy?
Sorry guys, just saw going down to the first corner, Ethan Warren catching RSM Latino to lap him at quite a rate of knots and came very close to running into the back of him. And yeah, it was not a bit of heart and mouth moment for Ethan Warren there, I think.
Cool. It looks as if RSM Latino had a big lock-up going into the corner. We're just seeing a replay here.
Yeah, some smoke signals there from RSM Latino, and I don't think, because he was recovering because of that moment. He wasn't.
That wasn't his actual
his intention was to be a bit further up the road by the time that Ethan got there.
A little bit awkward.
Just a little bit, but no harm, no foul. Perhaps a little bit of harm on the timing screen for Ethan, as he would have lost a few tenths of a second out of that happening.
Perhaps some foul language.
Potentially, but I don't think he's the kind to do that.
We've had a DNF. Michael Pollard.
Michael Pollard.
Out of 13th place. So our first DNF on lap 49. I wonder if that's an accident or if it has been a... I didn't see him in the car. There he is.
No,
going through
there he is.
There he is.
They can't see
I
that.
believe it's a straight disconnect.
That's a shame. That's 49 laps. 49 laps before we've had our first DNF. So last year, I think it was quite a bit longer.
Lap 3 we had...
so we've gone quite a bit longer, I mean to say. So lap 3, and by that stage we'd already had 4 DNFs at the same point last year. So it's unfortunate for Michael Pollard and Lachlan Horan, who he did get a little bit of running, didn't he?
Yeah, Lachlan Horan started the car, so he's been in it up until very recently. I think their previous pit stop, they swapped out, so back on lap, where is he? Lap 33, they swapped to Mick Pollard in the driver's seat, and yeah, unfortunately, it looks like just a complete disconnect there.
So this is Brandon Ross, who we weren't sure whether Lewis Wedding would get home in time to do too much running, but we clearly have, as Michael Zalavary points to a spider that I'm not.
So Daddy Longlegs,
it's,
slowly making his way down.
Man up, you can hold them with your hand. They're not poisonous. At least I think that's a myth.
There's that urban legend that they're the most poisonous spider ever, but
anyway, just take it outside. It's fine. Anyway, so we can see Lewis Wedding there waiting to take over from Brendan Ross at some point. So that means that he's ready. He's back from work, Madbird, and so he can take over at whenever the opportunity presents itself. Brendan Ross is 3 laps off fulfilling his co-driver minimum. I don't know how they're going to be splitting up their driving of the 2 cars, but that is good to see that they're kind of ready.
I think Lewis Wedding just realised he was on camera and started looking around himself frantically.
Yeah, or have I done my makeup?
Go ahead, Bagzy.
Just on the drivers, the only people who haven't got in a car yet are Lewis Wedding, as we were just discussing about, Kurt Stenberg, and Luke Rosella, who set that brilliant pole lap last night. They're the only ones who haven't got in the car yet, so everyone else has had a turn of the wheel so far. But based on what we're doing, these guys could do driver changes and not have to change drivers again if they didn't want to, because they will have fulfilled those minimum laps.
I was going to say, Lewis Wedding has exited the seat, but he's just come back. There he is.
He's got himself a phone.
Yep.
Headset goes on.
Headset goes on, and
down he gets.
Bum on seat.
That looks like it's a lot easier to get into than your rig.
Yeah, a little bit. I think he's just a little bit more professional. He's got the streaming set up there with the pop filter and the mic stand, so good job there for Lewis Wedding. We'll stop embarrassing him
critiquing his setup.
No, I wasn't critiquing it.
Not that there's anything to critique.
I was jealous. I am jealous.
I is jealous.
What kind of wheel is that? It's a Thrustmaster or something? I'm not sure.
Very bright green light on the top of it, and he's eaten something. Anyway, we are looking at Brendan Ross's teammate, still circulating in 4th place. So, very, very good couple of stints here for Rossi. Still within touching distance of the lead pack. And when I say within touching distance, he's 30 seconds off. But he has not done a driver change, whereas Ethan Warren ahead has, obviously. It was Colin Warwick in the car until just recently. And Corey McFarlane's still leading by about 7 seconds. So that gap at the front not really moving at all.
RSM Latino is in the pits.
Yeah, I wonder if that is a scheduled stop.
Let's have a look at when they we're expecting them in around lap 57. That is early. Yeah.
No driver change, so
the last came in on lap 36. That's a 16-lap stint, and they have gone as far as 21 laps in the past. So as they come out in 11th place in close proximity to a couple of other cars.
So lap 51 seems like an odd, and 16 laps seems like a sort of awkward amount of time, not particularly.
Yeah, it's not. We're not seeing people do full stint lengths here. It must be them trying to get their pit stops out of the way soon, like quickly. And I mean, it'll probably become a little bit clearer a little bit later on in the day as we see Benjamin Rhodes here.
Yep, just having a look as he continues on. There he is. You can see he's got the shifter off to the our left-hand side, watching him.
His goal here to finish, he's done 98 laps last year. And so he's about halfway to the amount of laps that he did last year. If he can get past that 100, that would be a big psychological boon for him. And then, you know, it's all downhill the last 61 laps, surely.
Have we also lost Damo? We have lost Damien Kelly.
Oh, no.
When was that? That was on lap 48 by the looks of it that we lost Damien Kelly. The privateer number 4422. Did you notice if that was a disconnect or an accident or anything, Bagzy?
Looks like a disconnect.
I'm scrolling back through the video. It seems like it's a disconnect, but I haven't found it yet. It was very quietly disappeared, and it didn't actually show up on my timing screens for a little bit. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happens. But once I found out,
Bagzy, we just caught it on the replay. So he was coming up Mountain Straight, and it just sort of went to one side and disconnected, and that was it. So we're starting to see the attrition, albeit at hopefully a slower rate than what we had last year, but it's taking its control. It's taking its toll. It's a very warm part of the year in quite a lot of parts of this country. Definitely where we are here in South Australia, we've had a little bit of warmer weather lately, even though it has been a mild year on balance. But definitely last night was very, very warm indeed, and that can sometimes take its control on the computers. And we are now down to 13 runners.
Yes, indeed.
Corey's holding that gap. In fact, I think he's grown it a little bit to Thomas McMillan.
It's sort of been, after he had that trouble lapping those runners, he was about 5 seconds ahead, and it's sort of hovering between 6 and 7 seconds for the last few laps. So Thomas McMillan seems, I'm sure he can go faster than he's currently going. Previous lap was a 7.1. And for Corey, a 6.8. So we know Thomas McMillan can go faster than this. His tyres would still be fairly fresh, but he's maybe just trying to manage, trying to do a stretch out a slightly longer stint before I imagine Luke Rosella will be getting into the car at the next stop, I would imagine.
And Ethan Warren about 0.8 faster than Thomas McMillan on the previous lap.
Yeah,
that's big numbers.
Yeah, that's he's definitely reeling him in. Currently the gap about 3 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds between the two.
There is Ethan Warren. 10 seconds adrift of the lead, Corey McFarlane. So it looks like Corey is going to hand over to Kurt Stenberg potentially at the next pit stop. Or he might go one longer. We know that Corey and Kurt can only do one driver change for this whole race. So whether they do that at the next stop or the one afterwards, all of the drivers who haven't changed, which is just the leading two, Corey McFarlane and Thomas McMillan, they have now fulfilled, at the end of this lap, they will have fulfilled their 54 lap co-driver minimum.
Sorry to cut across you. Kurt Stenberg also just mentioning in the live chat, neither is Sean Allen yet to get in the car as well, because he was going to be late getting in from work as well. So Alex Cattle's still in that race on Oscar, down in 8th place.
Yeah, I missed that. Apologies for that.
And also Scott Nolan in the chat just saying Zach Baker and Lachlan Burke looked like they made contact at the final corner. So maybe that had something to do with, although it did certainly look like just a, I'm not seeing any huge changes in position or anything like that, so I'm not sure how much damage, if any, has been done to their cars or time. Looks as if Zach Baker was quite close behind Lachlan Burke.
Yeah, so that's happened a little while ago. We might pick up a replay of that, but we won't mention it until we see it. So meanwhile, Ethan, I think that we're having a little bit of frame loss on one of our computers there. We'll probably have to cut away from that. We're bringing up some replays of that moment if we can get it. So apologies for the breakup in your picture there. Here is the moment there where it looks like it was just a bit of a battle here going on between Zach Baker and Lachlan Burke. Coming into the final corner, as Scott Nolan mentioned, Zach Baker defending, and then a little bit of a move from one side to the other.
Can't see any real contact, maybe just a tiny touch there, but it was actually pretty clean. A bit of decent defending between the two. And then obviously they went on into the following lap. And Zach Baker actually got overtaken at some stage between then and now, because he's now behind Lachlan Burke.
Yeah, oops.
And yeah, this computer's still having some issues. Apologies for this. As we said, you know, technology is fallible, unfortunately, as much as I'm sure we'd all wish that it wasn't. So Zach Baker currently just sitting in 6th place. And
that one.
At the front, Corey still 6.5 seconds ahead of Thomas McMillan. It's the opposite of chilly. It's a little bit humid, if anything.
Yeah, we had a bit of a rainstorm last night here in South Australia.
We did, and we sort of because it was quite warm during the day, and then we stepped out onto the balcony following qualifying. And it's like, oof, this is uncomfortable.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't like Malaysia-like.
Yeah, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan during like wet season. It's like it's a different level of muggy. It's not particularly enjoyable. Let's say. Yes, Bagzy.
Sorry to interrupt your wonderful weather reminiscence, but Brendan Ross has been having a bit of a struggle. Last lap, he was a second and a half slower than Lachlan Burke behind him, and he's lost another half a second in the middle sector alone, and almost 0.4 of a second in the sector before that. So Lachlan Burke has gone from being a long way behind to very much on the back of Brendan Ross.
Is he having a bit of trouble with tyres, maybe? They're getting towards the end of their stints, about 5 laps, maybe 6 or 7 laps before we're expecting to see them come in.
Yeah, it looks like he came in on lap 40, did Brendan Ross. So about 17 laps into this stint, tyres starting to fall away from him. Maybe when did Lachlan Burke previously pit? They pit on lap 40 as well. So although it is a fresh driver in Lachlan Burke in that car, whereas Hans Brunswick's gotten out. So Brendan Ross, maybe a bit of fatigue as well. He's been driving for nearly 2 hours.
More than
over
2 hours, yeah. That's how long this race has been going. And
that's a long time to be.
It's not something to be underestimated. Those guys who are only going for the one driver change, I worry about those guys.
And that was a bit of a moment there for Brendan Ross going through Griffin's Bend. Managed to catch it, had a little bit of opposite lock by the look of it. And yeah, I think he's just getting tired. I think those tyres are starting to be a bit hurting. And Cameron Parrott, just ahead of them, needs to get out of the way quick, smart. If you're Brendan Ross, you're hoping he dives out of the way, but there's not really a convenient place to do it. He's done that quite well, actually. Just pulling off the racing line.
Whether he will... Yeah, and he does the same thing as well.
Very well done.
For Lachlan Burke. So that was very well done. But it does appear, given that pace discrepancy, that Lachlan Burke may well be relieving Brendan Ross of that position in fairly short order.
So we're just seeing in the Discord that Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly, who was in the car at the time, is game crashed, which as we saw, he just sort of skated off the track. Unfortunate for Luke Yeager, who's still in the game. His game's running fine, but he has no car to get out on track into. So unfortunately, technology failing the 422 car.
Yeah, and we did have a similar thing happen with one of our broadcast computers as well. So we've lost. Oh, this is tight. Actually, we'll come back to that because the battle for fourth is on as Brendan Ross is now dealing with a mirror absolutely full of Lachlan Burke, who goes down the inside, down into Murray's corner. They go in side by side, but on the way out, it's going to be a drag race across pit straight. I thought Lachlan would get the better traction there, but it hasn't eventuated. So for the time being, Brendan Ross holds on to that position, and Lachlan Burke will have to try something else if he wants to get into that position. So this has been simmering away for quite a few laps. Bagzy drew our attention to this about 2 laps ago, the pace that Brendan Ross was losing to Lachlan Burke. Now Lachlan Burke is trying to drive up the inside. He's got himself very well positioned there. It's going to be hard for Brendan Ross from here, and wide on the camber on the exit of that corner there and into the cutting. It is going to be Lachlan Burke.
Yeah, and Brendan Ross, we saw earlier on, he lost the position to Corey McFarlane, and then he managed to sort of pick his pace up and hold on to the back of that car. I wonder if this, maybe he's a little bit like our friend Sam Smith, who sort of needs someone to follow, needs a carrot to chase.
How many times do we bring that up in every broadcast?
I think we bring that up every single time. Oh, into the wall goes Brendan Ross. That looked a little bit, that looked like a bit of a hefty impact. Hopefully no damage for him. Going through metal grate by the looks of it, I think it was.
Yeah, so up through Reed Park. He brushed the wall there as well. And did that get him offline?
Here it comes. And
yeah. That car just understeered into the wall, didn't it?
Kept his foot in it by the looks of it, and he's got a little bit of damage, I reckon, because I just saw, a big puff of smoke from the front left tyre. And as they come down Conrod, he has lost a colossal amount of time. He's now 1.4 seconds behind Lachlan Burke when he was in the lead at the start of this lap. So that just goes to show how much, I reckon, fatigue, tyre wear would be the same as Lachlan Burke's, in theory anyway. But Brendan Ross has been in that car for over 2 hours now, whereas Lachlan Burke has been in it for probably, what?
A lot less than that.
30 minutes? 35 minutes?
Yeah, so he came in lap 40, so he's done 17 laps, however long it takes to do 17 laps, around about...
2 times 17?
Yeah,
33-ish.
32 minutes, something like that.
And you saw there, I think the tyres definitely for Brendan Ross as well. You saw him braking into Murray's corner. Basically, the car just snapped right, and he had to hold on to it. Zach Baker coming in for a pit stop on lap 58.
That's a scheduled stop for them. They were last in the pits on lap 36, and that's a 21-lap stint for them.
And
so that seems to be confirming their fuel burn is much higher than those around them. 21 lap for them.
Seems quite short in comparison to what we expected the standard.
A piece of bodywork on the pit straight there.
Looks like a bit of perhaps Rhodey's car.
You're saying that he had an accident somewhere?
I would not suggest that. I will just note as well for our viewers, this one, because we've had to restart one of our broadcast PCs, we don't have the standings on that side.
Yeah, we have it on one computer only, so we'll
bear with us.
Hopefully the other one doesn't die, but that's just a AMS thing. That happened. The same thing happened last year. I think we got a little bit further into the race before that happened, but just AMS things. So that means that Zach Baker will next be due in for his pit stop on lap 80. So we're currently on lap 58 as Zach Baker rejoins just behind Corey McFarlane a lap down. So he's just been put a lap down by that pit stop. So that's an awkward positioning for the ZB guys, isn't it?
Yeah, and I've been surprised by their lack of pace. Sounds harsh, but lack of pace. They just haven't seemed to have been. They haven't been as strong here as we've seen them in previous years. And as you say, the class of the competition has lifted, and as maybe they're struggling to sort of hang on to it.
Sorry, Madbird, this is the battle for second and third now, which I think we can start to call it a battle now because they're in the same picture. Thomas McMillan in second place doing 207.6s, very similar to what Corey McFarlane at the front is doing, but Ethan Warren is taking 0.5 of a second out of them. This has just ebbed and flowed ever so slightly throughout the stint. It's really been on a nice simmer, and now Ethan Warren is starting to make his presence felt in this race.
Well, and as we said with Lachlan Burke and Brendan Ross, Thomas McMillan has been in this car, and he's been doing some hard racing for over 2 hours, 2 hours and 13 minutes at this stage, whereas Ethan Warren's nice and fresh and in the car for the first time tonight. So, speaking of driver swaps, in the live chat, Kurt Stenberg just explaining that they can only do the one swap with Corey, as we've explained, because once he gives Corey the car, Corey's game crashes. So,
that's horrible.
They're at the stage now where Kurt can take over at any time because Corey has completed his 54 laps. So I suppose it'll be however long Corey feels like he's comfortable and can keep up this pace for. He'll stay in the car, I imagine, try to go as long as possible. Because obviously the less driver swaps you do, the faster you're going to be over the course of the race. There is Thomas McMillan, backlit.
Yeah, a little bit of a silhouetted figure, but you can see him sort of changing little bits and pieces there, changing gears that is, and then you can see the steering inputs. Let's see, is he struggling with his tyres or is it just a nice and smooth entry? Coming into the first corner here, coming into the corner, that looks pretty smooth, pretty, yeah, a little bit of a wiggle on the exit, but nothing more than you would expect. That looks reasonable. I think he's got the same steering. Does he have a similar steering wheel to Lewis Wedding? He's got a bird there. I didn't know
There's
that
a rainbow
was
lorikeet just walked across the ceiling of the cage behind him.
And his teammate is Luke Rosella, so it's very much he likes the colourful Australian birds, doesn't he, Thomas McMillan?
He really, really does. How lovely. I was gonna
So
say
Australian.
I want to ask him what sort of bird he has, but the bird itself has heard my thoughts and has answered that question for us. So very good to see a beautiful rainbow lorikeet or rosella in the background. Is there a difference between rainbow lorikeets and rosellas, or are they?
Yeah, different colours.
Oh,
yeah, rosellas are more like red.
With some blue.
Yeah.
Whereas rainbow lorikeets...
I've got a sauce bottle somewhere that's got them on
rosella on it, yeah.
Yeah. We're getting word in the live chat. Kurt Stenberg says, we'd like to get Corey to get max laps. However, his game is starting to have screen pauses. You got to bring that car in.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Also, Brendan Ross is also in to hand over to Lewis Wedding.
Oh, good call, Bagzy. Very well done. So
I went and had a chat with them earlier, and they were mentioning how their car is worse at the end of the run. So the lower fuel runs, it's not quite as good. So they are stronger at the start, and it's better when they're following a car as well. You guys was talking about having that carrot. It's definitely the case here for Ross, but he mentioned briefly that it's been 2 hours and 11 minutes. He's starting to feel it a bit, but now Lewis Wedding in the car.
Corey, having those frame stutters, and towards the end of his stint, Zach Baker behind him on fresh tyres. This is an awkward position for Zach Baker because, does he out-lap himself? What's the pace discrepancy there? This is very, very awkward and nervous times for the number 47. As Kurt said, they want max laps because otherwise it means that Kurt will have to do the thick end of 100 laps to get to the end. But if the frame stuttering's happening...
that's dangerous.
That's, there's no coming back from that. So that is a very uncomfortable situation for that car.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that in the past when we've run our own endurance events and stuff. Once, at a certain stage, the automobilista can sometimes just decide to drop frames willy-nilly, and you end up with 1 or 2 frames a second, which...
That's not something that you can come... The only way to recover it is to close automobilista, which puts you out of the race, and there's no way to return from that. So that... we cross our fingers there, because that's one of the 3 cars that we think has a very good opportunity to win this race. So, with Lewis Wedding now currently in the car, we can see him there on track. And this is his outlap, so sort of first kind of foray into the race for him, having taken over from Lachlan Burke, who did a large number of laps. I think, when did he come in? It was probably, we were expecting him in about lap 65, so he's actually, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number there. We were expecting him around lap 60, and that's when he came in. So this is the first outlap for Lewis Wedding.
Just spotted in the chat, guys, that apparently Alex Cattle is having issues with his up-down button mappings, as Corey has let Baker pass from the looks of it.
Probably a good
he's
call,
having
actually.
issues, so he might not be able to do the driver swap when Sean Allen arrives, which would be very unfortunate because it would mean that he would be having to transition to the roadie-like strategy of just doing the whole race by himself, which would be quite unfortunate.
Is it his bindings are wrong, or is it just that it isn't working?
This is just going off of Minardi Fan 95 in the chat, so I'm not sure.
That's Brody Stein's username. So
I believe they are in the same Discord together.
So, yeah.
So
that's unfortunate if that's true. I'm trying to think if there's like another way to do it, but there isn't. You have to change the option in the PFD. There's not really anything.
You can't
else.
do that without exiting it out of the session, which is not really feasible for them, unfortunately. So dramatic moments and nervy moments in this weird sort of space in the race where we still have a very, very long way to go. That will be... It'll feel like a bit of a mental thing, less than 100 laps to go, but whether or not that turns out to be the case, who knows. If you're experiencing a little bit of lag, apologies, we're just having a little bit of an issue right now with recover that. Hopefully it comes back soon.
We are running off a wireless connection, unfortunately, for this weekend, so it's doing quite well to be keeping up as well as it has. just it might have a little bit of buffering here and there, unfortunately.
Yeah, just having a few frame flashes as well, which isn't too good. So everything sort of everything being thrown at us right now. Looks like the internet speed might have just recovered a little bit, so that does give us an opportunity to head down to the Tech Talk bunker with Michael Zalavari. Michael, what have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Stairs. And we just caught this moment. I just caught the yellow flag coming through while we were watching the background of that shot of Zach Baker and Corey McFarlane. So we'll just run this through. This was a bit of a moment for Dane Liccardo. So coming over the S's, just a little bit of a twitch, and that sent him into the wall, into the dipper in a big way. And now we didn't see that because he parked up behind that board there, so you actually can't see him at all. But there goes our leaders. That was the battle that we were looking at. And it actually took him a long time to get himself righted again. So you'll see in a second as well, that's Thomas McMillan coming through and Ethan Warren. And so that was the gap in traffic that Liccardo needed to hit the wall on the other side of the dipper. So very, very lucky that he didn't get cleaned up by anyone coming through, and very lucky he didn't cause a safety car. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Michael. That flick spin to get him back facing the right way was one that...
Aggressive.
Yeah, there was quite a heavy hit on the outside wall there. I wonder if he's carrying a bit of damage there. What are we looking at now? This is Lewis Wedding putting Alex Cattle under a huge amount of pressure for 6th place. Alex Cattle, who you can imagine has got his mind full of how do I get this pit menu to work, because he needs to be able to do that to hand over to Sean Allen. And now all of a sudden he's got his mirrors full of Lewis Wedding, and it looks like he might be relinquishing that one without too much of a fight. Maybe a smart choice there.
Yeah, maybe trying to concentrate on his other issues, trying to figure out what his bindings are. Just going to start hitting all the buttons. We don't recommend that, Alex Cattle. As Lewis Wedding promotes himself up into 6th place soon after getting into the car. So who are we waiting for? So Thomas McMillan has yet to make his 3rd stop. Colin Warwick, Ethan Warren have yet to make their 3rd stop. And Corey McFarlane, Kurt Stenberg have yet to make their 3rd stop. So our top 3 cars still circulating, as is Lachlan Burke, car number 44, who's currently in 4th once again.
And Ethan Warren is in front of Thomas McMillan. So we're going to try and dig up the replay there, because we didn't see that live.
No, it must have been happening while we were looking at something else. It's very hard to keep track of, 13 cars around quite a long track. If something happens on the other side of the track to where you're looking, it can sometimes be difficult to spot it. Just watching Lewis Wedding stretching that advantage over Alex Cattle, who once again is probably concentrating on other things.
We're definitely going to have a round of pit stops very soon. The lap times are down into the 2:08s, which is quite a lot, it has to be said. Quite a slow thing. So we've found the replay. Sorry, just finding my place here. So this was Ethan Warren about 2 laps ago, and at the chase, closed right up on the back of Thomas McMillan. And it was on the run down here that Ethan Warren got the job done, and there wasn't really too much fight that Thomas McMillan had there. And it was a pretty tidy move there for Ethan Warren, who moves his way up into 2nd place and is now around about 6 seconds off of Corey McFarlane in the lead of this race.
As far as Corey's aware, the position the name in his rearview mirror is different, but the distance is about the same. Yeah.
We haven't really seen too much of Corey. We mentioned, I think Bagzy drew our attention to the fact that he let Zach Baker go, and that's probably intelligent, because it would have been nothing but a distraction. And Zach Baker currently, with those fresh tyres, lapping well into the 2:06s.
Yeah, so he's not too far ahead of Corey, but definitely far enough ahead that it wouldn't be causing Corey any issues in terms of vision and disturbance, I suppose. Not that Supercars is anywhere near as bad as Corey comes into the pits end of lap 63. Lap 64, sorry.
And Ethan Warren has stayed out, so because they went so much longer, and we did see Corey was the first one into the pits on the previous occasion, it just got them off sync by about 2 laps. If we look at the Corey McFarlane, Kurt Stenberg car, their last pit stop was on lap 39, whereas for the number 93 Ethan Warren car and Colin Warwick car, that was lap 41. So 2 laps difference.
Will they be making their driver change now? Kurt did say that they were having some screen pauses. Bagzy?
They've got to make it now. They're not going to... It'd be too risky to try and push through a whole other stint. And if they did a short stint, it'd just be compromising their overall race strategy. So realistically, they have to make the driver change here, which means we're going to be looking at 97 laps.
I don't think they're doing it.
It does sometimes...
97 is a long time.
It sometimes doesn't update the actual name showing on the faceplate until they leave their pit box. So
well, we're going to keep our eyes trained on this. We've also had one of the Vivid Esports cars come in. They have, okay. They've gone for elected for the safe option. And that means, as you said, Bagzy, 97 laps for Kurt Stenberg. He's in to the end of the race now.
Well, I hope he's got a comfortable seat.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly no stranger to doing 1,000s. There was one year, I think it was the first ASC Bathurst 1,000 year. He'd done one for RSM and he'd done one for the iRacing. I think it was V8 Scops or something like that in the same week. So he had a 3,000 laps of racing in that week. Not that he was in the car for all of those, of course, because of the driver changes. But
well, that's about 18 hours of concentration, regardless.
Corey won't be getting back in the car, and I must say that he did a very, very good job there. So it's a shame that because of his game issues that they couldn't take the risk of keeping him out in the car for much longer. But he's done himself. I mean, he gave Kurt the car in the lead, so he's done a very, very good job there.
Hans Brunswick has jumped in the car from Lachlan Burke, and Lewis Wedding's clearly been putting in some good laps. We did mention that car they felt was worse on the low fuel section, and the gap between them is fairly significant. It's about 5 seconds or so, possibly more. I can't see exactly, but Lewis Wedding is going up through the cutting and Hans is only about halfway there, and there is RSM Latino, it's a lapped car in between them. So Lewis Wedding clearly putting in some good laps. So despite Lockie Burke overtaking Ross earlier, Hans is going to have to overtake Wedding now because of the time Lewis gained.
Okay.
There is Kurt.
Yes, on screen there as well. Completely irrelevant to what Bagzy was just saying, but yes, Kurt Stenberg, he saw us jump into the Discord, and you could just sort of see him glance out the corner of his eye at us. Sort of, hopefully we're not distracting him too much. Now there is a serious wheel. If you see, it's actually rattling his rig a little bit, but you see the Toyota race cam little logo on the bottom right hand there. He's got a proper setup there, doesn't he?
He really, really does. That is an intense bit of kit. And you can see the force that it's given him, even going down a straight, presumably.
Yeah, it's rattling that'd be rattling the fillings out of your teeth, wouldn't it? But Kurt Stenberg is a young man with, I should say, very healthy teeth. I'm guessing there. I have absolutely no access to his dental records whatsoever.
I'll have to ask him about if he's had his wisdom teeth out or anything at some stage. But no, he looks at ease, despite the fact that he's wrestling with that wheel.
Well, he's only put in 1 lap so far, so on the first sort of sector, well, he was 2/10 faster than Ethan Warren through his middle sector, but of course they are offset. Ethan Warren, who...
Oh, sorry, Alex Cattles tried to go into the pits, he's missed.
Oh, no.
he's missed!
Has he done the Richo line? Or he's had to just bail out of it completely?
Yeah, well, we're going to catch a replay. So he was in amongst a few other cars there. And was he due in, Bagzy?
I believe they were. We're expecting around about lap 65, which is the lap that we are on. So
just locked up.
Yeah.
Oh, he's retired.
He's retired.
Oh, no.
That's a shame.
Back in the pit.
Yep, so perhaps wasn't able to resolve that issue, perhaps.
Well, let's just follow this replay through. Did they not have enough fuel to get around again?
Well, it looked as if he had. He wasn't going that quick. He had enough. He had enough slowdown that he would have been able to turn around and dive into the pits. So I'm surprised that he just continued and just disappeared back to the track. So back to the pits. So I'm not sure whether that was a technical issue or
So Sean Allen won't be jumping in that car anyway, so that sort of puts paid.
That's
He
a
wasn't
shame.
going to be. He wasn't going to be. It just wasn't going to be for Race on Oz. In that car, they've still got the other sister car, Brody Steen and Benjamin Dahlia running. So that takes us down to well, was it 12 cars? Let's actually not guess. Let's have a look.
It is 12 cars.
13.
No,
Oh, yeah,
12.
no, because Alex Heddle hasn't dropped out of the timing sheets yet.
That's very correct.
The DNFs, we've had Michael Pollard, Damo, and Alex Cattle. It's actually not too bad, really, is it? 3 cars on lap 66.
Not too bad at all. I've had enough of you, Stairs.
Oh, okay.
So I'd
You're going to hop out of commentary?
No, you're going to hop out of commentary.
Oh, I'm going to hop out of commentary. Right.
Yes.
Beg your pardon. Well, I will. I'll hand over, shall I? Michael Zalavari is going to take my spot. We'll see you in a bit.
You do that, matey. I'm sure I'll see you in a bit and have some. We've got some food on the way for our own pit stops. So very, very excited to nosh on that. But Michael, welcome to the Combox.
Thank you very much, Madbird. Glad to be back. And the race has changed quite a bit since I was last in.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Were there any DNFs when you were previously in the Combox?
No, all of the DNFs have happened when I've been away.
So when me and Stairs are in the Combox is when all the DNFs happen. So that bodes well for laps 110 through 125 and 150 to the end. So get ready for an attritional couple of sectors.
Well, hopefully it's not nearly as attritional as last year's event where we had only 4 cars finished. It was an enthralling finish, but only 4 cars. We just caught RSM Latino in the pits, which is a pit stop, I think, very much on sequence for them. They've come in a little bit earlier, actually, lap 66. So that's only a 15-lap stint for them.
Yeah, that's quite short, so not sure. They did have a short one previously as well. On laps 36 to 51 was only a 16-lap stint, and then, like you say, another 15-lap stint. So I wonder if perhaps they've got a similar issue to what we saw a couple of years ago, where one of the cars was unable to edit their pit menu, and so weren't able to change out of 15-lap stints, because they seem to be doing roughly that each time around.
Yes, indeed. And it's one of those finicky things with Automobilista. It very much requires you to play the game its way, not your own way. So it's very finicky. It doesn't like being told what to do effectively. So you have to have all these contingencies in place before you start a race session. Otherwise, you end up, doing 15-lap stints.
Previous lap, Benjamin Dahlia a 2:10.3 with Lewis Wedding a 2:8.6. So the gap between
Dahlia's in the pits.
That would be it.
So let's see if we can find Benjamin Dahlia. There he is. Thank you very much for that, Bagzy.
Good looking out.
And you've been very much on top of our pit lane, pit tracker as well, Bagzy. So I want to commend you for that. Saved us a lot of work in the box. So that's the pit stop for Benjamin Dahlia. Let's see if we can find... we can't find his teammate because that car has retired in the time that I've been away, which is very sad. Giving Sean Allen the ignominious achievement of being the only driver not to turn a lap in this year's ASC Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, that's a shame. And I was looking forward to seeing what he was able to do after being sort of out of the game for a little bit. I was hoping to see just how much it has all stuck with him, but it was not to be, unfortunately.
So watching Lewis Wedding at the moment, the team has been machine. He's still winding into his pace, a 2:08 last lap around. I'm not sure if he made some sort of mistake on the last lap. But what I do want to see is I want to see the pace of this man, Luke Rosella, who has recently stepped into the car. Let's have a look. His last lap around was a 2:06.2, but prior to that was a 2:05.4. I think he was actually the fastest man on track. So this battle for the top 3 may be coming
a bit closer fairly shortly.
We didn't actually have a record for when they made that pit stop, Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan.
Looks like a lap 66 for those guys.
Lap 66. So Luke Rosella into the car for the first time today. It's 2 p.m. Nowhere near night.
It feels like it's night somewhere in the world.
It's night somewhere. So Luke Rosella, 8 seconds off the lead, or 9 seconds thereabouts. Ethan Warren ahead of him, 2 seconds behind Kurt Stenberg. So 10 seconds covers the top 3 at the moment, and you would expect that is going to compress.
It would certainly make it very exciting for us if it does.
Kurt Stenberg, after being quite down on their pace in comparison to those people around him during shootout and qualifying last night, currently leading the race as we see Luke Rosella in a dungeon. That looks very similar to the living area of my old home in Door Park. So I wonder if it's apparently a very common floor plan, because I know someone else that lived in an identical house. So I wonder if it's the same thing.
I have no idea how to respond to that.
I was not seeking a response, as Lewis Wedding on our other screen just brushes the wall going across the top of the mountain.
And survives. Just.
And is yet to be known whether he thrives. But he has at least not become deceased, which is probably the ideal circumstance.
And
a fastest lap for Luke Rosella.
Purple sector 1 on that lap for Rosella, and we'll just catch the last sector time as well when it comes through. Hopefully, maybe, perhaps. A
40.008.
Absolutely flat, thank you, Bagzy. And so that's the new fastest lap of the race. Yes, Bagzy.
So that's all of the pit stops shaken out for the time being. And all the top 3 are actually, they're all sharing the front straight at the same time. They're that close still. So after 70 or so laps of racing, we're still very, very close at the front here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we just take a quick look further up the field, I hope I can press this the right way. There we are. So we're just looking at Ethan Warren now. His last lap was a 5.7, which was the same as Kurt Stenberg, a 5.7. So despite setting a brand new fastest lap, Rosella only gained back about half a second on these two. So the pace is absolutely red hot at the front. And check this out. It's going to be an absolute mess in a second, because they're coming across Roadie once again.
At the start of Conrod Straight.
Oh, and it's in the wall again!
There'd be some nightmares coming from Roadie and this particular corner in combination. Kurt Stenberg managed to get through mostly unscathed, probably lifted out of it a little bit. That gap now down to a second between himself and Ethan Warren. Ethan Warren still, of course, has to lap Roadie, who is now 4 laps behind the lead. Doesn't look like he's going to get it done into the chase. Roadie hopefully will be getting out of the way on the way down into Murray's.
He's not out the way.
He's not out of the way. Excellent.
So well done, Mr. Roadie.
Got well and truly out of the way by the looks of it.
So this battle at the front is hotting up. I just want to take a quick glimpse at this battle as well for 4th and 5th. Lewis Wedding versus Lockie Burke. Burke has actually been reeling in Wedding. Sorry, that's actually Hans Brunswick. So last lap around, it was 1.5 seconds that Brunswick was quicker than Lewis Wedding. So we'll keep eyes on this quickly. And we've got our second screen watching the battle for the lead in case that changes, because both of these are hotting up very, very quickly.
Yeah, Hans Brunswick and Lewis Wedding, a lot of experience racing with each other and against each other, so I imagine this will be a tasty battle to watch.
And we'll just go back to the lead battle as well. So
half a second now separating Kurt Stenberg and Ethan Warren.
Oh, this is tight. I don't know what to watch. I want to watch both. I want to watch all of it. So we're just we'll flick between back with the battle for 4th. So these guys race on the same team in ASC competition normally. Team Ultimate 9 Racing. Haven't had the most compelling season for those guys. A few podiums here and there. But you would expect Hans to make short work of Lewis, considering how quick he has been in relative terms compared to Lewis, who tortures the rears on the exit.
Lewis, what have you done for me lately?
In fact, Hans got an awful run out of Hell Corner. And so we might have to leave that alone and check these guys out as they come down Conrod Straight. It's all happening here just as I step into the box. Lap 70 we've ticked over. And this is looking very, very racy between Ethan Warren and Kurt Stenberg, Madbird.
Lewis Wedding must have had an issue because he was 1.2 seconds slower than Hans Brunswick on the previous lap. So that cannot just be pace itself. As we watch Kurt Stenberg watch Ethan Warren grow ever closer in his rearview mirror, but does not quite get within striking distance down into the chase on towards Murray's, and it looks like he's too far behind to make a dive. It would take a very, as we've got a penalty for Rhodey, a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure if that is for entering the pits.
It's speeding in the pit lane.
Speeding in the pit lane for Rhodey. Both cars are nuts to butts as we're watching at the moment. Ethan Warren right on the tail of Stenberg through Hell Corner, coming up Mountain Straight. Who gets the run this time around? It looks like, Warren's right in the wheel tracks as they come up the hill. Stenberg's all the way to the inside.
He's defending. He's gone the absolute tightest line he can very early on the Mountain Straight. And meanwhile,
it's side by side, he goes around the outside! Oh, what a move! Can he hold it in? Not quite, not quite. They're going to go side by side up towards the cutting. They're rubbing, they're touching, they're moving, they're mashing. And it's going to be, they almost touch again as they get into the cutting.
Incredibly close racing here, side by side, but Kurt Stenberg's going to hold on to it for the time being, I think. Ethan's going to have to go around the outside, and that isn't going to work. So he manages to hold on to that. Meanwhile, on the complete other side of the track, we are watching...
Hang on. We'll just keep our eyes on this as they come through the top of the mountain. And it looks like Stenberg has just managed to eke out a little bit of a gap. Well, do we have the time? I don't think we have the time. I'm just going to keep eyes on this because I don't want to miss anything that happens.
Yep, so Kurt Warren still leading from Ethan Warren, but Kurt Stenberg leading from Ethan Warren. Right behind him, but he is going to be right on his tail as they come out of Forest Elbow. So a very good run down Conrod necessary for Kurt Stenberg. He looks like he got a good exit, but Ethan Warren did as well, and he's right on his tail as they come down Conrod Straight, and he's going to have a go into the chase, you would expect. He's already alongside him. He's diving out for the inside through the chase. He's right. There looks like there's nothing between the two of them.
Over the grass on the entry to the chase. Can Warren close the door? Looks like he has, and he's finally made the move for the lead. Well done.
Very good racing there between the two of them. Ethan Warren taking the lead of this race. First time that the Corey McFarlane Kurt Stenberg car hasn't been in provisional lead for quite a long time. Good to see someone else up there, but I suppose we'll have to see if Kurt Stenberg's able to reel that back in.
And while this was happening on our other screen.
Rains at pause.
This is Lewis Wedding versus Hans Brunswick into the chase on the last lap around, side drafting each other into the corner. Hans got the move done, and Lewis threw it back down the inside, trying to keep that position. They made a bit of contact on the exit of the chase, and as it happened, Lewis was able to hold on, but they slowed each other down to the tune of about 3 or 4 seconds on that lap alone. So very difficult stuff there between the two of them. And actually, as we begin to go back to that battle, it looks like Hans has made that position now. So well done by Hans in the end. We didn't catch where that position was made, but it has gone the way of the AAR number 44 machine. A little update from the live chat while this has all been happening. Minardi Fan 95, which I believe is Brody Steen, adding into the live chat that Alex Cattle, who we saw miss the pit lane and then disconnect from the race, he said he was trying to find the button for the LCD up and actually accidentally hit the return to garage button.
Oh no.
So that is why we saw the DNF for Alex Cattle, and Sean Allen immediately afterwards is saying that he's trying to get permission to do a Brocky and jump in the other Race on Oz machine.
I don't think it's possible. I don't think Automobilista allows you to do such a thing, so...
it does, because you basically, the way that you select it is you go to the car, like you observe it like we're observing the cars now through commentary, but then you click a button that is essentially puts you in the passenger seat to do the driver swap. So theoretically, we could jump in and do a driver swap from these ones if we had wheels connected.
Do we want to do it?
It would be impractical for us to comment. Although I think, Floody, did you commentate a race and drive in at the same time at one point, I believe?
Yeah, it was only very recently. We did the last race for the AS Super Series, and we had a few entries drop out at the very last minute, and so me and Rhodey, who were on commentary, just thought, oh, stuff it, we'll just jump in and commentate from the driver's seat. And I managed to not destroy the battle for the lead in the lower class by trailing them all that time. So, yeah, happy days.
Yeah, so yeah, I wanted to, while those battles are going on, we're trying to keep everything together. Kurt Stenberg, he's having this battle with Ethan Warren at the moment, but there's something that he has to consider beyond the tyres and fuel is his own mental fatigue, because he is going to have to do almost 100 laps, and if he's doing them battling, it's hard enough to do 100 laps of Bathurst, but you're doing it battling up with Ethan Warren, and he's got to save himself a bit for the end of this race, because if any mistakes he makes, the longer this race goes on, the harder they're going to be to recover from, and potentially the bigger they are, because those small errors and those small mental mistakes can really cost you, be it a strategy problem, entering the wrong thing in the pits, or just hitting the wall or another car. So he's got to be really careful.
Speaking of hitting a wall or another car, he almost had a moment there. Sorry to interrupt you, Bagzy. He almost binned it in the S's, akin to what Dane Liccardo did just a few laps ago. Thank you very much, Bagzy.
Nice.
So yeah, all of that stuff about managing the driver, managing driver comfort, making sure that you're able to be hydrated and be cool and refreshed at the end of the race is going to definitely come to the fruition for Kurt Stenberg as this race goes on, Madbird.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've gone through 2.5 litres just sitting here on my ass, so never mind being in the cockpit battling over and over again as the race goes on. He is only, what are we, lap 73, so he's about 7 laps into his very first stint in the car. About 9 laps rather into his first stint in the car, with about 86 or so left to go. So he's got a long way to go, and he has to try to, as we saw, I reckon that's what it was with like Brendan Ross and Thomas McMillan. We saw the huge pace difference they had to the cars around them where the drivers had swapped. A lot of that would have been fatigue, and that was only about 2 hours worth of racing. Kurt Stenberg's going to have to do almost 4 hours in the cockpit by himself.
That's a hard yakka for Kurt. We just quickly found... sorry, Bagzy. We just quickly found Lewis Wedding under threat from Zach Baker. He's dropped away from Hans Brunswick very quickly. Bagzy, go ahead.
I was going to say about Lewis Wedding, we heard earlier from them that their car is worse towards the end of the stints. There's probably at least 10 laps left, but you can see the effect here. First Hans, and now it looks like Zach Baker's going to make the pass.
Yeah, it's going very, very quickly in the wrong direction for Lewis Wedding, and Zach Baker goes around the outside at the chase. That's a very scary move. Thank you, Bagzy. And we'll just sneak ahead. There's a bit of contact, a bit of rubbing on the exit of the chase. This could end in tears, and Baker's around! Baker's around, he's in the wall!
Baker is around, and that looked like entirely Lewis Wedding, just rubbing and he's not happy, flashing the lights.
I doubt it. Let's have a quick replay of that. So we saw this here. Baker was around the outside. There was just a touch, and then tipped in and just whacked straight against the concrete there. And that would not have been very happy in the ZB Racing Commodore cockpit there. Unlucky for Zach Baker. Well, I don't even think that's unlucky. That's just...
That's poor racing from Lewis Wedding, I would say. That it was just... He was never going to... I don't know if he was trying to like bump draft him down towards Murray's, and there was just constant contact on that rear left corner of Zach Baker's car. It was inevitable it was going to tip it into the wall, and it looks as if his handling might be suffering a little. He's wiggling going through Griffin's Bend. And yeah, that was just messy to watch.
It was, yeah, and Baker's lighting up the rears now as well. It's, of course, that's going to affect the tyre life of those cars. He'll be driving on hexagons at the moment. He's going to bump around because of the sort of mess and...
6 or 7 seconds the Zach Baker lost during that tussle, and it looks as if Luca Rosello might be starting to catch up on second.
Oh, there's a crash. We've heard a car in the wall at Griffin's, and that might have been Cameron Parrott that was just getting passed by our leaders. Let's see if we can find that We heard it in our ears, and it made quite a crash. So let's see if we can have a look at what happened. So here is Cameron Parrott. Oh, I've not pressed the cut button. So we'll just scroll that one back a little bit. And so, yeah, he was just getting passed by our race leader, Ethan Warren, went a little too deep under brakes and hit the tyre barrier at Griffins. So lucky not to suffer more severe damage. But now he's going to be under threat from, he's going to be under the hammer of our race second place at the moment, Kurt Stenberg, as they come down the mountain. And what this is going to do, Madbird, is this going to back Stenberg all the way into Rosella, and they're going to be almost nose to tail as they come into Conrod Straight.
Gets out of the way going into Forest Elbow. Very well done there by Cameron Parrott to get out of the way. Cost Kurt Stenberg a little bit of time, but honestly could have been a lot worse. But Luke Rosella, you can see how close he is there in the background. He is about 1.3 seconds behind Kurt Stenberg, and he's going to have to obviously make that position on Cameron Parrott as well. But Cameron Parrott, now aware that he's right there behind him, presumably will get out of the way in short order. Kurt Stenberg just continuing on. He's lost about 3.5 seconds to Ethan Warren, who has cleared off as soon as he's made that position.
Yeah, if we look at the lap times around for this lap, Ethan Warren's just come across the line we'll wait for it to update on our live races. By the way, if you do want to jump in and get the same live timing that we get in the booth, you can jump onto RSM Clan AU. That's rsmclanau.liveracers.com and click on the live server and you get the live timing data that shows you that on that last lap, Kurt Stenberg lost 1.5 seconds in arrears of Cameron Parrott. So traffic really biting Stenberg on the bum there, Madbird.
Yes, indeed. Traffic biting him on the bum. What else have we got to look at? So Lewis Wedding still... Zach Baker's actually starting to catch back up to Lewis Wedding, which he'd probably be a little bit worried about. Zach Baker, that is. Being a little bit worried about being anywhere near Lewis Wedding on track after the previous meeting they had. About 4 seconds is that gap. Let's do a little run through the order. So we've got Ethan Warren in the lead. Kurt Stenberg 4 seconds adrift.
Oh no, hang on. I like doing this the fun way. Let me do it the fun way.
Okay.
I gotta do it the fun way. Where's a nice place to... We'll get them into the cutting here. So here is... Oh, that's one of our lap runners. And then there is Ethan Warren. So coming through the cutting. In a second, we'll see Kurt Stenberg dropping through.
And Luke Rosella right behind him. So that gap is getting very... That's almost under a second now between those two.
That's Cameron Parrott. And then we've got a long load of nothing until we get to our next person on track, which is actually RSM Latino. So let's find RSM Latino. Here he is at Skyline. So we've seen that these guys are being affected by a bit of a pit stop drama. They can't seem to get more than about 20 laps to a stint, so they're going to be struggling for a little while. Here he comes into the elbow rather. And our next driver on track will be Dane Liccardo. We'll just see him in a moment. Liccardo has shown pace in patches, but there he is. Also had that big crash. He's lucky to still be in the race, is Dane Liccardo, truth be told.
Well, but this time last year he wasn't. He DNF'd on lap 53 in the 2020 ASC Bathurst 1000. So he's currently gone about 24 laps further than that. So very well done. It's all improvement.
Here is Rhodey, who is the next man to come through the elbow.
Still going.
Which is great to see that he can still keep it on. And then here is fourth place. That was Hans Brunswick. So that just shows you how big the gap is between third and fourth. The tune, how big is it, Madbird?
It is massive. The gap between third and fourth is about a minute.
Oh, sorry, he's running. That's Lewis Wedding. He almost pitched it into the wall at the elbow.
And that Zach Baker has caught right back up onto the back of him. So he is well and truly beginning to drag that gap down.
Here's the replay of what happened to Lewis Wedding. Look at that slide. He was out of control.
Very well done to keep it out of the wall there.
blimey, close run thing there for Lewis Wedding. But that just kind of goes to show you as we catch up. Back up with Kurt Stenberg, who's doing his best to try and throw it in the wall as well. It's all happening here at the MCG, except at Bathurst. It just kind of goes to show you just how big the gap is between the top 3 and the top 3 combinations, and then the next group of All-Australian racers, has-been racers, and ZBDN. ZBDB?
ZB Racing.
ZB Racing with David Nenadic.
Zach Baker Racing. Yeah, they're starting to compress again. We're seeing 2 battles, much like we saw just before, we're seeing 2 battles beginning to eventuate at the same time, which is awkward for us, but great for the
great for the viewers.
Absolutely.
Remember when we had picture-in-picture of the 2 screens at once and we didn't have to show people on their webcams?
That was fantastic. The webcams bring a whole other level of drama to it.
Oh, absolutely. And this is, again, it's an absolute privilege to just walk into a set, like an actual production set like this that Stairs has been able to put together, and just have all of these buttons to press and things to play with and lights to turn on and off and people to see on screen. It's like a kid in the candy store sort of situation for myself. I know, Madbird, you're scared of buttons that light up, so...
Yeah, I don't touch buttons. I just come here and talk some crap. But whatever, it seems to work out. So that gap between Lewis Wedding and Zach Baker under a second now, as you can see them go through the S's and down the dipper.
And Bagzy?
Just early this lap, guys, before you guys jumped on with Zach Baker and Lewis, seeing both of them at Reed Park hitting the wall. Just a glancing sort of blow, but yeah, it was Lewis had a bigger moment than Zach Baker, but yeah, here we go again.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go again. Thank you, Bagzy. And Baker is in the slipstream of the Has-Beens Commodore as they come down Conrod straight into the chase. Is he going to try and make a move again? Oh, it's right. And there's a touch. There's a big touch. It looked like Baker didn't expect Lewis to break nearly as early as he did. And Lewis fires across the gravel and the grass. And there's another one. This is... And they're both into the pits. No, Baker's into the pits. That must be some damage there.
Yeah, well, Baker also Baker's been in the car for 2 laps longer than Wedding has, so Baker's been in for about 21 laps.
I should just not try and do things on the fly.
See, this is why I'm scared of buttons. But yeah, it looked like, in fairness to Lewis, it looked like he was sort of not in complete control of the car as he came out and onto the track once again.
So here was the first moment. So it looks like there was definitely contact in the braking zone. And then again, as Lewis came onto the track, I'm not sure if that was an intentional moment for Baker or if he just saw the...
It looked as if Lewis was going to keep a lot more to the right-hand side of the track when he rejoined, and then his car looked like it was sort of out of control and just sort of snaked itself across. So I think it was just unseen by both of them. So we've got Zach Baker swapping back out again.
Still in the pits. So that's how long he's been in the pits since that moment, and he's now put David Nenadic in the car. So that's twice now. That's twice the involvement between Zach Baker and Lewis Wedding forced a massive amount of contact and a spin at that same part of the track. So I believe there's going to be some heated words, heated heads in the ZB Racing garage. But we'll leave that behind for now and keep our eyes on this battle between Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella as they come across the top.
Yeah, and as Bagzy said, they seem Lewis Wedding and Brendan Ross talking about how their car doesn't seem to be too good at the end of the stint. Lewis Wedding had been in that car for 2 laps less than Zach Baker, and you saw how much pace Zach Baker had in comparison. So that is that car must be just awful to control towards the end of a stint. Kurt Stenberg will be coming toward the end of his first stint in about 10 laps time. But at the moment, he's got to defend against Luke Rosella, who is all over his gearbox as they come down through the S's and the dipper. And he is going to have a run down Conrod Straight, you would expect at this stage. See if we can get some footage of Kurt Stenberg in the car. He's got a rear view mirror full of Mick Taylor Racing Team. And there he is.
Absolutely, he's telling Luke to go around there, so Luke will he's getting given the wave around, is he? No, yes, no. Neither of them are really committing to it.
It's a Lewis Wedding and Max Verstappen in Saudi Arabia. Like, no after you, sir.
Lewis Wedding and Max Verstappen.
Lewis Hamilton. God. Lewis Wedding wishes he was in Formula 1, probably.
And so they're still side by side. They've been side by side since the chase. They're just having an absolute laugh here. We'll see if we can find Luke Rosella's on board as well and just have a look at what he's doing.
Kurt Stenberg looking like he wants to try to go down the inside at Hell Corner, but is not going to do that on this particular occasion. Has to slot in behind him for the climb up Mountain Straight. And looks pretty calm in the Rosella cockpit, as you can see there on our picture-in-picture. Just, it doesn't look too pumped, too flapped, as Kurt Stenberg's trying to go around the outside of Griffin's Bend. And he might have that job done.
Why are they going side by side? They've been side by side the entire bottom half of the lap. This is going to end in tears if they try and go through the cutting side by side.
Someone is going to end up in the fence.
There's a bit of a grimace there from Luke as they get through. Ooh, this is tight. Oh, big light-up moment of oversteer from Rosella as well. And so they are absolutely fanging it through the bottom half of the circuit.
That has been almost a lap of side-by-side between the two of them. The only place they haven't done it is across the top of the mountain here, which would be scary to say the least.
It is not recommended.
No, definitely not.
Oh, blimey. So we'll leave Luke and Kurt. Do we want to leave Luke and Kurt away for the moment?
Do we have any other battles?
No, I mean, we'll leave the onboard. Or do we want to stay with the onboard? The onboard is kind of cool.
Stay with the onboard. I wish we had a way to have
both of them side by side. Yeah,
so you could see their reactions to things. It's a lot of setup to get even this working though. So I won't complain. Luke Rosella seems by far the calmer in the cockpit.
Yeah, I think Rosella has just that coolness about him, whereas I know that Kurt tends to be a bit of a. Is calling Kurt a hothead? No, he's not really a hothead. He's just a lot.
He is a lot, which is, you know, I don't think that's particularly an insult, as Corey's going to have a go down into Murray's, but looks of it has a good run out of the chase. Kurt smiling in the cockpit. Oh, looked like there was going to be a turn in there from Luke Rosella. Then you can see Kurt is having a blast of a time in the cockpit. He's got a smile on his face as they go into Hell Corner.
He is absolutely loving this.
Luke Rosella lines up and gets a much better exit out of Hell. He's going to have a good run up and into Griffin's.
Oh, this is cracking stuff. You just see the smile on Kurt's face. He is absolutely loving this, and so are we. Yeah, big thumbs up, the big razz up. He's loving it.
He's got plenty of time to think about it all the way up Mountain Straight. Luke Rosella thinks for a second about diving around the outside, cuts up the inside, and is going to have the best run into the cutting. Kurt, however, still on the inside.
I don't like this. It's a tag on the wall for Rosella. They managed to keep it through. That was almost the deepest quality. Oh, it's a big slide as well. Surely not side by side through Reed Park as well. Come on, guys. Oh, they sorted it out.
Just barely. All of this, you can see Kurt's laughing. He's having a great time. All of this is giving Ethan a nearly 10-second lead of this race. These two squabbling over each other is letting the Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick car streak off into the distance.
I kind of want to, I can't stop looking at how much Kurt's having fun. Let's look at the smile on his face. It's brilliant. And so, while this is happening, 2 seconds they lost last lap around to Ethan Warren. So it's been... They're certainly making some choices at the moment. They're certainly making some choices. Whether or not that's going to pay dividends at the back end of the race is another thing entirely. But it's certainly great fun to watch.
It is fantastic. He's loving it. Oh, love your work, Kurt. Yeah.
Giving it the giddy up.
Oh, don't distract yourself off the track, mate. Keep your head in it. My goodness, as they go into the chase, looks like Luke might be a little bit further behind than he has been the last couple of laps. Just checking in with the live chat. The Nightwolf asking, how is Rody going? Well, he's still driving around, which is better than last year. He's at lap
5 laps down.
Lap 78 for him at the moment, or lap 77. He got to lap 98 last year before DNFing, so let's see if he can break that 100 barrier.
Ooh.
Also got the news from Sean Allen. Just got the news he can't jump in and do a Brocky. He was surprised to do the qualifying lap, so he'll take that positivity from the weekend and into the next season when he's back full time. It'll be fantastic to have you, Sean. We've missed you this year.
Check this out for a view.
Fantastic view.
This is coming up Mountain Straight in the wheel track of Kurt Stenberg from Luke Rosella's cam.
And Mick Taylor just pointing his gun at that rear right wheel of Kurt Stenberg.
They're absolutely hammer and tonging it through the mountain at the moment. It's so close. It's crazy close at the minute between everyone. It's just this battle is just.
It just keeps going. It's the battle that keeps on giving. There's a couple of tenths between them as they go across the top of the mountain. That dashboard just keeps making me smile. And Luke Rosella, he seems a tiny bit more animated. He's got a little bit of a smile on his face. He's enjoying this. This is a cracking battle, and for us to watch as well. But that lead at the front now, 11 seconds.
Oh, Stenberg with the big lock-up.
Lots of smoke signals, as Stairs would say, going through Skyline.
So let's actually just take a moment here, and let's just sit back and watch a master at work in the midst of this battle from the driver's eye view. Don't think you could even get closer between these two cars. They come down the mountain, Madbird. That was mighty tight.
Came as close to escaping. He came as close to getting that position as one of Mick Taylor's victims came to escaping before, his head was put on a stake or whatever it was, a head on a stick thing.
Blimey.
I can't even remember. And he's going down the inside.
Oh, that's huge!
And it looks like Kurt's holding onto it around the outside. Did not get distracted off the track. Very well done to Kurt Stenberg. Luke with a smile on his face. He's enjoying this battle. And what a cracking battle it is.
We are absolutely loving it here in the comm box. Again, right under the nose of the wheel of that car as we come around the outside.
He has to give up that position.
Huge drift on the outside as well. Oh, this is cracking stuff. I'm absolutely having a blast just watching this happen.
This is fantastic. Bagzy, you're going to have to let us know if there's another battle happening because I think we're
just entrapped.
Focused.
This is the main thing that's happening on track at the moment. Nothing else of consequence is really happening.
Brilliant. Love to hear it. We're just going to watch this on board over the top of the mountain as well, because I expect once we get down to the chase again, it's going to be as close as it was prior. In fact, Kurt's just actually eked out 3 or 4 car lengths this time around.
And through Skyline, where Kurt's had a couple of messy runs. And of course, this is where he had his huge accident during the shootout lap that ended up with him with a track cut.
Great.
Luke Rosella right onto the back coming out of the S's.
Is he going to dive at the cutting at the elbow? He's gone deep. He's gone real deep. There's not that much room there. Is there a touch?
Gets to pick up the throttle just a little bit faster than Kurt. Kurt had to keep out of it for a little bit longer, and you can see how close Rosella is right in the slipstream all the way down Conrod Straight, and they're going to be going into the chase. If Luke isn't alongside of him, he's going to be very, very close, and he gets a nice wide turn in. He's going to go for the inside into the chase, and he looks like he's broken just a little bit later. He's got the positions. Kurt trying to swap back.
The cutback!
Oh my God! Incredible!
Oh my word! Oh my word! We can't what?
We were. As looks like Kurt has got that position held for the time being. Ethan Warren has not continued his march off into the distance. About 10 seconds, the gap still between these two and the leader. So very, very, very well done for them to not only be battling like this, but to be keeping touch just barely with the leading car of Ethan Warren. And as they come up Mountain Straight, it looks like Luke Rosella's just a little bit further behind than he has been the last couple of laps. So probably won't be able to have a go into Griffins, and indeed doesn't, has to remain behind, which is probably the first time in quite a while that these two have not been side by side going through the cutting.
How about this for an angle? This is absolutely cracking stuff. The ability that we've got to...
Oh no! Very deep from Kurt, and Luke Rosella's through.
Oh!
He's through and into the lead through the cutting. As we watched, he just went a little bit deep, tagged the wall, and Luke's managed to get through, but Kurt is right on the back of him, and they're coming up to lap Benjamin Dahlia in the very near future. He's not too far ahead of them on track. He'll be getting into Forest Elbow as these two are coming through the dipper.
So we were on board there, but we missed the outboard shot. Let's have a look at what happened. So Kurt got the wheels locked up, actually hit the wall there and slid his way around the cutting, and that was enough of an opportunity for Rosella to dip back in and take that position.
So now it's positions reversed going through the elbow. Kurt Stenberg right on the back of Luke Rosella for once as they begin their run down Comrade. You can see the lap traffic just ahead of them. That is Benjamin Dahlia and Termo ahead down the track. I'm sorry,
Rhodey.
Benjamin Dahlia and Rhodey.
Oh, and Stenberg's going to go through again. What game are these guys playing? Oh my gosh, it makes no sense.
Kurt must have much better straight line speed compared to Luke Rosella. That was a huge amount of pace he carried into that overtake. And Luke Rosella's going to have a go down into Murray's. He ducks for the inside at the final corner. He's going to brake a little bit later, try to block him out at the apex. Very, very well done. And that position changes once again.
Touch as they go through that section of the track. Are they just have they just forgotten that they're meant to be like racing for the win? Are they just having fun? And you're not allowed to have fun.
You're not allowed to have fun. This is very serious car racing.
Serious business. What's going on? I'm getting head spins because I can't stop like yelling. There's just so much going on.
Luke Rosella's enjoying it. We're watching them once again go side by side and into Griffin's Bend. And Kurt Stenberg just with a wheel ahead as they enter the corner. Luke Rosella drifts wide, pushes Kurt onto the curbing. There is Rhodey just ahead of them.
This is going to get very complicated very quickly.
Oh,
no! Oh, that's a bit of a lag.
Right. Oh, my heart, my goodness.
They're still side by side. Someone please make a decision here.
Somebody please,
help.
Someone take the position in an emphatic fashion, and I reckon Rhodey might have something to say about this as they lap him. There he gets out well and truly
out of the way.
Very well done, Benjamin Rhodes, getting out of the way into the top of the mountain. And Kurt Stenberg just a few car lengths behind Luke, but he's going to be able to close up through the S's you would expect. He seems to catch up on him quite a lot through this section.
And we're just about to come across Benjamin Dahlia as well. That will be the 5th place car. So these guys are going to lap all the way up to 5th. Well, 5th has already been lapped.
There he is, just ahead of them. And this is about the furthest they've been apart, coming onto Conrod Straight for about 10 laps, I reckon. Kurt Stenberg with a few car lengths behind Luke Rosella, and we can finally, Michael Zalavari, take a breath.
Touch wood, my gosh. It's been a heart-throbbing sequence of 20 laps or so. It's been I don't even know what to say. What is there to say?
What is there to say?
It's been nutty. It's just been off the chain. And it's because these guys are just having so much fun, and it's great. It's great to watch, but my gosh, it's scary and terrifying. So we're watching this a little bit. It's finally calmed down a little bit. In this process, by the way, Madbird, these guys have lost 12 seconds to the rear of Ethan Warren.
Yeah, Ethan Warren has sort of taken the
look at how chill Stenberg is, just giving himself the old, I guess I'll have a scratch on my way up Mountain Straight.
Have a scratch of his arms or somewhere else.
Get your mind out of the gutter. This is going to get complicated very quickly as well. Benjamin Dahlia, he does well there.
Gets well and truly out of the way. Well done. Keeps very much to the inside.
Actually, we're just going to go to our other screen.
Oh, no.
Because we've got Hans Brunswick, who's made a mistake out of the cutting and, out of the elbow. What happened here to Hans? So, into the elbow. He hit the inside wall. He did a, who was it who did that very recently? That's a inattention mistake for Hans Brunswick, and he's
just tagged it and swung the car around. That's unfortunate for him. He's got plenty of time in hand over 5th place man Benjamin Dahlia, about 40 seconds, so won't be too upset. But still, it's just a little bit of strain showing in some of these drivers.
I mean, we have been racing now for 3 hours and 14 minutes, Madbird.
Good Lord. So they're well and truly on their way towards the end of this race. Where have we passed? Yes, we have passed half distance.
Oh my gosh.
I've completely forgot to keep an eye out for it because I think that was in the midst of the battle. that we have been watching between Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella, which has sort of, can you call it settled down when they're this close in comparison to the...
In comparison, yes. Comparatively speaking, they are no longer literally touching each other around 3/4 of the lap.
Oh! Big moment for Kurt Stenberg. Just got some oversteer coming out of the chase into the wall, knocks over some of the hoarding. Doesn't look like he's gotten any significant damage, but a bit of opposite lock coming out through Murray's corner. Just see a replay of that.
Oh, and he was following Rosella as well, because Rosella did the same, and then he turned it off the wall. So let's have a look if we can go.
He's just so used to following Luke Rosella right on his tail that he was like, oh, he's going off. I better follow him.
And let's look at that one, Rosella as well. He had a big moment. He managed to save it. Kurt didn't so much. So that's how that worked out. Blimey.
Very well held.
It's too much. It's too much, guys.
There's an almost embarrassment of space between the two of them now, with 1.2 seconds being the gap between Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella, which is about the longest that the gap has been for, I want to say 15 laps. They have been nuts to butts, to use a Madbirdism.
I picked that up from you, and now I can't not say it. So here is our race leader, though. He's about to come up onto some traffic. And it's been very much smooth sailing, mostly for Ethan Warren. He's now enjoys a 14-second lead to the field behind him. And it's been going very smoothly at the moment.
It has indeed. Ethan Warren just with that 14.5-second lead. Coming up to lap Termo by the looks of it. He's lapped everyone bar the top 4 at the moment. So as they approach lap 88.
My word, this race has gone quickly.
I went in and had a chat with Ethan Warren, Colin Warwick, just during that intense battle between Rosella and Stenberg, and they're pretty happy with this battle. Obviously, they were. Colin was watching the battle instead of helping, managing for his teammate, because that was the thing to watch. But for them, they're able to take it easy. They're not pushing super hard. They're quite relaxed. Believe they're going to put Colin in the car for the next stint, do a driver swap there. Yeah, because he still hasn't completed his compulsory amount of laps, and then Ethan will take it through to the end, either for a final double or single stint. They're not sure yet. So, yeah, it'll be... But they're feeling quite in control of this race and quite happy with it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Bagzy. And on that note, actually, we've got a little bit of a analysis in the Tech Talk bunker from Stairs on the previous few laps. Take it away, Stairs.
Thank you very much, Michael. Wow, what a battle that was. Just absolute raw battling, even with such a long time to go in this race. Now, if you'll excuse my messy scribblings, I've kind of tracked the gap between the leader, Ethan Warren, and Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg. I was very much watching Luke Rosella before that battle because he was matching Ethan Warren, even maybe slightly faster, a tenth or two, but that battle started around about lap 79, and you can sort of see the progression of lap times. Warren's pretty consistently in the sort of mid-7s all the way through, as Rosella and Stenberg were absolutely side by side. And you can see that around about this point, lap 79, the gap was about 6 seconds. And now it's about 15 seconds. So that's kind of happened over these laps where they've been battling. This is sort of a bit of an average there, half a second there, 1 second, 2 seconds, cumulatively. By the end of lap 85, they dropped 7.5 seconds to Ethan Warren as they were battling. And you can see now on screen, here is Ethan Warren. Looks like he's coming up to a little bit of traffic, but leading by 14.2 seconds over Luke Rosella. That gap has doubled because of the battle. But what can Luke Rosella do now? Anything could happen. Back to you guys in the studio.
Absolutely anything could happen. There we go. That's the right button to press. So Warren, thank you very much for that, Stairs. Warren and Warwick looking very much comfortable at the moment, Madbird, but this race could get turned on its head at any moment. We haven't yet had our rhodium moment of the day just yet.
Well,
maybe we have. Maybe that was the first instance of contact.
Well, I reckon the second instance will be at lap 99 when Rody surpasses his previous effort. 98 laps he managed last year before succumbing to his accident. So I hope he's got his water bottles in much easier reach this time around. I just want to say what an incredible feat this is. He's 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race by himself. He's 6 laps down, but considering how long he's been racing for, he's doing better than I probably would be. I would put it in the fence much earlier on. So congratulations to Rody for his continued success, and hopefully we're still talking about him in 10 laps time.
Just catching a pit stop here for Cameron Parrott, and as well Kai Jones is just jumping into the pits behind him. I think Kai Jones just had an excursion into the grass on the exit of the chase. So a moment for them in that instance. Let's see whereabouts. Oh, this is a tasty battle on track that has just appeared. Benjamin Dahlia versus David Nenadich. So what's the lap times been like? Last lap around an 8.8 for Benjamin versus a 7.4. So David Nenadich a lot quicker in the recent history.
Opposite ends of their stints. David Nenadich chopped in on lap 78, whereas Benjamin Dahlia has been in since lap 67. So about 20 laps for Benjamin Dahlia, about 10 laps for David Nenadich. Benjamin Dahlia still making a good defense of it, though. He's not going to give it away.
Oh, there's a little bit of contact there, and we saw last time this happened to a ZB car. It got spun around. They're going to go side by side underneath the bridge on the entry to Murray's corner. Who's going to take the line? Dahlia holds the inside. Is the cutback on? Yes, it is. But there was a moment of wheel spin for Nenadich, and that meant that he couldn't get the power down. So we are still going to see a move. There's a big lock up. And Nenadich sneaks through.
Yep, but he's going to have the run all the way up Mountain Straight with Benjamin Dahlia right beside him there. Actually, Benjamin Dahlia actually sneaking ahead, so his car maybe tuned a little bit more for top speed. As we see, we've got a few pit stops happening.
Just on our other screen, but we'll leave that for now as they go side by side through Griffin's Bend. Nenadich holds the line. Dahlia gets leaves a big licorice strap on the ground, and that will be 5th place for ZB Racing. Those pit stops are...
We got Ethan Warren coming out, although it is now Colin Warwick in the car, we have been told, which I imagine it is. Kurt Stenberg, of course, will have to stay in the car. Luke Rosella also staying in the car, we expect.
And also something that I caught up, I'm not sure if you did, Madbird, there was a DNF for Cameron Parrott and Aiden Sykes. It looked like that driver change just didn't switch over properly, and they have gone back into the garage, I believe.
They're still showing as being on track.
There we are.
From there we go. Now they're gone, unfortunately.
So that was unfortunate failure of the driver change in that respect for Cameron Parrott and for Aiden Sykes. So not the way that you'd want your race to get ended, but unfortunately it has for now. Madbird, I believe it's time for you to leave.
Yeah, I'm going to go have something to eat. So I'm going to let Stairs take over with his I'm leaving the combox in very safe hands with yourself and Stairs. So I'll be back a little bit later on.
Thank you very much, Madbird. Good to be back. What an incensingly exciting battle we saw not too long ago between Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella. So this is well, what are we seeing? Luke Rosella has got that gap down a bit. Colin Warwick jumping in the car.
They have just gone through a section of pit stops as well, so it's possible.
Yeah, but he's a lot closer than he was before those pit stops.
That's true.
That was 15 seconds not too long ago.
Indeed it was. You are correct, Mr. Stairs. So
you take your eyes off this race for like a second, and you lose your
bearings
sense of it.
entirely.
I was following you guys all the way through that battle. That was so exciting. I went to the bathroom because I knew I was coming back into commentary, and I come back and there's different drivers in the car. The gap is half what it was. We're back to game on here.
It's absolutely right, and it's been quite an exciting day of action, and it's been quite variable as well. Colin Warwick leading the way from Luke Rosella. Yes, Bagzy.
Lockie Burke and Lewis Wedding going at it. Lewis Wedding on fresher tyres. Lockie Burke coming out of the pits having just hopped in for Hans.
So that was Lockie Burke making that move. We just caught that. Thank you, Bagzy. And just quickly, Bagzy, have you been keeping track of the Team Has-Been's pit stop? Whereabouts are they in their stint at the moment?
So we've got Lewis Wedding and Brendan Ross. They last pit on lap 79. That was with Lewis Wedding staying in the car for that one. So they are slightly off kilter from everyone else.
So that was about 12 laps ago. Thank you very much, Bagzy.
It was a bit naughty. We saw Lewis Wedding spinning Zach Baker earlier on. I thought that was very unlike Lewis Wedding. I'm wondering if something else off camera has happened and that maybe we haven't seen the whole story.
Well,
there.
we do have Lewis Wedding's webcam, don't we, Stairs? We might be able to take a peek at the man behind.
Well, we can see what he looks like now, but probably not at the time. Unfortunately, we don't get the same sort of replay that we get of the game of the webcams. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
But that was a very hairy sequence because not only was there that moment, but also a few laps later when Zach Baker came to lap Lewis again, it looked like there was a moment under brakes where there might have been a brake check or Baker had gone in a little too deep, and it was very unbecoming considering the high quality racing we've had previously. And there is Lewis Wedding, Mr. Has-Been, with the big green light on the top of his wheel.
He looks pretty chilled out at the moment, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know. I've seen Lewis in a lot of. He looks. I wouldn't say necessarily chilled out. And that little scratch of the beard there says everything I need to know.
They all listen to
tense.
it. I don't know why they listen to us. Honestly, I don't. I would be so distracted by such things.
It doesn't look like Lewis has had the same car pace as Rossi or the guys that they're battling have had. He dropped a lot of time to Hans Brunswick earlier on, and then he dropped a lot of time to Zach Baker very quickly, and now he sits in 6th place behind both David Nenadich and Lockie Burke, but also a pit stop behind them as well.
We had Levi McMillan was answering a question that was asked of Rhodey by the Night Wolf, who had a penalty on lap 67. Did we figure out whether that was for corner cutting or speeding in the pit lane?
It was speeding in the pit lane, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just seeing actually it was the lap after he came in for a pit stop, so
and that was very
more likely to happen here than corner cutting.
And that was very well picked up by Bagzy, who relayed that through to us.
Now here is Rhodey. Now it says on your screen drive-through penalty, but that is just a regular pit stop. If you get a drive-through penalty in this game, for some reason the next time you come into the pits, it still says drive-through penalty. It's a little bit of an automobilista thing. So
one of the classic AMS things.
It's a little bit of a bug, that one. But so don't have any fear. Rhodey's still going, and what are we on? Lap 92. So he's getting very close to that 98 laps that he ran last year.
So it's lap 92, I believe, for the leaders.
Yeah, how many laps down?
He is 6 laps down, so it's lap 86 for him.
So he's still got a while to go yet.
He almost made the century.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to do it today.
Oh, really? He's going to ton up?
He's going to ton up.
Do you reckon he ever felt in? Do you reckon he's doing a bit of a minus Labuschagne?
He's just doing a bit of gardening. You know, a couple of gremlins in the pitch, as we saw with the penalty.
And if you don't understand what we're talking about, rest assured, everything that we're saying
rest assured Madbird wouldn't have a clue.
Everything we're saying is very on topic if you're an Australian cricket fan, yes, and also very funny.
The crickets is a very good sport, he said. That's Madbird who said that.
We are just trying to find Rhodey and seeing if we can get an onboard.
Yeah, need some shortcuts for these webcams. It's sometimes hard to find them, but it looks like his webcam is currently offline at the moment, but which is what currently means. So everything kind of simmers down when I jump into the box, doesn't it? But
you're the harbinger of sensibility, Mr. Stairs.
The harbinger of sensibility. Well, I've been called worse things. Let's do a patented stock take. So Colin Warwick at the last pit stop jumped into this car to take over from Ethan Warren, and that number 93 car came in on lap 90. So Colin's been in there for 3 laps, and just looking at the way that they've broken it all down, this will get him to his he's done 41 laps basically, so he's got to do another 13 laps to get to his co-driver minimum, which will be he'll get through that, more well and truly through this stint, and then whether he double stints or single stints, he'll then hand over to Ethan presumably, and Ethan will I don't know. Will he take it to the end, or do you reckon there's another 2 driver swaps in there?
That's a great question.
No, they said they're going to take it to the end.
Okay, well, there we go. Thank you, Bagzy.
Ethan will take it to the end after this.
And it's a very interesting thing. I didn't quite get enough time to touch on it in the pre-race, but the driver stints and the fuel stints don't actually match up at all. If you do your minimum driver time of 54 laps,
That's surely by design.
yeah, well, exactly right. So you end up in the situation where unless you're, Brody Steen and Sean Allen from last year, and you can do 2 27-lap stints, you can't really clear your driver time in 2 stints. So you actually got to do 2.5 stints, which for most people, especially if you've got drivers who are very closely matched in terms of speed, you just do a full 3rd stint because, like, why wouldn't you at that point? We've just got a few updates in the live chat as well. Rossi96, Brendan Ross, hearing us comment about Lewis Wedding's pace and saying that the car isn't great at all. That number 2 has-beens machine, saying that the tyres aren't working in their favour, so that's why they've struggled. It's Dano35, which is Dane Liccardo, also commenting that his car is quite bad, which is the number 51 2007 Tasman Motorsport liveried car he shares with Termo. That's this one on screen now. And Rossi as well, just pumping in the live chat. Competition caution? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink?
Well, there's a very good chance of another safety car in this race. But it is completely random, and we don't know when it's going to happen. Even the person who's actually generating them doesn't know because of the way that they're generated, and that's exactly the way it should be. So Luke Rosella is on your screen there in 2nd place. I'm very interested to see his pace relative to Colin Warwick.
And
2:05.9. He took 7/10 of a second out of Colin Warwick. The ebb and the flow of the Bathurst 1000 is happening now that they've put Colin back in the car, I think, to try and clear his minimum laps. We know how fast Ethan is, and Colin is no slouch, but Luke is the pole sitter for a reason. This race has always been won by the pole sitter, but it's been a very meandering journey to get to that level every single time.
In fact, I remember in the 2019 Bathurst 1000, it was Kurt Stenberg and Thomas McMillan who raced together, correct? And
Sorry, 2019. No,
yes.
They competed against each other. Jake Maloney and Kurt Stenberg.
That was it, Jake Maloney, yes. And for a large part of the race, they were actually sitting in 3rd behind Zach Baker and Dave Nenadich, and as well Colin Warwick, and I think was it Ethan Warren as well on that occasion? Either way,
they've been teamed up for both of the Bathurst 1000s that we've had for ASC before today.
And so for a long time, the Trans-Tasman Racing team were sitting in 3rd place. So the fact that they've actually they made the most of that safety car late in the race, and that actually propelled them back up the field, was very important for them on that day.
So they'll be having that very much in the forefront of their memory. Hello to the viewers. We've got the commentary cam we've had up a couple of times today. It's good to be able for you guys to be able to see what we've got set up today, and well, you can see a little bit of our setup. I think the camera's moved a little bit to one side, but we've got all of our details here of the racetrack. We've got all our notes and clipboards and all that sort of stuff. Bit of a rundown. We've got results from previous years. We've got the briefing notes. This is one that we printed. I inverted the colours because Colin Warwick always does it white on black, and I was trying to save a little bit of ink.
Those marginal gains, right?
Marginal gains, exactly. We're all about marginal gains here in sim racing. But, and you must remember, this is the important one. I don't know if you'll be able to actually focus on that, but you must complete 7 pit stops, only 1 under your per safety car will be counted towards the 7-stop rule. Now, if you forgive the slightly sloppy grammar there, that's pretty clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
They can only take 1 pit stop per safety car. We've only had 1 safety car. That was
on lap 15.
On lap 15, when they were still on their first stint. Everyone came in apart from Luke Yeager and Damien Kelly, who are now out of the race. Luke Reza and Thomas McMillan came in 1 lap afterwards. And had to fight their way back up. They're now, I feel they're still slightly recovering from that because they had to get past Kurt. They lost track position And now Luke Rosella is trying to reel in Colin Warwick to try and get it back to where it was.
And he's doing it, he's still doing it, and he's doing it fairly slowly, 2/10 that time around. Just as an aside, you might notice that the commentary cam only appears when Stairs is in the booth, because none of us know how to work his magic setup to be able to do that without him.
I'm inventing it on the fly, really.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's something that I'm absolutely not willing to do. I'm very happy to press buttons that light up, but I'm not willing to.
No, you did well. It was great to see the webcam views of Thomas McMillan and Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg during that side-by-side battle. Kurt was absolutely loving it.
It was absolutely brilliant to see the smile and the joy on each of their faces as they went around. And just quickly, before we go back properly to track action, I do want to thank James, our cameraman, who's been setting up our commentary camera and all of our bunker segments. So if you want to say hi, James, thank you very much. You've done a great job so far today, and we'll get more of you later on. And also, I believe it is Frankie's Films for all the equipment, the camera equipment and the receivers and all that sort of stuff. And it's great that you guys are able to have the, we're just trying to get a quick preview of the logo, have the connections to be able to get all of this equipment.
Doesn't want autofocus on that.
And to
there we go.
Yeah, allow us the opportunity to do this, because this is great. I get to walk into like a full production set and just talk about cars for 6 hours.
You ever need videos done, go to Frankie Films.
Yeah, absolutely.
So back to the on-track action. Let's have a look what Luke Rosella has managed to do on this lap. He was 4/10 faster on the previous lap than Colin Warwick. So the gap, and Colin Warwick is coming up to a little bit of traffic. So the gap is coming down pretty quickly. There is a bit of the traffic there. He's managed to process. Is that one of the has-been? Is it the has-been car?
Yeah, that's Lewis Wedding and also Rhodey.
Has been lapped. Is there a goat in here?
Oh my gosh. It doesn't feel like it's been a long day, but then you look at how long we've been broadcasting for, and we've been at this now for 5 hours. It's just ticked over on the broadcast. So thank you for watching with us. But you do kind of lose track of how long it's been since we last had food, and you guys have all had the opportunity to jump off and have a break, and I need to get some food in.
You're all right. You've got till lap 110, which is about 13 laps before Madbird will step in to your shoes. But so this is coming down again. Now Luke Rosella's managed to process the lap traffic of Benjamin Rhodes, but he still has to get past Lewis Wedding, and 205.233 is Luke Rosella's best lap. That's not the lap he's just done. He's done a 206.496.
And that brings the gap down
1.5 seconds.
Down to less than 4 seconds, Stairs.
Yeah, and that was 1.5 seconds on that last lap. Now, most of that for Colin, it wasn't the representative true pace of him. It was him trying to get past some traffic. But it's... and what else are we looking at? Lachlan Burke?
The fastest car on track at the moment. Lachlan Burke in 5th position. A 206.2. So faster than Luke Rosella, faster than Colin Warwick. Whereabouts is he on his pit cycle?
He's pitted on lap 90, so he's got 8 lap old tyres. So that's the same as Colin Warwick. So
hey guys,
just unrepresentative pace. Go on, Bagzy.
A quick note, is it definitely 7 compulsory pit stops, not 6?
That's what it says.
Definitely 7.
I printed out the driver briefing notes. You saw it on the camera. So, yes. They still have 4. They have 3 to take, most of them. Because they've mostly done 4.
I was just thinking, because generally we're thinking about 25 laps a stint, weren't we? Or somewhere like that, which would like 20 to 25. 25 laps a stint would make a 6 stopper very easily possible. So yeah, it's so it's going to hamstring those who fuel safe, I feel.
Yeah, this is something that
that's
I
what
touched
happened to
on.
race on Oz last year.
This is something I touched on in the pre-race. It's something that you've got to... Thank you, Bagzy, for just prompting me to this. It's something that you actually have to work around, because if you try and break the race up into 8 20-lap segments, that is your 7 compulsory pit stops. So each pit stop, it breaks a segment into 2, clearly. But you don't get any flexibility with that. So what might happen, and we do still have that competition safety car that will come out at some point, probably, maybe. So I think a lot of teams are going to bank on that to be where they make that extra pit stop, because that kind of seems to make sense in the scheme of the race. You know, basically run it as a 6-stop race and then take
They can't take an extra pit stop during a safety car period.
No, but they take that one then, so that's where they do their short stint.
Yeah, well, but they've already done that with the first one, so they're relying on another one to a larger degree.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing, and I guess it's one of those things that is part of the flexibility of having to run this race. You know, it came back and shot Race on Oz in the foot last year. They were in prime position with that safety car that came out on lap 107 to make one more pit stop.
He's got through. That was good job there from the Vivid Esports car. I'm not sure which one.
I think it's Kai Jones and Liam Budd in the car at the moment.
because the other one's out of the
unfortunately.
race. So that actually makes our job easier. It's always going to be the same car. I was a little bit worried there.
And it has made our job easier because all of the cars which have similar liveries have one car that's out of the race at the moment. So that's, I mean, it's you never want to see cars drop out of the race.
No. We're very close to 100 laps and we still have 11 cars in the race. That's something to be awfully commended.
Absolutely. But just to finish off on the point, we saw that it came back, the compulsory pit stops came back to shoot Race on Oz in the foot because they were in prime position to make one more stop after that final safety car, but they had two required still to meet the 7 pit stop minimum.
They missed the mark on that one.
Yeah, and I won't stop saying this. I just want it to be known that I called that happening at lap 52 in the first safety car.
Almost everyone here is in the same spot. Like most of the next expected pit stops are around about sort of like 105, 110, and then from there they'll easily get to the critical lap. But that's only 2 more stops for most of them. They're going to have to sneak a 7th stop in there somewhere.
Yeah, so we might start to see teams try and back time from where they are now to try and fit in that extra stop. So it's intriguing stuff as we are just about to tick over to lap 100. We're on lap 99 for our race leader at the moment. And that's a marquee point in the race because...
so that's 99 completed for Colin Warwick. That's what that shows. So
we are on lap 100.
We are on lap 100.
Wow. Triple digits. Happy days. It's been a good race. It's been a good race so far.
Colin has responded to the pace being set by Luke Rosella. So although he still lost a little bit of time to Luke on the previous lap, it was only 2 or 3 tenths of a second, not the sort of bigger 1 second chunks we were seeing. So this is very, very evenly poised at the moment.
And part of that will be traffic as well. They don't have all that much traffic to encounter now that they've processed the likes of Rhodey and Liam Budd and
Colin
Lewis
Warwick's next car to pass is his father, Steve Warwick,
who's currently at in the S's at the moment. So a little bit of space for Warwick to work in. I just want to pull attention to Lockie Burke again. Last lap around a 2:06.2. Easily the fastest car on track. It's a tune of 8 tenths.
If they found some magic bullet with that car.
Maybe they've just made a change in the tyre pressures and the setup. Safety car at lap 100.
Wow. So the safety car is out. And that is going to... Well, that's going to answer a lot of our questions, isn't it? As to what happens now.
This should bring everyone into the pits. I'd be surprised if someone doesn't take that stop. So ZB stay out, AAR in the pits.
Lachlan Burke straight in with the AAR car. And we're a long way off the next expected stops, but you feel like this is absolutely the opportunity that they needed to get everyone in for their stops, basically.
Absolutely. So this is you can't get to the end on 1 more stop. So if you pit now, you have to make 2 more stops, which means that
you have to anyway. Most of them are on 4 stops at the moment.
So you'll bring everyone in. So here comes the race leader.
Both of them are in. Luke Rosella gained a lot of time. Look at how close he got. Wow. So as well, we've also got Steve Warwick in. And we can see on that angle there that Steve Warwick just pulling in behind the Napa car. Now,
has been stay out.
So too the Vivid Esports car. I think that's Kurt Stenberg in the background.
That is the last car that we have.
Oh, look, how are we sharing pit bays? Steve Warwick and Colin Warwick have had to share pit bays.
And this is going to box Warwick Steve Warwick entirely because he has to get out around Luke Rosella.
He just has to wait. He has to wait for one of them to go.
Race on Oz, stay out.
He's got out. They both got out at the same time, so that was a shorter stop for Colin. As Kurt makes his way in, they've all managed to get their way through.
So you can break the race now as we cross lap 100 into 20-lap chunks, basically.
Yep.
And this is exactly, we're basically on strategy for just what you'd call the even tire strategy.
Yeah, so with the number 308 car, they've put Thomas McMillan back in the car.
Interesting.
Colin Warwick has stayed in, and so has Kurt Stenberg.
I think that's a good move. Give McMillan a stint or two just to sort of keep the powder dry, and then send Luke Rosella in for the last.
Had he done his co-driver minimum?
It is hard to tell. We'll let Bagzy do the maths on that one while we still see.
No, he had. He'd done 66 laps, yeah.
There you go.
So they didn't need. I think they just want a fresh Luke Rosella for the end of the race. So
yes.
This is just a stint for Thomas McMillan to just give his teammate a rest.
And if you were watching the Bathurst 1000, the real life Bathurst 1000, this is basically exactly what Walkinshaw did as well with Lee Holdsworth, giving Chaz Mostert an extended rest. And that's the luxury you have when you have two drivers who are almost level in pace. So who didn't pit? We saw that ZB Racing cars, David Nenadic, Zach Baker, they didn't
Lewis
pit.
Wedding did not pit.
And there has been a machine.
David Nenadic is pitting now. He came out, the safety car came out just in front of him because he was getting close to being lapped.
Yeah, it happened pretty much at the same time.
But he's passed the safety car, so he's now coming in.
Yep, so there he is on screen. Thank you, Bagzy.
He's going to drop to the back of the crocodile.
Has been stay out.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. We saw Rossi say in the live chat that they're on track to make 7 stops.
They're making a race on Oz-style blunder here because they've only done 4 stops.
Yeah.
They need to come in. Everyone needs to come in. It's a no-brainer.
Maybe they're trying to get back on a lead lap or something. Just try and get back onto the tail of the train.
Maybe.
But they were lapped.
Yeah, I didn't consider that circumstance, so you might be right.
So that's the only explanation I have. So if has-beens are able to stay unlapped, then
there's a lot of lap traffic here. Let's just let a couple of them go, and then let the race go with someone with a massive tyre advantage. All right, so the race on Ozcar is in. And Brody Steen.
They are a lap down now because they're in that safety car train, so they're stuck a lap down. I think
it was going to be an issue anyway, because again they were only on 4 stops.
So we've got Rossi in the live chat saying, we are trying something.
Well, you know, everyone else is doing something, and if you are doing the same thing as them, you're almost consigned to the same fate as them, I suppose.
Yeah. By the way, we think this safety car is for the debris on the main straight that has been there since lap 12? 12, 13?
Is that what we're going with, is it?
Yeah, there it is. You can just see it literally on the start line.
It's been on since my last commentary stint. Taken some time. I think I pointed it out to Madbird when we were in commentary last. So if you just saw 2 Luke Rosella cars, that's because one of our computers has the safety car as the Luke Rosella car. And when I say Luke Rosella, I mean Thomas McMillan.
And when you say Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan, you mean the Max whatever racing team it is?
Yeah, it's not Max.
Mad Max? No. Mick Taylor, that's the one.
Yeah. So it's taken them a while, but they have caught the safety car now. So we've got the order pretty much, at least of the top 3, reset, essentially.
Yeah. Almost back to 0.
We're going to see true pace. Lewis Wedding gets a stop-go penalty.
That's perplexing and
he's
confusing.
Not... Well, they're trying something, as they said. Bagzy, go ahead.
I believe that stop-go was just an error because of
he's coming in
the game trying to work out who's where, so...
Has he gotten if he's gotten a stop-go penalty while in the pit lane, does that mean that he can't take service?
No, he'll be able to do that because he can't serve a stop-go penalty while the safety car is out.
Yeah.
So he'll do his service, but then he'll have to come back in and take that stop-go unless he gets it cleared.
Yeah. Now,
I believe it will be cleared.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly see where about our 4th place driver is at the moment, Lockie Burke, because that with the pace that Berkey was just setting, the fact that they've done a pit stop and they're going to get on the tail of the safety car train.
Puts him back in it.
It puts them absolutely back in
He will
it.
catch up because the train is just coming down through the S's at the moment.
And there's only going to be 2 cars worth of traffic. There is going to be the Race on Oz Benjamin Daly and Brody Steen machine and the 8th place Dane Liccardo Turbo machine as we are suffering.
So you think that he'll have the same pace on this stint that he's just had? Like, he was the fastest car on track.
He was the fastest car on track. He's just come in for a pit stop, so he will have tyre life as well. This certainly ups the
these
ante.
guys we didn't even consider as contenders, but they are proving us wrong.
They did win Underdog of the Series for the ASR Enduro Cup, so
could there be a surprise from the Napa car?
I am all about Napa surprises, and in fact as well, the 2 cars that were in that lapsed train just got given the lucky dog.
So off they go, and so the train is just a 3-car train now. And you might have seen just in the back of shot, Lachlan Burke coming down the hill, about to catch that cue. As you can see, our poll, our live poll, is absolutely locked on Brock Skyline, the S's, and the Dipper. Now, that I think McPhillamy Park had 2 votes as well. So if you want to get your vote in for your favourite corner around this fabulous racetrack, if I can get it onto the screen. No, I think I've lost it.
You've lost it? Oh, I was going to do my vote.
I'm trying to find the graphic for it, but it seems to be eluding me unless yeah, no, I'm blind. Let's watch the action here and see if we get a safety car restart. No, it's not peeling in on this occasion.
So we've got time to work it out. Because I've got to lodge my vote.
No, that's not it. Keep talking.
So a note that we've actually been given by Madbird is that our favourite single-man operation, Benjamin Rody Rhodes, he is now only just 1 lap away, 2 laps away from breaking his his lap count from last year.
Should be a bit easier to do under safety car.
Well, you'd hope so.
We've lost the graphic, but if you want to answer the poll, what is your favourite corner at Mount Panorama, you can go to strawpoll.live and put in the pin code, which is 749204, and you can answer the question, what is your favourite corner around Mount Panorama, and we can see if we can untie this little deadlock there. At the moment is 2 votes apiece for Forest Elbow, the Dipper, the S's, Brock Skyline, and McPhillamy Park, with none of the other corners on the track getting a single vote at all.
Wow, I'm surprised Reed Park and Metal Great haven't gotten at least 1 vote. That is the
Metal Great sort of only recently been called that, hasn't it?
Well, Metal Great is like that corner between the 2 Metal Greats, though. It's between Reed Park and between Stallman Park and McPhillamy.
Yeah.
And it is the load. This Mark Scaife likes to say it's the single highest load that you experience in a supercar across the championship, because you're at 200 kilometers per hour, you're falling effectively, and then all of a sudden the ground comes up to meet you as you are at peak load. So it is a terrifying corner.
So safety car thrown 2 laps ago.
And this is Metal Great, by the way, right here. You can see the Great on the outside.
It's a great corner.
God damn it.
So we don't really know whether... I don't really know whether Thomas is faster or Luke. I think Luke may be marginally, because he's got the miles, the racing miles in his under his belt. But and these two, we did see their pace relative to one another at the start of the race. It was Colin and Thomas who were in the car at the beginning of the race. So, you know, what have we had? 102 laps in the books, and the front 2 exactly where they are. After lots of swapping back and forth, Thomas has been right to the back of the field and straight back up. Colin Warwick has had a fairly hefty whack against the wall. It's all to play for, isn't it?
Absolutely, and in fact, well, you're just getting a view of us relaxing as the...
Don't get too relaxed there,
race
mate.
finally comes. Well, I had a very intense stint before you jumped in the box.
Did you?
Yeah, it was quite intense. I've completely forgotten what the question was.
Derailed you, I'm sorry.
Absolutely. It's been incredible to see how close everyone is still matched even after 100 laps. And I must say, we were talking a bit about Thomas McMillan's lack of race fitness, seeing as he hasn't really raced all that much this year. But I've got to say, I've been quite impressed by just how good he has been in the car so far today. So for McMillan and for Rosella, as we get the last few pass-arounds underway, and in fact, the has-been car is now on the lead lap. So well done.
I thought that was just really bad grammar from you. The has-been car is on.
That's what they're called.
I know. I understood once you got there.
Once I got there in the end.
Once you finished the sentence, I was like, ah, yes.
So we've actually got the top 7 in the safety car train in order.
Back on the lead.
And as well, Dane Liccardo and Termo are on the tail of that train as well.
It's
so
not
this
coming
is a full reset.
We're not getting a restart just yet. Obviously, the marshals are phoning it in with the removal of the debris. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of debris. Have they removed it there? It was on this pit straight. There was a little bit there.
Oh, it's still there.
Yeah. Someone needs to get on the blower.
Oh, it's not on our other screen.
Yeah.
That has...
Oh, look at that! It's fixed. All right, we can throw the green now. Off you go, guys. We want to get some racing done. 103 laps.
No, we gotta follow due procedure, Stairs. There's nothing worse than when due procedure isn't followed.
Is that when you go out in the morning with a leaf blower and try and dry the dew off your grass?
No.
Okay.
That's when you call the safety car into the pits before the track has been officially cleared.
Yeah. Well, that's the due procedure.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This has been a big stint. I need...
Yeah, I think I forgot to carry the 2 when I was adding up all the commentary stints because you got a little bit more. I think overall you and Madbird do 110 laps on commentary and I do 105. So
yes, but you also have to deal with doing the entire broadcast procedure. So I am very happy to be given some chips, some very cold chips at this stage.
Oh, they weren't very good when they were fresh, I can tell you that.
Oh, okay, that's kind of disappointing.
Our esteemed colleague James, who aside from doing all the camera duties, did the Porto ordering for us and was frustrated at how long it took to arrive because we were sort of bumped to the bottom of the priority by the Uber delivery driver on a number of occasions, and so I was just thankful that it arrived before my commentary stint started.
Yeah, some of us weren't so lucky.
You weren't so lucky.
Especially in the
the
two longest commentary stints of the race as well. It has not worked out well for me.
But
it has not worked out well.
We are half a lap away, I should say, from a restart. Colin Warwick ahead of Thomas McMillan, Kurt Stenberg. It's going to go off. Steve Warwick has got a stop-go penalty there.
That's probably in some part. Oh, he probably came into the pits. In fact, what's going on at the bottom end of the circuit? Stairs.
It looks like, are people trying to get pit stops out of the way?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, but he's got that before he's come in, so it's not for speeding. Well, that's usually a drive-through anyway. So.
Yeah, so safety car pit stops are a bit messy.
Is this why we're not getting a restart? Because cars keep coming into the pits?
I hope not. It's a pain in the...
Go on, say it. It's a pain in the... But we know what you mean.
It's a pain in the...
So Liam Budd, also circulating around there, doesn't look like he's made a pit stop recently, at least not according to our...
And if Bagzy's around, Bagzy, are you able to let us know whether or not these guys who have made, who have got the wave around, whether or not they've come into the pits twice under this safety car?
Which one's got the wave around? Sorry, that was Rody.
Liam Budd, Rody, and Steve Warwick at the moment.
So Rody has not.
I've just kind of thrown you to the wolves here, Bagzy, I'm sorry.
No, Liam Budd has not. RSM Latino, he jumped into the car, but they've only done the one stop.
Okay.
And yeah, I believe that's about it, because Rody was, he's just ticked over to...
I think we might be struggling a little bit with our connection to Bagzy, unfortunately, so we'll have to probably leave that one.
And see if we can get to the head of the field, because it looks like the safety car will be coming in just a moment. And there it comes. And
safety car's in. We're going to get a restart.
So the top 8 cars are now on the lead lap in this safety car train, and there's another penalty for Rody, which I'm sure will be cleared. But Stairs, are you ready for some action? Because I think there's going to be plenty of action as they go back to green.
Thomas McMillan is completely asleep at this restart because he's completely let Colin Warwick go. He's very much on the defensive. A huge lock up there for Colin Warwick, and that's going to hurt his pace up Mountain Straight. He wasn't under pressure, and that's going to put him under pressure, I should think. But he's saved by the fact that Thomas McMillan was asleep. Now back there, look at Lachlan Burke putting pressure on Kurt Stenberg.
And Stenberg has to cover, I should think, as Burke goes through and...
wow, look at that for the lead. Oh, side by side, and Colin Warwick gets shafted out onto the adverse camber, and Thomas McMillan has taken the lead at the the second opportunity, let's be fair. After falling asleep, he's woken back up, but back up the inside, Colin Warwick has a look. Kurt Stenberg has managed to fend off Lachlan Burke. He's fallen away a few car lengths, and through they go on the first lap after the restart.
Maybe it wasn't a falling asleep, maybe it was a ploy, maybe he was just ramping up for that moment at Hell Corner, and now they come through. Metal Grate very wide from McMillan, manages to gather it up, and they all slide out to the wall there over the top of McPhillamy as we come down the mountain for the 105th time. It is McMillan from Warwick, from Stenberg, from Burke, Baker, and Lewis Wedding at the tail of that group of cars.
Well, the front two back in the same order that they were after lap 1. But now we have Kurt Stenberg in the frame, who's going to the end on this particular, well, he's still got a few more pit stops to make, but he has got to do another 56 laps straight, whereas the others will be swapping. It was a technical issue that meant that Kurt and Corey could only do the one driver change throughout this race, but look at the gap that Thomas McMillan is pulling away. He did have the pace, well, that car had the pace in the hands of Luke Rosella before that pit stop, and Colin Warwick, well, that was an interesting series of events. Now look at Zach Baker, he's back in contention as well, trying to chase down Lachlan Burke, who was the fastest car on the track before the safety car period, and it all just sort of settles down a little bit.
Just a little bit, just for a moment. This group of 5 now is looking very angry and very tight as we are 105 laps in the books. Lachlan Burke, Kurt Stenberg, Colin Warwick, very closely matched at the moment. But it looks like Thomas McMillan's actually been able to find a few car lengths in that car and has stretched a bit of a lead away. A bit further back as well, it looked like Lewis Wedding had a moment on the exit of the Hell Corner, and he's got his hands full of Brody Steen, who's got his hands full of Dane Liccardo in the background there, as Liccardo looks like he's about to make a move into Griffin's Bend. We're going to see if we can get on board with that. It was just a wiggle at the moment of peak load there for Liccardo, and he has to slot in behind.
Yeah, they haven't been happy with their car today. A few comments in the live chat coming from them. I believe I saw one suggesting that Dane Liccardo's cool suit has failed. Perhaps another term for his air conditioner. Obviously at warm conditions where he's racing.
Yeah, warm conditions across the country. I think the only place in Australia, I did check this earlier in the week, the only place in Australia underneath the 30-degree mark, I think, is Melbourne. So,
well, we're in the high 20s today, so it's actually not too bad, but we do have 4 computers churning out a fair bit of heat in this room.
Indeed.
Nice and cool over here in Perth as well.
Well, it was the other way around for us last year, wasn't it, Bagzy? You had a fairly warm time of it, I remember, whereas it was, you know, good 10-15 degrees cooler being in October for us in 2020 for the Bathurst 1000.
Definitely.
But look at this lead that Thomas McMillan has. It is quite a lot. In fact, it's more the car behind that Colin Warwick has to think about than the car in front, as he's stretched out to 1.5 second advantage, and Kurt Stenberg very racy at the moment.
Indeed, it looks like that little brain break has helped Stenberg get a handle back on things. While he was having great fun with that battle with Luke Rosella in that last stint, it looked like the pace has started to fall away from the Trans-Tasman machine that he was driving. So now a little bit of a brain break. He's gotten back on it, back in the zone. Just behind as well, it looks like Lachlan Burke hasn't quite been able to go with the pace of Stenberg and Warwick, and is very much in the clutches of Zach Baker in the ZB Mustang. They're very closely matched going up Mountain Straight. In fact, Zach Baker is right under the rear wing of that Mustang.
Yeah, he's going to have a look. He's moved to the inside, and I reckon he's going to try and overtake Lachlan Burke here, who doesn't appear to be showing the same sort of Hollywood times might be a bit deep under brakes. They're allowing the opportunity for a switchback, and indeed that is the case. They're going to go into the cutting side by side, and discretion the better part of valor for Zach Baker, who backed out of that one. Otherwise, that would have been an aeroplane crash. Oh, and he's hit the wall on his own there. A little bit of oversteer, I think, and that's fed it into the fence.
And that's given Burke just a little bit of room.
Rosella's in the lead. Oh no, McMillan's
He's in the wall. Oh no! Oh, that's a huge accident. That is absolute disaster there for Luke Rosella. My goodness.
Thomas McMillan, sorry. Thomas McMillan.
Sorry. Well, in our haste to get you the pictures of what happened there. Oh my goodness.
And safety car. Safety car
yeah,
called.
as you can imagine. That is huge.
So let's see if we can bring up a replay of what happened. We were just giving McMillan big ups as well. We were just saying how great his consistency had been and how good his pace had been. And then in a single moment, it all fell apart. So let's see if we can figure out what's happened. So already out of shape.
In fact, we're going to go back a bit further because he was already pushing hard to get a bit of a lead. And, just lost it a little bit there. Very, very wide. Wheel on the grass. In the fence, and the whole field is still bunched up because they're under the safety car.
Dang.
And Lachlan Burke had absolutely nowhere to go, neither did Zach Baker, and Thomas McMillan has no choice but to sit there and wait for the whole field to go through and hope that no one else hits him.
Whoa.
But he's got to come in now and probably get more pit stops in. I think this is an opportunity for people to get their pit stops in.
You can't make it to the end on one more stop here because this will be pit stop number 6 for a lot of people.
No, but but you need to get to 7.
You need to get to 7.
So
but
you have this, and then you have one more. And then
no, but you can't. But you can't get to the end because what lap are we now? 108. 161 take 108 is 52 laps. So you'd be at the absolute limit of fuel saving.
Some people are doing it. And it's going to put us very marginal. Well, Thomas McMillan's got no choice. They've got to fix the car.
Yeah.
The car will be very heavily damaged.
Brody Steen as well. Zach Baker in the pits as well, unsurprisingly, after damage. It looks like that's Colin Warwick. Colin Warwick and Ethan Warren.
That's interesting. And
Kurt Stenberg.
They've all done the same thing.
Wow, okay. So
everyone's in this awkward position. How is Lachlan Burke not damaged?
Maybe he is just a little bit. Maybe they think they can drive around it. Maybe they don't think they can get to the end, but they think the safety car is going to go long enough for them to pit in a lap or two and make it to the end from there. Because 52 laps is 2 laps of 26, or 2 stints of 26 laps, and we've seen one team make 26 laps, and that is Benjamin Darley and Brody Steen. In fact, it's only because of the safety cars that we've seen that stint length happen. So it may be possible that we are in for a fuel-saving race from here. It might be the case that those who have come in now have to go in full conserve to try and make it to the end of the race. Whereas if Lockie Burke and Hans Brunswick stay out for this 1 or 2 lap more, they might only have 50 laps to do, which is 2 25 lap stints.
Oh, absolutely no chance there for Lachlan Burke. That was a blind corner, and of course this widens the angle somewhat. But at this point, maybe that's when you've got to make a decision. And what do you do there? You've got to.
And you don't have the pace, you don't have the maneuverability in your car at that point to get around.
And then that was the result. And Zach Baker too had the same conundrum. Because
you're at the absolute limit of your aerodynamic balance there. There is no more steering lock you can get onto that car without the car spinning. So unlucky.
This is gutting for a lot of guys right now. Really gutting. Do you think Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan have fought hard after they got unlucky with the first safety car to try and recover that, but now this is really just put paid to their challenge. Do you think there's time? Do you think there's time for them to recover that, or is that day done for them?
Yes, and it's because of the fact that it's a safety car. So the fact that everything gets reset, the fact that they're able to get back in the train and just sort of reset and go again. A few walking wounded out there at the moment. We've got the bonnet off of the Liam Rudd. I can't remember the team name. Sorry. Visual Racing? I'm sorry if this is your car. I've forgotten the team name.
Vivid Esports.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ben Rhodes has got to 102 laps.
He's got it, yes! And there he is coming into the pits as well.
Yeah, to celebrate. He's oh no, you've got another 58 laps to go. Well, he's probably not going to get all of those in, but my hope is that he can bring this one home.
And on that note, I am going to leave you and Madbird to bring the next 15 laps of action to everyone at home. And I'm going to go lie down for a little bit because it has been a wild set of laps.
You've earned it, my friend.
Thank you. We'll see you guys a bit later on.
Coming up the hill, the safety car leads Lachlan Burke around. Very interesting that they didn't come in because I would have thought they'd had to because of the position that they found themselves in. But they did do a late safety car on the previous safety car pit stop, so they pitted on lap 99. They've got 5 stops and 2 to go. They're well positioned, Lachlan Burke and Hans Brunswick.
Aren't they just? Hello, Stairs.
Welcome back to the commentary box.
What a series of events I've been watching with rapt attention from the back of the comm box.
You got absolutely stunning side-by-side action for 10 laps. I got 2 safety car periods and an absolute demolition derby.
That was incredible. The Napa car and the ZB Racing car, they basically had the exact same accident when they hit Luke Rosella. Both of them slammed into it at full speed, did a full pirouette into the wall and landed basically with their wheels facing the right way and could scoot off into the distance. So I'm really surprised that the 44 car, as you said, hasn't had more damage and is still continuing around out there in the lead at the moment.
So their next expected pit stop is 125, so that they need to do 2 more stops. They need to anyway because of their they've only done 5 and you've got to do 7. So they're actually well placed strategically. Like they're not out of sync in that respect. So Lewis Wedding in 2nd place. That's the number. They didn't put the number on that one. It's the number 2. They last pit on lap 101, so their next stop would be around about 126. And again, they're 10 laps. They're in the same sort of position strategically. So actually, they're in a good spot as well. Dane Liccardo. Now these guys are in 3rd place. So the Tasman Racing. That's the number. What is it? 51. They pit on lap 100, so that gets them to about 125. So they need 2 more pit stops as well. Kurt Stenberg in 4th place. So, I mean, the track position is probably the advantage. They've jumped the 93 in this phase. So they last came in on 107. They only need to do 1 pit stop, but they probably can't make it on fuel because that would get them only to lap 129, and their critical lap is 135. So as we see Ben Rhodes getting the lucky dog to get his lap back.
I was watching. I reckon Kurt Stenberg, I reckon he took a very short pit stop in comparison to the
yeah, because they have to make the 2 extra stops as well. Yeah, so they've done that to get track position. So the Ethan Warren car, so they've put him in for the end of the race now. I think Colin must be done. They did the driver change on their last stop, and that is 108. So that's their 6th stop. They only need to do 1 more stop, but they will probably need to do 2. So they're going to be hamstrung pace-wise in that respect. Zach Baker in 6th place. Sorry, I keep talking over you. I'm just trying to get through this in case they do a restart on this lap. So the Zach Baker car, they last pit on lap 107. They've done 6 out of their 7 stops, but again, they're in the same position as your Kurt Stenberg and your Colin Warwick, Ethan Warren type cars where they would need to fuel save to do it on 1 more stop, even though they don't have to. Looks like we're not going to get a restart on this one, so we can take it easy a little bit as we see the Race on Oz car there. Benjamin Dahlia coming in, and that would, I don't really know why they're coming in, because that would be their 7th stop. It's not actually going to count. I suppose they just feel like it's going to...
I give them... yeah, I can see it going there. It's probably, they can top up fuel here, even though it won't count. They only need 1 more stop, so this might give them enough fuel to make it to the end on the 1 more stops. This is actually a very good
call and a shorter pit
decision,
stop.
I think.
Shorter pit stop potentially on their next stop.
And fresher tyres for the restart. You know, they've been tootling around behind safety car, but it's still a couple of laps of wear on the tyres. Whereas if they're completely fresh, you know, it all makes a difference.
But Thomas McMillan, so they've done 6 stops. They've got to do 1 more. They've of course got... They're basically in the same position they were after the first safety car for a different reason, because this time they're the ones who caused the safety car, although actually that car was involved in the first one, because it was Colin Warwick who crashed into the back of Thomas McMillan to bring out that first safety car, excuse me. So they've got a lot of work to do. They've got to commit to either saving fuel to the end of the race or just go hell for leather and do 2 short stops. So, it's intriguingly poised. I reckon we're going to see some people do the fuel saving strategy, and we're going to see some other people do the let's just go hell for leather strategy. The thing about the fuel, I don't think the fuel saving strategy works, because you've got to save 10 laps worth of fuel over the next 51 laps.
Well, that's what we saw last year with Dane Warren. Oh no, in 2019 with Dane and Ethan Warren. They were trying to save so much fuel. They basically had no pace at the end of the race because they were that marginal.
Yeah, and also a safety car makes that safer, but it also closes the gaps. So you've just got to go hell for leather for the next 2 stops basically. But what these guys have done is ceded track position, which makes it messy for them to get back to the front of the race where they want to be.
Although we saw Storm Warning McMillan, to quote myself, tearing through the field earlier on in the race, and that was from 12th. He's only in 7th this time around.
We're not going to know where to look.
No, it's going to be... I don't envy you controlling the cameras on the restart stairs, because, my goodness...
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to sort of look at the front and see where the people who are out of position get themselves up to, really.
So who's not caught the... So RSM Laterno is very quickly catching up to the back of the pack. Liam Budd is about half a sector behind, and Rhodey is about a sector behind the pack at this stage. And I wasn't in the box at the time, but congratulations to Rhodey on completing 105 laps so far. He's broken that 100 barrier. He got so close last year. He's bowing.
You do the same, otherwise we're not doing it solidarity.
I didn't realise you were broadcasting our faces.
Ben Rhodes. We commend you.
Oh, Benjamin Rhodes.
If anyone's just tuned in, you would not know. You're a bit late to the party there, James.
Benjamin Rhodes.
I've been here the whole time and I'm still thoroughly confused.
Well, you know, it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. There's only a certain amount of racing that someone can take before losing their mind somewhat.
Well, I have no idea what way this is going to play out. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to play out.
I'm hoping that we get a restart on this lap. It's annoying that we can't see the lights on the safety car, because we just sort of have to wait until it looks like it's moving left.
I believe the safety car's in this lap.
So Lachlan Burke has the unenviable task of leading this pack around for a restart. The nerves, can you imagine, with 51 laps to go? Lachlan Burke on strategy leads the race. They will probably lose out under pit stops because they have to do longer ones, but they have got themselves that crucial track position. Lachlan Burke leads away from Lewis Wedding. Behind him, Dane Liccardo, who has had all his Christmases come at once by getting up into the podium spots as a result of this. But everyone fighting for position. They're all pretty clean on the way through Hell Corner for the first time after the restart. And someone pulling the Vivid E car looked like he was pulling out. Bit of a weaving across the track there for Lachlan Burke, but I don't think he's under a huge amount of threat from Lewis Wedding. Defending fresh air, it has to be said. Lewis is not going to do that now in
Kurt Stenberg
behind Kurt Stenberg. Yeah, they're going side by side.
Ethan Warren, sorry.
That's the wrong car.
Well, as a little bit of a wiggle on the exit of Griffin's Bend for Lachlan Burke, which might drop him back into the clutches of Lewis Wedding. Not quite, as they hit the cutting with Dane Liccardo right on their tail. Kurt Stenberg was almost bump drafting the rear of Dane Liccardo going through the cutting. And a little bit of a swapper for Lewis Wedding. That would have been a pants tightening moment.
Not wrong.
No, as they continue across the top of the mountain. Kurt Stenberg right on the back
wide
of
for
Dane
Lewis
Liccardo.
Wedding. He managed to get it in, but he's going to rest his speed on the exit. It's all going to bunch up behind. Dane Liccardo is in there, and Kurt Stenberg in behind. Colin Warwick having a little bit of a look. It's all concertinaing up. Lewis Wedding is holding up a bit of a train of cars, and the gap here that Lachlan Burke has is growing. If he can find the sort of rhythm that he had before the safety car before the last one, if you catch my drift, He is very much in this, and look at it all. 4 into 1 doesn't go, and somehow they all get out the other side facing the right direction.
1.9 seconds, the gap, as this has been happening. Lachlan Burke just clearing off. He's like, I'm making hay, guys. You guys keep shining like the sun. Dane Liccardo going down the
making
inside.
Making a move on Lewis Wedding here, so for second place, here goes Dane Liccardo. They're side by side in behind. Look at Luke Rosella. He's got in behind Colin Warwick. He's going to make the move for Colin Warwick. He gets in there, 2 into 1. Bump, 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 bump. Dane Liccardo gets served off the road. That was a bit rude, but he's going to rejoin. Oh, that was nearly a Jamie Whincup moment. He cedes position to Kurt Stenberg, who gets in through in that. Thomas McMillan got past Colin Warwick and slides his way sideways into the corner. He's got through. Dane Liccardo is in the fence. Dane Liccardo is in the fence.
Look, and Thomas McMillan very aggressive defending against Ethan Warren. As very nearly we have a horrible accident with Dane Liccardo recovering to the track. And Thomas McMillan has given that position back to Ethan Warren up into 5th place. Kurt Stenberg right on the back of Lewis Wedding. We'll see if we can get a replay of that last corner drama.
Yeah, we will, but we'll just catch Kurt Stenberg going up the inside of Lewis Wedding, and that's a pretty pedestrian, well, not pedestrian, but civilised move after the shenanigans that we just saw. So we've got a little bit of a chance now for a replay. This was poor old Dane Liccardo getting served, I think maybe by Colin Warwick into the fence, or
Ethan Warren.
But yeah, beg your pardon, Ethan Warren in that car, and Dane Liccardo must feel absolutely shredded after that. The poor guy is just not having any luck right now.
Was running up in 3rd, now down in 8th place. So that is a shame for Dane Liccardo. You saw how passionate he got in his cockpit last night during qualifying. Can imagine that some similar emotions are being felt in the cockpit at the moment.
Absolute roller coaster of emotions, isn't it? So meanwhile, we've still got Lewis Wedding trying to hold on to position here. Now somewhere in it, Colin Warwick has got back past Thomas McMillan.
I reckon Thomas.
Sorry,
McMillan
Ethan Warren.
I reckon McMillan gave the position back down the start-finish straight because it was a very unsportsmanlike defence coming out of Murray's corner, I thought.
Brendan Ross saying, I have no fingernails left. I am feeling you, Brendan Ross, teammate of Lewis Wedding, who has now got Ethan Warren pulling up alongside him as they make that fabled run down to the chase. And I think Lewis Wedding might just seed in behind and try and at least keep... Luke Rosella, who got on the grass.
Thomas McMillan.
Lewis Wedding has got eyes in the back of his head because it felt like he saw that happening, and apologies for getting Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan mixed up for the 70th time today. But it's all kicking off. The race has gone off, Madbird.
It has indeed, but they are all managing to somehow stay on the racetrack, which is very impressive. Ethan Warren with a big moment coming out of Murray's, but Thomas McMillan nice and tidy, trying to hang on to the back of the Kart FX car, coming through Hell Corner, and you can see the lead there. Sorry, go ahead, Bagzy.
Going to be Baker Wedding. Is this going to be Baker Wedding too? We've already seen Wedding unceremoniously dump Baker. Is it going to be reversed?
I think we've lost your camera there, Bagzy, but we can at least hear you. And yeah, that's a good question.
Coming down into Griffins, Zach Baker is up alongside Lewis Wedding.
Where are you looking?
But down in 4th, 5th, there they are. Looks like Zach Baker's gotten that job done coming out of Griffin's Bend. So Zach Baker managing to exercise the demon that is Lewis Wedding overtakes.
So we'll see if we can catch a replay of that. So Lewis Wedding, yeah, towards the end of the tyre stint, and of course the track position was gained as a result of not coming into the pits, but everyone behind on fresh tyres was able to push through on that one, and you can see the result, which is why we have this chaos of the faster cars getting past the slower cars as Ethan Warren and Thomas McMillan are attached. I would say at the hip, but side by side would be at the hip. They're attached kind of front to rear, which is what you're looking at, front to rear attachment, kind of like a human centipede type situation.
And Thomas McMillan very close to the back of Ethan Warren as they came out of Forest Elbow. The run down Conrod Straight now. He's tucked up in that slipstream. He's going to try to... We've seen Thomas McMillan is very brave on the brakes into the chase. So are we looking at a dive on this particular occasion?
Snorkels on.
He looks like he wants to go for the outside, switch to the inside.
I thought he was sending it there. He's got tremendous ability under brakes there, doesn't he?
Really does. That was terrifying. I thought for all money he was going to be locking up and sailing into the back of the Kart FX car, but managed to avoid it.
So Lewis Wedding has just been passed by Brody Steen. They got that done fairly comfortably there at the chase. And so Lewis Wedding now down into 7th place. Dane Liccardo in 8th. RSM Latino in 9th. So we're sort of starting to get this race in some sort of order. But it's all still yet to kick off. Lachlan Burke has shown impressive pace throughout this race, and especially in the last couple of stints, and his last lap a 2:07.4.
A second slower than Kurt Stenberg.
Yeah, not a match to Kurt on new tyres at the moment. Kurt, is fatigue going to play a part for him? He's been in the car since lap 64. So
he's got about 100 minutes left in the cockpit.
50 laps down, and he's a bit past halfway, if that's any consolation to him.
Yeah, but it's surely the deterioration snowballs. You don't hit a certain level of tired and stop. Your body just continues to get more tired. And a little brush of the wall there for Lachlan Burke. Maybe just getting a little bit overawed, seeing the champion-elect, Kurt Stenberg, growing larger and larger in the rearview mirror. And the top 4 very close together. 2 seconds covering the top 4. As they start to reel in Lachlan Burke. You can see how close Ethan Warren's gotten to the back of Kurt Stenberg now as they come through the dipper. He's right on the back of Kurt Stenberg. So this is compressing up very, very nicely if you're Ethan Warren. And if you're Thomas McMillan, you're looking at this thinking, oh God, please take each other off at the chase, and wanting to sail on through. Thomas McMillan doesn't seem to have the pace to live with Ethan Warren exactly at the moment.
Well, Ethan Warren is in his element here. This is where he started to come into his own as Kurt Stenberg goes a little bit defensive. And he's got a lot to think about ahead of him, but also a lot to think about behind him.
It's absolutely true.
Oh, it's about to kick off again.
We get a moment of respite while we wait for the... Oh, and Ethan Warren has a little look going down towards Hell Corner, and Lachlan Burke not going defensive, staying to the racing line of the track. Kurt Stenberg goes down the inside, and Ethan Warren might sneak through as well, getting a slipstream behind Kurt Stenberg, and that is 2 positions done in 1 if you are Lachlan Burke, except the opposite, losing 2 positions in 1 corner for Lachlan Burke. So that's a shame for him. Thomas McMillan just got a watching brief on this 3-way battle in front of him.
Oh, yep. So Kurt Stenberg has the lead of the race, but for how long with a hard-charging Ethan Warren in behind? Ethan Warren trying to drive around the outside of the cutting. Nothing doing there. Thomas McMillan in behind as well. That car with a lot of pace. They want to get through again. We've kind of gone back to where we were before. Potentially I can see the same sort of positions occurring with Luke Rosella trying to get past Kurt Stenberg and Ethan Warren driving out into the distance. I can see that happening, but well, let's get there first. Where are we now? Kurt Stenberg leads the way. Ethan Warren in behind. These guys pretty much on the same strategy. Thomas McMillan has got past Lachlan Burke. We didn't quite see that happen.
Lachlan Burke led him through by the looks of it. I saw him just pull over a little bit going across the top of the mountain. So I think he's aware of the fact that this isn't really... He isn't racing these 3. So he just sort of moved aside and didn't fight the position particularly difficult. As you can see there, just gets... very nearly tags the back of Thomas McMillan's car, but
yeah, they're on target for a fairly solid 4th place. If nothing else untoward happens with these top 3, the favourites for the victory all race long, and they still find themselves occupying the same piece of tarmac. This is just truly astonishing.
So down into the chase, no one's close enough to mount a overtake opportunity on this occasion. Kurt Stenberg leads Ethan Warren ahead of Thomas McMillan through the chase and down towards Murray's Corner. A second covers the front 3.
Here's the view from the bonnet cam of Ethan Warren down into Murray's Corner. Is that a little bit wide there for Kurt Stenberg? Ethan Warren, I should say, has a very, very good run down into Hell Corner and backs out of that one. Ethan Warren, well, Kurt Stenberg didn't feel the need to go on the defensive. Notice how much more curve Ethan takes than Kurt does, and then they make their run up Mountain Straight.
Yeah, so managed to get a much better exit out of Hell, did Kurt, which gives him a bit of an advantage. Ethan Warren getting the slipstream, but it's not going to be enough for a go into Griffins. He does dip himself out just to show himself in the side mirror, make sure he knows that he's there. You can see Kurt, there's a lot less smiles and bouncing up and down in the cockpit on this particular occasion. There's a lot more focus. Side by side, going through the cutting. Kurt Stenberg on the inside. Ethan Warren trying to drive around the outside. I think he might have it done as they go side by side again. They're not going to go side by side across the top of the mountain.
In the fence there, I think, and that's going to allow Colin Warwick. He's in the fence!
No!
Oh, he's in the fence! He's somehow managed to. Well, he's lost the position to Thomas McMillan.
Thomas giving it back. I think that was. Yeah, that was a bit of contact from Thomas McMillan.
Was that front to rear contact with Thomas McMillan into
I expect
Kurt?
so, because that's why he's pulled over and given the position back.
Yeah.
It was very, very close. If there was no contact, it was very, very close, but I can't think why else he'd give the position back.
Yeah, so frustrating for Kurt. Of course, you could see that on the picture-in-picture. Maybe we'll be able to get a little bit of a replay. This was that sequence from the view of Thomas McMillan as they came up. Thomas is half throttle as they're going up here because these guys are costing each other so much time. And yep, that was indeed what happened to Thomas and Kurt. Was a little bit frustrated there. Thomas did very well to let Kurt by, and that's what is occurring there. But that is a free kick to Ethan Warren.
It is indeed. He's clearing off into the distance. A second the gap now. So the near distance, but the distance nevertheless. Kurt Stenberg now having to chase that gap back down if he's able to, and Thomas McMillan keeping in touch with second place Kurt Stenberg there.
Right. So of these three, we're expecting to see Ethan Warren next in on lap 134. Which is going to be one lap off his critical lap. That's interesting. So that would be his 7th pit stop, and so potentially these guys could do it on one more stop if they're able to save enough fuel. The 47 of Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane, they're expected on 133, and their critical lap is 135. So we're back into fuel-saving mode, unless they want to do the 2 more stops, but they can do it on 1 more stop. I reckon they can fuel save. Thomas McMillan, let's have a look at...
The question is, do they want to do that?
Yeah, but I think they have to. They lose so much time from pitting. It's only 1 or 2 laps worth of fuel saving that they would have to do. Let's look at Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan, 133, 135. They're in the same boat as Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane. Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick are in a better position. They only need to save 1 lap as opposed to 2 laps worth of fuel. So it's all getting tight at the top, and how quickly things turn around. The numbers that we were getting during the safety car period have changed around, and we thought it was going to be a lot more like a 10-lap discrepancy they had to make. But so much time under safety car, I believe that's the reason why we found ourselves in this position.
Yeah, a lot of fuel saving capable under the safety car, obviously, and the gaps at the front have just stretched out a bit, about a second between each of them at the moment, as they continue on through the chase on this lap 116.
So everything's sort of simmering down. So Lachlan Burke holds down 4th place behind these guys up in 3rd.
Just past 4 hours and 30 minutes.
117 laps in the book. Zach Baker in 5th place. Brody Steen in 6th place, together with Benjamin Dahlia. They've had a solid day, stayed out of trouble. Lewis Wedding in 7th place. Trying something, his teammate Brendan Ross said on the live chat.
I wonder what they're trying.
Dane Liccardo, poor guy, got fed into the fence on that restart. It was everyone sort of tripping over themselves there. And then we got RSM Latino out of 9th place. Kai Jones just coming out of the pits, it looks like, down there in 10th. And he's 2 laps down with Ben Rhodes just up ahead of in 4 laps down, having surpassed his achievement of last year where he did 98 laps.
Very well done.
Good job there. Very, very good job indeed. And we've had the 4 DNFs being Aidan Sykes, Alex Cattle, Damo, and Michael Pollard.
Yeah, so 4 DNFs on lap 117 compared to last year, where we had my goodness, We had 8 DNFs by this stage last
I've got to
season.
say, I've been very, very impressed with the lack of attrition in this race. It's been fantastic.
A few of the ones last year, a few of the ones last year were just due to just damage, and they probably just exited back to pits. Whereas I've seen quite a few instances of heavy damage. I mean, Colin Warwick couldn't stop his car after that first accident.
I thought that was over and out for them, I must say.
But they pulled it back to the pits and got it fixed up and got it back out there again. Whereas in previous seasons, I think they would have just thrown in the towel. So it's good to see the competitiveness edge of our drivers still staying out there, because you never know what's going to happen. 161 laps is a very long way, and as you can see, Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick have found themselves back in the lead after that.
And we found ourselves talking about fuel quite a lot during this race, and Michael Zalavari is standing by in the Tech Talk bunker with a little bit of analysis of the fuel strategy. Michael, what have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Stairs and Madbird. And I overheard you guys talking about the fuel strategy late in this race. I thought I'd take a stab at trying to discuss what's about to happen. So here is the last part of the race. So we've got the safety car on lap 107, which brought everyone into the pits. And we saw, I think, 4 laps under safety car, which was lap 111 before we went to green flag. Now, a standard stint that we've seen under green has been 24 laps. So if you go 107 laps plus 24, you get to lap 131. The problem is you want to get to lap 161. So if you get 24 laps back from lap 161, you get to lap 137. So there's this middle ground where the two lines don't meet, which is a very big problem for almost every single team at the moment. Of course, you are able to fuel save under that safety car, but even if we say just push this out, I'm going to grab the black texter. If we push this out to further 4 laps down to 135, that's still not quite matching up. So it's going to be very difficult for everyone who's pit under that safety car to get to the end of the race. There is one wild card to this, though, and this is Lockie Burke and Hans Brunswick, which is the only car we don't seem to have a little mechanical magnetic figurine for. So they actually pit on lap 99, way down here, if that's a 9. So they're expected to come in next. I've got my board up next to me. Whereabouts are they meant to come in? Around lap 125. Whoops. Of course, they can't get to the end from there. They need to pit again somewhere around lap 150. What they are banking on is that they can use their pace, which they've had throughout the race. As we made mention, Lockie Burke was the fastest man on track before the safety cars. Use their pace to overthrow everyone while they're conserving, or they're banking on people not being able to get to the finish. It's pretty fascinating stuff, and we've still got 50 laps left to go before we find out the answer. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? The numbers on our spreadsheet reckon it's a bit closer than that. Because a lot of guys, that's based on 24 laps. Some of those guys are doing 25, 26 laps. We really are only looking at the stint length for the fastest guys. So Kurt Stenberg, Corey McFarlane, 26 is their longest stint. Colin Warwick, Ethan Warren, 26. But we must keep in mind that that's under safety car, some of those laps. So, yeah, it might be a struggle to get to 26 laps again because we've had those safety car periods happening.
And Lockie Burke, at the moment, I think we've got Lewis Wedding in the pits. I've just seen him dropping down the order. So that would be out of sequence. They last pit on lap 101. So they're coming in on lap 120. So 20 lap pit stop with 1 still left to go. So they've put themselves, and Brendan Ross back in the car. I did see him in the live chat before saying, put me back in the car, I'm ready.
They had to do another stop anyway, so I think they're just trying to break the last 60 laps up into sort of even 20 lap stints, which makes sense.
That was what I was saying. Lockie Burke at the moment is almost a minute down on the lead, so 56 seconds. And assuming he needs to stop twice more, which we believe he does, where is he, Lachlan Burke? They have had 5 pit stops, so they need to stop twice more. Even if they don't need a fuel save, that is a huge deficit to overcome, depending on how much the leaders are needing to fuel save. They've put themselves in it. But they've done something different. So if there's a safety car that draws the whole field back together again, and they're on fresher tyres at the end.
They haven't done something different from one another. That's the interesting thing. Like, the top three are all pretty much on the same strategy. Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick are slightly... They're one lap closer to making it on one more stop than Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane and Thomas McMillan and Luke Rosella. Well, Michael Zalavari reckons that the number 44 is on the winning strategy.
From last year.
That's the same one as last year, but the one thing that they don't have is Ethan Warren in the car at the end of the race, turning out absolutely magic qualifying laps for the last 30 laps.
But, I mean, I guess Lachlan Burke was showing he has quite a lot of pace before the safety cars, so I guess who knows what he can turn out when it cuts to the quick. All this we'll have to wait and see. We still have 40 laps to go. Hello, Bagzy.
Bagzy, what do you got for us?
I come bearing information. I've been in to see the top 3 teams, the top guys on track at the moment, find out what they're all thinking, how they're all feeling. Don't know how, some of it we might take with a grain of salt because they're not going to be giving away all of their tricks to us to broadcast, but it seems like fuel-wise everyone's they're not sure how they're going to go. There seems to be a lot of uncertainty, a lot of maybe people hadn't specifically been thinking about it or trying not to think about it. What I have heard though is that the car currently in third, Thomas McMillan, we saw he got hit a couple of times in that crash after the safety car at lap 100. They've got a little bit of engine damage, and so they're struggling for straight line speed and having some cooling issues potentially as well. So they're hopeful, they're hoping to stay on the podium, maybe get second, but I believe because they have engine problems, they're probably not hitting the top speeds they'd normally be, so they're probably going to be totally fine on fuel. So if it does end up being an economy race and the two in front have to splash and dash, you never know what might happen. You know, that car, you know, limping home might end up being, the limping might be, end up being what saves them.
Yeah, well, so that kind of commits them to the fuel saving strategy, is what you're saying.
Well, I think it's more that for McMillan and co, they're not actively fuel saving. They're driving the car as fast as they can, but that is in a way where because of the engine damage.
Yeah, but is their fuel burn lower than it was before as a result of that? That's the question, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So, and they also have to try not to hemorrhage too much time while that's happening. On the last lap, they were 1.2 seconds slower than Ethan Warren and about half a second slower than Kurt Stenberg. So if you extrapolate that forwards to the number of laps remaining, which is about 37, is that right? Something like that. That's, you know, how much time they lose there then has to be less than it would take for Ethan and Kurt to take pit stops.
That being said, I do think those last few laps were a couple of scruffy laps. It's not that's not their real pace, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they're actually doing a little bit better than that.
To wait and see. Thank you, Bagzy, for your excellent information sleuthing abilities. Ethan Warren just continuing to lead this race.
So he has a 3.3 second advantage there over Kurt Stenberg, who's in the car to the end of the race, and we believe Ethan Warren also in the car to the end of the race. That was the mail through from Bagzy earlier on, that when Ethan got in, that was going to be him to the end of the race, which was the winning driver change strategy from last year. At the moment, looking good for back-to-back race wins for the Cardiff-X Colin Warwick Creative Racing car.
They're a good pairing.
They're a very good pairing, and you know, you had to place a lot of confidence in them early on because of how much Colin Warwick has come on in leaps and bounds this year as well, not just the pace of Ethan Warren.
It feels weird to refer to Ethan Warren as the B driver.
Definitely. He's anything but.
Anything but. Similar to Corey McFarlane in the Kurt Stenberg Corey McFarlane pairing. Yes, he's a Super 2 champion, but we saw it when he dropped into the main series at Sydney Motorsport Park. He's every bit as quick as these guys. So there's a couple of very, very strong driver pairs this year around.
So everything's just sort of spread out a little bit for now. I mean, we've talked endlessly about Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick. So if we sort of make our way gingerly through the rest of the field, Kurt Stenberg and Corey McFarlane. Well, Corey started that car and has been very, very good addition to the Automobilista Supercars Championship, winning 2 out of his first 8 main game appearances. The Super 2 champion, together with this year's 2021 ASC champion in Kurt Stenberg. They had a little bit of a technical issue, which meant that poor old Corey McFarlane's game would crash if he were to get back in the car. So he had to start, and Kurt had to take over on lap number 64, and he's been there ever since. So what's he up to now? It's 58 laps he's been in the car. Sorry. Yes, that's about right. 58 laps. Kurt Stenberg's been in the car, and he is going to be in the car right till the end of the race, Madbird.
Yep, almost 100 laps he'll have spent in the car by the time we get to the checkered flag, assuming there's no DNFs in the meantime, which we certainly hope.
We touch wood, of course.
I've knocked on the wood.
And then behind them, well, it's been quite an eventful race for Thomas McMillan and Luke Rosella. They were leading very, very comfortably at the start of the race. And then the safety car, well, it was starting to close up a little bit, but the safety car came out. They missed it. They weren't sure whether the safety car had been thrown or not. Everyone else got in and got their pit stops in, and then they came in a lap later, lost all of their track position and had to fight their way back through. And then once they'd fought their way back through, it kind of happened again. There was another safety car. They found themselves at the back, but that was because they were involved in the accident that caused the safety car, Madbird. And that was a very, very messy incident, and that has caused the damage that Bagzy alluded to before with the lack of top speed. So it's been up and down for Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan, but they have definitely shown a lot of speed today.
They've especially Luke Rosella, just punching in those incredibly hot laps prior to the safety cars. We still remains to be seen what he can do when he gets back in the car, and if the damage on the car is fixable, if it's worth fixing. So we've still got so much left to see. It feels like we've been commentating over several races for the last 123 laps, because we've had all these little mini storylines popping up amongst the overall storyline that is the race itself. There's Zach Baker getting up into 4th place.
What an anonymous race they've had, Zach Baker and David Nanadich. They've been there or thereabouts. He's got into a bit of a tussle with Lewis Wedding. We saw he got spun around with Lewis Wedding, and then there was a bit of a retaliatory hit after that. That was a little... We don't really like to see that sort of stuff, but I think Zach Baker probably could have considered himself a bit hard done by to get spun around by Lewis Wedding there. Yeah,
and then he's just sort of not really been on the pace. They're about 13 seconds behind the lead at the moment, and they've never really looked like challenging for the podium positions, unfortunately. Considering the pace we know they have around here, they're doing better than last year, it must be said, when they DNF'd on lap 69. Nice. Last time around. While we were watching them, in fact, they crashed out.
Everyone has to be commended on that, definitely.
Yeah, the attrition rate has been so low. It's been fantastic to watch. 11 cars still running.
And we thought, like in 2019, we had low attrition, but that was with the damage set to 25%, if I'm not mistaken. Today, we have it at 50%, which is the same we had it at last year. So we have not made it any easier for them, but the driving has just been better, despite a few messy moments that we've had, which has been actually remarkable that a lot of those incidents weren't race ending.
A lot at this time last year, we only had 5 cars left running, with one of them to retire in about 6 laps time. So
about 1:30 Jack Handle.
So
yeah, we haven't seen the Jack Handle and Instinct DuPont car this year.
That's an excellent livery, I miss.
Yeah, Brody Steen and his teammate Benjamin Dahlia up in 5th. So they didn't qualify too well. They're up 3 spots from where they started. Another car that's kind of kept its nose out of trouble.
Yeah, just kept their heads down and punched in some decent laps, but not really enough to trouble the front runners once again. Behind them we've got Lachlan Burke, who of course we're keeping an eye on because they're the ones that seem to be on the contra strategy.
Well, the strategy that won last year, Michael reminded us earlier on.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So, assuming no more safety cars, it'll be interesting. Oh, a little bit tail happy coming out of the cutting. It'll be interesting to see what they're able to do moving forwards. Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding currently down in 7th place. They still have to make one more pit stop. They're expected in on lap 145, so they can make it with one last stop to the end of the race. We would expect.
Yeah, quite comfortably.
Quite comfortably.
They're doing that sort of, split the last the last 3 stints into 20 lap even splits. Madbird, I might have a bit of a spell.
Yeah.
I'll come back and see you a little bit later on, okay?
No worries.
We're
Fantastic.
Have Michael Zalavari jump into commentary alongside you.
Oh, no, not that guy. Nah, I joke. Michael Zalavari is a fantastic commentator, as we see just on the other screen. So Thomas McMillan lapping Rhodey. Always a heart and mouth moment, but Rhodey currently on lap 120. So 41 laps left to run. Well, he's 5 laps down. So 36 laps left to run for Benjamin Rhodes, assuming he doesn't get lapped again, to complete solo the Bathurst 1000, Michael.
The Bathurst close to 1000.
The Bathurst, what's 5 laps worth of distance around?
That would be 32 kilometers.
Yes.
Ish.
So the Bathurst 968.
Damn.
Doesn't really ring.
Not quite.
It doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well, does it?
It was only 1 kilometer away from being nice. How have you been, Madbird? It's been. How's that last stint been?
Yeah, good. It's after a decent scrap at the very. Basically, I got in as the safety car. Oh, as we see Thomas McMillan a little bit messy across Skyline. After I got in and the safety car restart happened, it's all sort of settled down a little bit. And it's more been analysing what's looking like is going to be a interesting fuel call towards the end of the race for a lot of these drivers. So you reckon Lachlan Burke and Hans Brunswick are on the winning strategy from last year?
Yeah, so if you recall last year, we had a safety car on exactly the same lap as we get a quick glimpse of Bagzy eating some food. Absolutely stitched up.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well done, Stairs. We had a safety car on exactly the same lap 107. So that was the last safety car last year, and that was for the rhodium incident, because he was 8 laps down at that point. What we saw in that instance was a similar sort of thing. Some cars not being able to make, most cars not being able to make it to the finish, and the likes of Ethan Warren and Thomas McMillan and Brodie Steen and Sean Allen being forced into, in the end, taking 2 stops. Whereas Kurt Stenberg and Dane Warren tried to stretch that last stop out as far as they could go. And in the end, it turns out that the 2 shorter stops were the faster strategy, because you had to the amount you had to conserve was so much that you lost a pit stop in the process.
Yeah, even if it's just 2 or 3 laps, the difference, that is quite a lot of fuel to save, even over the course of 40 laps.
Well, because a lap around Mount Panorama isn't like a lap around like Lime Rock or anything. It's 6.2 kilometers, most of which is full throttle.
Yep.
So you can't just
you can't just lift and coast into a couple of braking zones.
Exactly.
You've got to be significantly slower around the length of a very long racetrack.
And I'm just having a quick peek at the lap times for the last lap around, and wouldn't you know it, the fastest man on circuit is Lockie Burke. Because Ethan Warren, 2086, 2087 for Stenberg. McMillan picked up a track cut, 209 flat for Baker, 209.2 for Brodie Steen. Lockie Burke, 2076.
So that is almost 2 seconds faster than some of the guys ahead of him, and a second faster than the leaders. So I'm coming around to your way of thinking, Mr. Zach.
I'm not proclaiming to be absolutely correct here. The thing that Burke and Brunswick need to do at the end of this race is still have the car pace, but they do have the luxury of not having to conserve.
They have the option of going flat out, whereas the rest do not.
Exactly.
Assuming that it all continues on and we have no more safety cars.
Exactly. These are all the caveats that we start using to build the puzzle. Yeah, exactly. So it is a fascinating picture that we are building here, Madbird.
It is. It's a high quality PNG image, no compression, is how I would describe it, because it is lovely to look at, and I'm very excited to see how. I don't know where this. I'm very excited to see what we can do with it in Photoshop.
Sometimes you start a sentence without ever knowing where it's going to octopus.
All the time. Very, very little of the time do I have any idea how I'm going to finish the thing that starts coming out of my mouth. And this sentence is absolutely no exception.
Oh, brilliant. I love it.
So, last time around, Lockie Burke, we're just about to get the timings for him as he crosses the line. So Lachlan Burke that time was a 2:07.0. Ahead of him a 9.6, a 9.2, an 8.5, a 9, and an 8.9. So that is a lot of differential.
And this is Burke right at the very tail end of his stint as well. So, although they just came in on lap 118.
Yeah,
cool.
correct.
So
they're about 10 laps into their second to last stint.
So we're expecting everyone in about 10 laps time.
Yeah, I suppose so. They're all around the lap 33, 40-ish. Not 40, lap 33, lap 31 area is their next expected stops for a lot of them.
So the gap is 48 seconds, so that's still effectively a pit stop. So keep that in the back of your mind, viewers. That it's 48 seconds that Burke has to find over the course of the next 127 laps. And everyone
the next 34 laps. We've done 127
Oh
laps.
my gosh.
If we were going to be here for another 127 laps,
we would call it the Bathurst 2000.
I would need a toilet break. Or several.
Several, yeah.
I'm going through a lot of water, it must be said.
Blimey. Yeah, it is quite steamy in this room.
Oh, it doesn't help that you're in here.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Bagzy. Brilliant. So let's have a look at... Oh, wait, no, Stairs just did this. I was about to say let's have a look at the field, but just peeking in the background of that shot is a white clad car of Kurt Stenberg. Look, there he is.
Yeah, I was going to say the lead is actually the closest battle on track, in inverted commas, swinging between 2.5 and 4 seconds between first and second place men, Ethan Warren and Kurt Stenberg. So it's all equalized. It's like we're waiting for the last shoe to drop. We're all just sitting here waiting for what decisions they're going to make. Are they going to try to fuel save for the rest? Are they going to go hell for leather and decide that they have to make it? They have to make an extra stop. But that is a huge deficit to overcome if they do have to decide to splash and dash right at the very end.
And it's really taken the pace out of this race. We've been so used to seeing 205s, 206s from the front guys. Now they're pottering around in the 208s. It's really all of a sudden changed the shape of the race entirely, as I think I've just seen Rhodey hit the wall. No, he didn't hit the wall, but there was a big cloud of smoke as we saw the...
Heart in mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have been full spice, my dude. Let's have a look if we can see a replay of what I'm talking about here. No, it's actually not showing any of the effects that I was expecting it to, so I'm not even going to bother.
Excellent. He's about to get lapped by Lockie Burke. Gets out of the way. Nicely done. Oh, Rhodey.
Whoops.
So yeah, we're looking at lap times like we're looking at lap times in the 9s and 8s and 7s if you're speedy man Lachlan Burke.
He's the only one on track in the 7s. He's the only person under a 208 at the moment.
And you got to think the fastest lap of this race was Thomas McMillan with a 2:05.2. So they are all the better part of 2 to 4 seconds slower than the best lap time we have had this race.
Shall we jump on board with someone and see how they're
conserving?
How they are conserving. So let's see if we can get on board with. Oh, let's see if I can figure out what button to press. My
Insert.
gosh.
Right there. Oop.
No.
I thought it was insert. End, perhaps.
Maybe what we'll do is we'll try on our other PC and see what we can get. There we are. So we're watching Thomas McMillan pottering around at the moment. Actually, let's see if we can get someone who has their webcam on. Let's see who can we get? We can get onto Thomas. Oh, that was a bit of lag.
A little bit of lag.
Oh.
That was a scary moment. Oop, and another little bit of lag showing on our other screen, but
It is tense stuff. Every single little bit of lag is a heart and mouth moment as we try to. Oh, that's.
Bagsy's gone.
He's gone. He's
left
left
the building.
So let's see who we can find in his stead. Oh, okay.
So, yeah, there's a fair bit of lag starting to occur. So the server is starting to maybe get a little bit tired, which is understandable after 129 laps. So it just needs to hold on for another 30 laps. You can do it, server. I believe in you. So here we have Thomas McMillan, driver view as well as on board.
Oops.
So
There we are.
let's see if we can hear where he's lifting off. This has been a particularly slow lap for him. 1 minute and 2 seconds was the first sector.
So maybe there was something to that moment we saw in the first sector. Oh, as there's a lag moment again.
Yeah, he's off the throttle almost as soon as he comes through the chase. He is not making the most of that racetrack, so very good call. And coming into the pits.
He must be suffering from some sort of technical issue, because that's 3 or 4 lag moments that we've seen from him, and they might be
swapping.
Their hand might be forced here. They might not have a choice. So let's see if we can find them on our other screen. So this is a pit stop, and we saw he's not very happy at all. And this kind of torpedoes their opportunity, because this is only lap 131. They can't get to the end from here. This would be a Herculean stint from Luke Rosella.
Well, this is where we were expecting them to come in, somewhere around this area. So they were expected around lap 133, I think, but they've ended up coming in lap 130.
There's no way that they can make 31 laps to a stint, though, Madbird. It's not possible.
They'd need to, yeah, so at the moment they would need to come in about lap 156. So that is 5 laps of fuel saving, which is an enormous amount.
It's too much. Bagzy.
Go Bagzy.
I don't think they were going to be able to make it anyway, so might as well take the pain now, do the splash and dash at the end. Or somewhere else in this stint, maybe if you get hit. If you get a safety car, though, you're probably going to be able to save to the end, aren't you? Or at least get close.
I don't think so. I still think it's going to be too far gone.
As I just saw someone spearing off at turn 1. I'm not sure if that was a lag moment or someone actually having an accident.
That was Brendan Ross.
Okay,
but he has recovered to the track.
Okie dokie.
And
So
Luke Rosella has gotten into the car.
yeah, it's pretty unsurprising. Let's see what happened to Brendan Ross here.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, he was deep in the gravel before we even got to him. So let's have a quick look at what caused that.
Just outbroke himself and went very wide.
Oh, big lock up on the inside and hit the wall hard at Hell Corner. It's not ideal for Rossi.
Could have been a
Managed
lot
to
worse.
arrest most of his speed by the time he got there, though.
Yeah, going sideways through
Hopefully
a gravel
not too
track
much
would do
damage.
that, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see who else we can jump on board with. There's Kurt Stenberg here, and we'll see if we can figure out how he's going about saving fuel, because it's lap 131 at the moment, and we'd expect Kurt in at some point in the next 2 or 3 laps, we suspect.
Got a message in the live chat, Hans Brunswick, just saying looks like Thomas is having computer lag issues, so maybe you were right and their hand was forced to make that change probably a little bit earlier than they were anticipating.
It's not ideal, unfortunately, for them. So let's have a look. Oh, that's not what we wanted. We want that one. There we go. So this is Kurt Stenberg's on board now.
There's Kurt's lovely face.
And you can see just how dark the track has gotten now as well. We're getting deep into the evening here at Mount Panorama, Mount Bathurst.
Mount Bathurst. Oh, Lord, I'm never going to live that one down.
I mean, of course not. Just like I'm not going to live down 400 kilometres at McPhillamy.
Yeah, it's a heater. To quote Brody. Brody, who is on lap 125.
You can just hear just how much Kurt's out of the throttle, how early it is at the entry to the elbow there. So really, really trying to roll off. Let's have a look at just some lap times quickly. Again, Lockie Burke, 2:08.6 was the fastest driver on track, and that was a very slow lap from Burke as well. Let's have a listen to Kurt though.
Yeah, no throttle at all between the chase and the braking zone.
And braking much later as well, going as deep as he possibly can to try and get in to the trying to maintain some semblance of lap speed. Again, Hell Corner off the throttle 50 meters before the braking zone.
And very ginger on picking the throttle back up. He's short shifting just a little bit.
2:09.3 last lap around for Kurt Stenberg. 2:08.4 for Ethan Warren.
That looked a little bit deep.
That's the challenge of trying to lift and coast. You always want to try and go just a little bit deeper, try and maintain some lap speed, but you run the risk of running off the road. Zach Baker, 2:09.3. Brody Steen, 2:10.3.
When you throw off your natural rhythm because you've gotten used to braking at a certain point for the other 120 laps of the race, and suddenly you're having to remember, no, wait, I need to brake. I need to not brake as early, but I need to lift out of the throttle, and then that changes your braking zone, and it introduces all these variables that you're not used to having to worry about. So it can mess with your driving style just a little bit.
Absolutely. We're just waiting on the last... how nervous was he on the throttle through there as well? He's really struggling. Really struggling.
Yeah, absolutely.
A big moment through McPhillamy as well, trying to arrest the car, trying to get away from there. But that's the thing as well about this lift and coast. You're used to a certain dynamic of how the car moves and how its weight shifts. And so when you come off the throttle, you're not getting that sort of burying of the front into the ground, which of course gives you a lot of front downforce. So through areas across the top of the mountain like McPhillamy and through Reed Park, you're used to having that balance between the front and the rear grip. And it's just not there if you're not using the car's dynamics as effectively as you are last time. Whoa!
Lockie Burke with a 2:05.5.
Luke Rosella,
sorry. That is a huge lap from
wow.
the Mick Taylor Racing guys. So I think that confirms what Bagzy said. They're going hell for leather, and they're going to have to splash and dash at the end because that is a immense lap time.
Incredible. So that's what gaps do they have to get back now, though, is the question.
Well, assuming they need to make a splash and dash, that would be a solid, what, 30 seconds?
Yeah, so they're 1 minute 14 behind Ethan Warren at the moment. They're almost 30 seconds behind Lockie Burke, and they're the two on the same strategy at this point. They're the two that still need to make one more... Well, everyone needs to make one more stop from here, basically. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick, we expected them in on lap 134, and it is lap 134, so they're obviously trying to save a bit of fuel, going past the expected pit time.
And there's Kurt Stenberg in the background. Stenberg actually gained a little bit back that lap, to the tune of about half a second, so it's been hard work across everyone so far tonight, or today rather.
Hasn't it just? Still just the 4 DNFs.
Which is surprising considering what happened last year, and we've talked about how good that the racing has been this year, but I think also just the technical stuff has been much better. Last year we saw a lot of DNFs through hardware failures, not so much software failure. Not so much race incidents.
Yeah, we saw a lot of crashes, as in computer sense of the word, in comparison to this year. So it's been very good to see. And I mean, one of them, Alex Cattle, would still be out there had he not accidentally hit the return to garage button while he was searching for his up and down on his PFD, or MFD, sorry. So really, there were only the 3 DNFs. 2 of them were for disconnects, and one of them we think was for a crash. So it's been a much better year this season.
And we are just about to kick off the next round of pit stops as well. So it's all going to be happening very, very shortly. In fact, no. Warren continues on. Kurt continues on. And Zach Baker and Brody Steen are a fair way back. 17 seconds further back is Zach Baker. And 36 seconds further back is Brody Steen.
Sorry, I was incorrect before. It is now lap 134. I apologize very much for misleading our viewers. On that previous lap, Ethan Warren with a 209 dead, 209.000, with Kurt Stenberg behind him, a 209.004. So both definitely conserving tyres and fuel for as long as they possibly can. Third place, man, Zach Baker into the pits by the looks of it. See if we can get a view of that. Where are we? There he is, Zach Baker coming into the pits. Not sure if there's going to be a driver swap or not, so he's coming in end of lap 134. Sorry, end of lap 133 to take service. And I think he's the only car in the pits at the moment. He is. So Brody Steen jumps him into third place. Lachlan Burke still in fourth, with Ethan Warren continuing on. So we expected him in on this lap 134. So any laps past here are a bonus. And if he can get himself to lap 137, 138, which is a tall order, he has been conserving quite a lot of fuel. But if he can get himself just a few laps in, then that saves him a lot of pain when it comes to the last stint of the race. So we've seen Zach Baker into the pits, and no driver swap for them. Zach Baker staying as the driver for ZB Racing.
And do you think that'll be him into the end, Madbird?
I would expect so. I don't see them changing back to David Nadich. I think David's had his David's done his
drive time,
required drive time. As Ethan Warren comes into the pit, so didn't like one lap later than expected, so really has not saved that much fuel.
As well.
And Kurt Stenberg in as well. Thank you, Bagzy. We're just trying to figure out where a piece of kit has gone in the comm box, but we are still trying to bring you as many pictures as we possibly can. It has been a bit of a frantic day, all things considered, and this is now about to kick off in a very interesting fashion. Lap 135, we see both Ethan Warren and Kurt Stenberg into the pits. That means they need to do a 25-lap stint to finish off the race, which is going to be quite an endeavour for the pair of them. Let's see if anyone else is coming in. No, Zach Baker, Brody Steen, rather, he continues around, so he will take the race lead. And as does Lockie Burke and Hans Brunswick in the background of shot as well. Nah. And Ethan Warren is on the move, and he's back out in third, and Kurt Stenberg as well. Now, importantly, these guys are well ahead of Luke Rosella. So Rosella has unfortunately he and Thomas McMillan have dropped well behind, or have dropped behind to an extent now after their problems with the with what looked like a slowly crashing game for Thomas McMillan.
Yeah, that's a shame. Luke Rosella having to jump in when they probably weren't wanting to make that stop. So at the moment, the only cars that we know are safe to the end at this stage on their on their fuel strategy, we're showing Colin Warwick and we're showing Kurt Stenberg as being safe to the end, expected on lap 163 based off their stint lengths so far. That seems like a bit of a stretch. That's 26 laps they would need to make on this particular stint.
And that's a full green stint. Well, we're assuming at this point it's going to be a full green stint as well. Of course, all of this changes if there's a safety car So I think Stairs has gotten some extra notes ready to go, and he's going to talk.
Not ready.
Not quite ready. So we'll continue on with watching Lockie Burke, and his lap times have actually gone out just a little bit as well. He's on a 209 flat, but the thing is, everyone around him is in the 210s. So, including that pit stop, of course. So when are we expecting Lockie Burke in next, Madbird?
We are expecting Lockie Burke in around lap 144.
But he's in now.
He's in now. That is very early. That is well and truly out of sequence. So...
Oh, big lock-up as well for Lockie Burke.
Lap 135 was the critical lap for their team, according to our pit spreadsheet.
And also, just ahead of them, Brody Steen is in the pits as well. So we're seeing everyone make their end game at the moment. And it's all going to be very, very enthralling.
I'm surprised by that.
Sorry, yes, Bagzy?
This is going to be a much shorter stop for them as well because they stopped so recently in comparison.
So we're expecting them maybe to jump Brody Steen and Sean Allen. Not Sean Allen, Benjamin Dahlia at this point, perhaps?
Well, it'll be visual in a second when we watch them leave.
I like watching you leave, Madbird.
Hear that a lot. There we go. Lockie Burke's on the move, so he overtakes Benjamin Dahlia and Brody Steen quite easily. That's a few seconds gap there, and he's going to rejoin the racetrack about 37 seconds or thereabouts behind the lead. About 36, 37 seconds behind the lead.
And remember, before the pit stops, that earlier on the stint, we were talking about that being a 46-second division. So we've gone down to 26. Well, they've taken 10 seconds off of that margin now. So it's not looking great, but it's looking okay for the AAR team. We're just waiting to see whether or not Stairs is ready to go with his little analysis on where we are. And it doesn't look like it, so we're getting the thumbs up, so we're just going to go and let Stairs talk us through... Oh, hang on, I got to remember which buttons to press now. Talk us through the last little segment of the race. Take it away, Stairs.
Yeah, now I've been writing some numbers just in addition to what you've put on the board here, Michael, in your last analysis, and it's been tricky because the goalposts have been moving while I've been writing these numbers down. On this screen here, we've got the pit stops written down from last year, and what you'll notice and what you'll remember was that 133 was the last pit stop. Kurt Stenberg and Dane Warren pitted in 2020, having last come in on 107. That 107 was what I was looking at over here. That was the stop that was the lap that Stenberg came in today, and it looked like it was going to play out exactly the same way. Coming in on lap 107 and again on 133, but they were so hamstrung on that last stint to the end. Warren managed one extra lap, so they were slightly more comfortable. So I was expecting to see those guys come in around 133, but they stretched it. They stretched it, in this case, to 135, which makes them so much more comfortable in this stint to the end than they were last year, or at least Stenberg and Warren. Stenberg and McFarlane. Warren and Warwick last year were on the contra strategy. That's the one that you compared, Michael, to what Lachlan Burke and Lewis Wedding are on. 118 was when they came in, and then they came in again. Well, we were expecting that they would be able to go to lap 144, but they just came in a few moments ago, albeit with probably a shorter pit stop, and you can see where they are now in sixth place. So it's got them... initially, it had track position, I think, over Luke Rosella. They're yet to take one more stop. They've got a lot of pace, of course, so it's all up in the air. Last year's winning strategy, though, 126. I don't think that's going to be this year's winning strategy. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Stairs. I got those buttons the wrong way around, but that's okay. We're at the very last throws of the dice here in the Bathurst 1000, and it's an interesting point that you raised there, the fact that we are universally seeing more laps on a stint more comfortably this time around. What do you think the reason for that might be, Madbird?
Just more familiarity with the cars, better, like, just more comfortable stretching out their stints more easily, being able to save some fuel, lift and coast. I can't. The cars are the same as they were last season, as far as I'm aware. So there shouldn't be any technical reason why it's easier. Just ability and knowledge of the cars.
Yeah, it's amazing what 12 months, well, 16 months extra sort of data and familiarity can do as well. You'd expect these guys might have a bit better idea of the tyre as well and how to use the tyre effectively to make fuel. Make fuel? To save fuel.
Make fuel.
Just evaporating fuel out of the ether.
Manufacturing fuel. Well, I mean, if Thomas McMillan was in the car, we know how much ethanol he tends to consume. He could probably spit quite a bit of that into the fuel tank, and give himself just eke out a little bit longer. But he's not in the car. Luke Rosella is, and he strikes me as a nice boy. So I don't think he'd have anywhere near as much ethanol in his bodily fluids.
You've been fooled well. So at the moment, Ethan Warren is leading the race. He has a 3-second advantage over Kurt Stenberg. Which is not nearly as much as he would probably have wanted. Recently, they've been pretty closely matched in terms of time. As we bring up Kurt now, you can just see Warren in the foreground of shot, but it's not comfortable. It's certainly not comfortable. 3.5 seconds with 20 laps left. Another what, 125 kilometers left of racing is not nearly enough of a gap to be comfortable.
Yeah, and they've both obviously lifted their pace quite a bit. Last lap around a 2:07.4 and a 2:07.6, respectively, for Ethan and Kurt. So the fuel saving has diminished, if not gone completely out the window. The only one we're still seeing down in the 205s was Luke Rosella, but he actually had a track cut on the previous lap, so we don't have a immediately previous lap to refer to. But we saw was putting in some absolutely blistering lap times. 8 seconds behind the lead, but we're expecting we'll need to make at least one additional stop.
And if you just look at the middle sector this time around for Rosella, it's a 33.9 versus a 34.4, so that's half a second in this sector alone. So he will fairly shortly, he's 8 seconds behind, he might be on the tail of these guys in a moment's notice. And in fact, if you just look at the top of shot, there is that Mick Taylor machine.
The Wolf Creek inspired Mick Taylor machine, slightly smaller body count in this particular race.
Actually, as an interesting tidbit, check out the lap times for Stenberg and Rosella last lap around. 2:06.885 for both of them.
Exactly to the third decimal for both cars. So,
well, that kind of shows that Stenberg isn't really conserving all that much.
No, and we've got how many laps? We've got 23 laps to the end, and they came in on lap 135. So we would expect them to need a fuel save at least a little bit, unless everyone's now gone, bugger it, and they're all gonna be doing a splash and dash towards the end. Remains to be seen, obviously, but there still seems like a slow. It doesn't seem like the pace we'd be expecting if they were going at full bore.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not.
It's sort of like it's sort of in the middle. They're not committing to either. They're wanting to keep enough pace, and then they have a couple of laps of heavy fuel saving at the end. Or they're wanting to fuel save just enough that they can go fast at the end, but they're not picking one way to go. They're trying to have it both ways, and I don't think it's going to work out.
They're hedging each other's bets throughout the race, and it sets up a fascinating sort of finish. Madbird, I believe this is the end of our journey together today.
It is. It's been lovely sharing the box with you, Michael. But I'll be back in just a little bit with Stairs for the end of the race. But in the meantime, I will be handing over to Stairs and yourself to bring us over to the last couple of laps.
Thank you, Madbird. Good to be back for the run to the end of this race. And, every time I think I've got it pegged, it kind of changes on me.
And isn't that just the beauty of endurance racing, those Stairs? It's all about those little pieces that build up the story, and we've had a few times where the jigsaw puzzle has been thrown back into the air once again, and it's just kept us on the edge of our seats here in the Combox, and hopefully at home as well for you guys.
So, Kurt Stenberg, last lap around, 6.3. Ethan Warren, 7.5. They're both on the exact same strategy now because they came in on the same lap as each other. I think they're safe to the end. I know I heard Madbird saying that, maybe they're umming and ahhing, but Kurt has gone 2 laps longer this time before he took his last stop than he did last year. So, based on our numbers here, they should be able to get to 162. The fabled 162 that doesn't exist. Maybe if Supercars does a green and white checkered, we'll have a 162 in the future, God forbid. But do you get what I'm saying here?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that there's a bit more ease in saving fuel this year as compared to last year, and I'm not sure why that is, Stairs. I did ask Madbird about this, but he tried. He tried. He said that it was we've got a lot more familiarity with the cars. And sorry, Madbird, that's a bit mean. You gave a very good response. But it is a bit surprising to me that the fuel mileage has changed that much. I guess everyone's seen what you can do when you do fuel save, and so that kind of has become the benchmark, perhaps.
I think in that last stint last year for Kurt Stenberg, he had to stretch it further. I think it was 29 he probably didn't
laps.
save enough early in the penultimate stint.
Yeah.
And that's because we saw that his penultimate stint this year started at lap 107, and last year it started at 107. I'm not sure how clear it was with the scribblings on the whiteboard that I put on before, but from that point on, it plays out exactly the same way if Kurt doesn't save. But he did save. He saved 2 laps extra worth of fuel, and he doesn't have to save as much in this final stint. Ethan Warren is a hell for leather guy. Look at that. You can see the gap is visual. It's 2.2 seconds. And Kurt, once again, took 5/10 out of Ethan on that previous lap. Do you think Ethan isn't quite... Maybe he's saving as well, and he's not able to save and extract the pace that Kurt is managing to extract?
Maybe he's saving just a little too much at this stage. Maybe he's holding something in reserve so that way, if/when Stenberg bridges the gap, there is something for Warren to fight with. And this is the thing. It's very hard to be fast and save fuel because as a consequence of lifting and coasting and braking later, you're putting more stress through the tires. So it may be the case that by the time Kurt gets to the rear of Ethan Warren, even though he might have some fuel saved, he's now no longer got the tire life or grip that he needs to be able to make that pass. So we've got Kurt on board now, and I don't know how that is a comfortable setup to be using. He looks like he's almost climbing over the sim rig.
That's what he does.
So close to him, yeah.
No, you see it every time he does a stream, as he takes a much-needed swig of hydration there. That's the way that he drives, and he's managed to extract pace that way for many, many years. I think I would have a shoulder cramp by the end of a stint, especially the length of this one. And one has to say that the pace that he's churning out lap after lap, and this one again, well, actually he's dropped a bit of time in the first sector there, but on the whole, matching Ethan Warren through the second sector, fatigue has to start playing into it, having been in the car for a very, very long time, 75 laps or so at this stage.
Yeah, or he's going to be, when he gets to the end of the race, it's going to be 95 laps, 96 laps that he's been in the car. So that's a fair innings, almost as good as Steve Smith. Or in fact, exactly as good as Steve Smith. Again, cricket.
Are you referring to any specific innings? Because I haven't seen any scores from today.
Oh, it was, yesterday. While we were setting up for our qualifying broadcast, Smithy got himself out on 95.
Okay. How many people got out in 95? Someone got dropped on 95 as well.
Warner got caught on 95, and Labuschagne got dropped. An
on 95.
Dolly. Yeah. Seems to be the number of happenstances.
By butler fingers.
Again, if you don't watch cricket, what we're saying is very on topic and very funny.
I said the other day in our group chat as we were organising the for this event that Madbird and I, and probably yourself, Floody, and Bagzy, I would include him in that as well, that we would probably make a good cricket commentators because we're good at just sort of talking...
Meandering.
Yeah. Which does tend to happen. Rabbiting on, that's exactly right, Bagzy, as we
as we commentate, and cricket is a game that allows you a lot of time for your mind to wander. I think, the game was invented, I think, in order to ponder life's great mysteries.
Much like endurance racing.
Exactly. It is, as Larko said at the beginning of this year's Bathurst 1000, this is Test cricket versus one-day cricket for all the sprint races that we see during the regular series, and this just has so much more intrigue.
And it's all about how those little pieces build up into the puzzle. And here we go, back to the puzzle thing. We've had the jigsaw whipped out from under our feet again. It's like we've gone full circle.
Speaking of intrigue, something I've had a look at our little spreadsheet we've got here. Zach Baker, he's going to be very touch and go to making it to the end. When they pit, compared to their longest stint, everyone else had at least one longer stint of 25, 26, 27 laps. Zach Baker has not, and so I don't know how they're going to go if they're going to have to save fuel. Just behind them is Lockie Burke. I say just behind, he's about 10 or so seconds behind. But if they're having to start aggressively fuel saving at the end, Lockie Burke could come and get them. And this is for the last spot on the podium, because we know Luke Rosella's going to have to pit again.
Yeah, so looking at those lap times, well, close your eyes. If you're a Zach Baker fan, close your eyes, close your ears actually, because I'm about to say them, I'm not going to show them. Zach Baker, 208.6, Lachlan Burke, 206.9, so he's eating chunks per lap out of that advantage. So Lachlan Burke at that rate is going to catch Zach Baker well before the end of the race.
Yeah, what is it? 17 laps remaining, and what?
Oh dear. I've just heard a bang.
You may not have heard that, but in the background there was quite a crash, and that may or may not have been Madbird.
Madbird yelling another whiteboard.
This time it hasn't happened on the stream, but anyway.
I just hope he hasn't killed anything else in there. There's some quite expensive bit of kit. There's Madbird's old computer in that.
Let's not think about it too much. Let's stay on task. So Ethan Warren has responded to the pace from Kurt Stenberg. Last lap around, he's back into the low sixes, whereas Kurt Stenberg mid to high sixes. So the gap at the lead out 3.6 seconds. Ebbing and flowing, isn't it?
Yeah, it almost got down to less than 2 seconds only a few laps ago. And then, yeah, once Stairs jumped in the box, it's ballooned out again. So it looks like as the track conditions have changed, as the temperature has changed, it's beginning to change the conditions. Yes, Bagzy?
Speaking of something, might be about to change. Dane Liccardo and Benjamin Dahlia very close to each other coming down through the dipper. I didn't realise, but that gap has been fairly steadily closing. Dane Liccardo seems to be struggling a bit. I'm guessing he's fuel saving a little bit. He can't make it to the end. He still has to pit.
Yeah, so last pit stop for Dane Liccardo, lap 122. So this is at the very limit of where he should be on a stint. At the moment, whereas Benjamin Dahlia came in lap 137, much fresher. So it looks like Dahlia's got the move on as they come into the chase side by side and slots through ahead of the Tasman Tasman Racing number 51 machine. So that's now Dahlia and Brody Steen into 6th place, and Dan Liccardo around for another lap, which surprises me.
Yeah, so what does that make? That stint, Dane Liccardo.
This would be another 25 lapper.
Yeah, and that's what he's basically been doing. Longest stint, 25 laps, more or less. So, yeah, Dane Liccardo, that's not really his race. He's been doing, he's on a different strategy, so there's no point fighting that one too hard. And so Dane Liccardo will continue to fight.
We'll be close between... Actually, no, it won't. Disregard, because Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding, I believe, still have to do... Well, actually, no, they don't. So Brendan Ross did pit on lap 142. We missed that one, which means that Dane Liccardo, when he comes out, is going to be very close, or potentially very close, to Brendan Ross for that final, for position 7.
All right, we might throw down to the Tech Talk bunker, because we do have Madbird standing by with a little bit of analysis. So, Madbird, what have you got for us?
Hello, everybody. So, my final little Tech Talk bunker bit today. So, we've been discussing how little the attrition has been today. Something that has had some attrition is our poor whiteboard, which unfortunately I broke off camera while not even meaning to. As you can see, it dropped. The top is completely torn off. I reckon we might need a new one. And I wasn't even, again, I was trying to think of a creative way to break it later on, and instead it broke itself. So I'm going to have to come down here and show you.
Can you hear us, Madbird?
We've had 4 DNFs so far today. On lap 47, Michael Pollard, out. On lap 48, Damo and Luke, out. On lap 65, Sean Allen and Alex Cattle, through no fault of their own, out. Well, I lie. Through Alex Cattle's fault, really. Aiden Sykes on lap 87, out. So what that means is that we've had 1 DNF. Please don't fall over. We've had 1 DNF for every 91.5 minutes of racing. Now, that's pretty good, but I know all of you are thinking, how does that compare to Mick Taylor's body count in the films Wolf Creek 2, and the first 3 episodes of the Stan series Wolf Creek? So, in the first film, 2 deaths caused by Mick Taylor. 2 of them, gone. 1 of them on a stick. Nasty stuff. Wolf Creek number 2, 7 deaths. He went absolutely ham in the sequel. His first 3 episodes of the series, 5 deaths, which is pretty decent. And if we add that all up together, 357 minutes worth of quality Australian horror media, we have got 14 deaths, which equals 1 death. 1 times, I've messed that up. 1 death for every 25.5 minutes. So you can see that in this particular regard at least, Mick Taylor, one of the absolute worst villains in Australian film history, has definitely got Automobilista Supercars Championship beat. Back to you, boys.
And he went straight to the death of it in centre book there.
Is that in poor taste?
So, aside from the whiteboard, this has been a low rate of attrition. I'm a bit concerned about my poor whiteboard there. They're not that cheap.
It did not look like it was
That's actually broken.
Yeah.
So this is what you heard us reacting to about 5 minutes ago. There was a huge crash. Anyway, there is Mick Taylor on the dashboard there of Luke Rosella as he comes up Mountain Straight.
And Rosella has 8 seconds, well, it's actually blown out. It's almost 10 seconds to find now. Is Rosella trying to save fuel to get to the end? Because at one stage...
Well, they had to stop early, really early.
At one stage, he was absolutely reeling in.
Dane Liccardo's coming into the pits.
That's what we expected, so that's good to hear.
Has he got the headlights on? It's getting dark.
It is getting dark.
Prematurely, because we haven't seen it get this dark last year, so I'm wondering if they've just set the start time a bit later than they did last year.
Maybe it's mirroring the start time of the real Bathurst 1000 this year, which was after midday, which was very weird.
So we've got about 14 laps remaining, so that's about 28 minutes. So it's starting to enter the closing stages. It's looking like Ethan Warren has this sewn up, but never say never.
I will say the Lachlan Burke, Zach Baker battle is closing and closing. It was... how many tenths last lap? It was actually almost a second and a half last lap.
Yeah, that gap.
Lap before that, it was 8 tenths, so it's really coming down. I feel like Zach Baker is coming under fire here.
That gap now less than 10 seconds globally. Thank you for that, Bagzy. I was just about to bring that up as well. So great minds must think alike.
And it'll be interesting to see when Luke Rosella pits, because this is a when, not if, I think, situation, because of how much they would have to say. Was what, lap 131 they came in?
131. That would be a 30-lap stint to the end of the race.
Yeah.
And not even.
But you saw the frustration on his webcam when when they came in. They weren't meant to come in that early. So that's no good as we start to get a few frame stutters on that camera. So we'll cut to the other one. So watch Lachlan Burke try and home in on Zach Baker.
It's been a remarkably smooth day from a technical standpoint, it must be said.
Shh. Just shh. All right.
Floody trying to ruin the end of the race for us right there.
neck a minute red flag. But I mean, in comparison to last year where we saw a lot of drivers run into the 1 frame per second game crash, which...
Yeah, everyone's obviously under this situation, worldwide situation of chip shortages. They've obviously thought, let's throw caution to the wind and buy expensive chips anyway to run this game from an engine that's must be approaching 20 years old.
Almost as old as we are.
Well proven.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes.
So we were watching Lockie Burke. That gap now is less than 8 seconds. So what happened that last lap while we were talking mad things? They're actually, it was a half a second that Burke reeled back in. So Burke has not quite got the same outright pace as he did earlier on in the race when he was the fastest man on circuit, but
he's got the pace in hand over Zach Baker though.
And that will be, I think that's the battle for him to get onto the podium perhaps, because yeah, as we may have mentioned, Rosella, we don't think that Rosella can get to the end.
But what's Luke Rosella's gap to them?
It's about 20 seconds, and
that's plenty. I mean, that's not enough. It's
Yeah.
plenty for Lachlan Burke and Zach Baker.
In fact, Rosella could drop out behind Benjamin Dahlia in 6th place.
You need about 70 seconds, don't you?
Yes,
Around
I do remember the Matt Dunlop segment with his own whiteboard that was being held up by a good friendly housemate and not. Apparently,
I've been
Madbird's
informed
saying
that the whiteboard has been fixed, and that was actually concerning me. I didn't want that to be distracting me as we head into the final stages of this race, but that is excellent news all round. The whiteboard is alive and well, and my goodness me, that's a relief.
You can breathe easy now.
At least he didn't break the TV.
Oh yeah, that would have been. I don't think it matters if you were trying to. I think it matters what happened.
We've got some heckling from the back of the commentary box here as we watch Lachlan Burke taking leaps and bounds into Zach Baker.
Backseat commentators, you know. Anyway, he says as he grabs the mouse and tries to do the thing that Stairs is already doing. 140,
I can't talk and do things at the same time.
148 laps in the book. The gap at the front is 3 seconds at the moment between Kurt Stenberg and Ethan Warren. Warren is in the lead in that one.
It's ebbing and flowing, isn't it? Kurt was 2/10 faster than Ethan on that previous lap.
And yeah, it has been a sort of a tale of back and forth, really, between the two. Luke Rosella sits in third. We're expecting another pit stop from him and Thomas McMillan. Pardon me, Zach Baker sits in fourth, just ahead of man on screen, Lockie Burke. That gap now is about 6 seconds. So last lap around, it was a 2-second turnaround between Burke and Baker. So Baker must absolutely be struggling. In fact, I wonder if he's run into a little bit of traffic. He might have just had to negotiate roadie there, as Lockie Burke has just done. Benjamin Dahlia sits in sixth. Then it's Dane Liccardo, Brennan Ross, Steve Warwick, Kai Jones, and Rhodey, who has done an impressive job to be currently, 141 laps into this race? It's quite an achievement for him. As a solo driver, 141 laps in the books. That's 5.5 hours of racing, and that's not including all the pre-race fanfare and
all by himself. So, I mean, Kurt Stenberg is probably the next closest as far as laps run on his own, because he came in on lap 66.
And he'll still only be doing, 75% of the laps or 66% of the laps that Rhodey's doing. So, yeah, it's a phenomenal effort from Rhodey. To manage to do that is very, very good, and he'll be. I think he'll be quite happy with, even if he retired now, he'd be quite happy with what he's managed to do today.
And he comes into the pits to make his probably final pit stop.
His final pit stop. So he's done 141.
Oh, no,
Steve
Richards!
A Richards?
A Richards.
Steve Richards?
Steve Richards!
So let's just catch a replay there. We've lost his webcam, unfortunately, so we can't see what a sweaty boy he is. But, yeah, I mean, it's a common mistake. We saw Kurt Stenberg do it yesterday in practice.
And we saw Alex Cattle do it to his eventual DNF.
He did the old Bentley thing of pressing the wrong button.
He did too!
Didn't he?
I remember that. That was super, super sad for Andy Soucek behind the wheel. He did it twice as well.
Yeah, but also Alex Cattle
Yeah.
who did that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a very similar thing. A button that turns your car off versus a button that escapes you back to the garage. It has the same result as far as this race goes. So Ben Rhodes will be the antithesis of Sean Allen, who didn't get any laps in because of that unfortunate situation for Alex Cattle. It was in doubt anyway, because we didn't know whether Alex Cattle was going to be able to change his pit menu to allow Sean Allen to get into the car. So there was a lot of doubt over whether that would have happened anyway. The gap here, between Lachlan Burke and Zach Baker is down to 3.7 seconds. So on the last lap, Lachlan Burke did a non-representative. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong. 7.9 to a 9.8. So 1.1 seconds.
Again, coming down in leaps and bounds, he should get his handle around Zach Baker fairly shortly indeed. And as well, at the front, the gap now is 2.5 seconds. But in the midst of all that, it is time for me to step out of the commentary box. Before I do, I just want to say very big thank you, Mr. Alistair Smith, for having me on board, and for Madbird in the background, and for James for having me, allowing me to be a part of this, and to Bagzy as well, wherever you are, well, in the world, on Discord, of course. It has been an absolute pleasure, and it's an absolute privilege to just come in and be the talent and just get to not worry about setting anything up or making any graphics, and just being able to push buttons and talk about racing, because it's exactly what I want to be doing. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope everyone at home has enjoyed, and I certainly have myself. So thank you for the privilege.
Well, thank you for joining us for this event once again. It gets bigger and better every year, and we couldn't have done it without you, Michael.
Thank you very much. And I'll hand you over to Madbird to finish off the last stint of the race with yourself, Stairs. Enjoy the last one.
Thank you very much as we shuffle through a bit of a commentary change, and Madbird is going to occupy the seat alongside me. So there is the leader of the race with 10 laps remaining, Ethan Warren. He holds an advantage of 2 seconds over Kurt Stenberg, and the pace, he seems to have had a response every time Kurt Stenberg has tried to challenge. Ethan Warren has sort of stepped up to the plate. There is a little bit of management going on, I think, but it's still not over.
Absolutely, it is not. Seat occupado.
What?
I have occupied the seat.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Well, you said what? Clearly you didn't. Ethan Warren leading the race, as you did say.
Still don't understand why you said that.
Because you said that the seat will be occupied, and the seat is occupied.
I speak English.
I'll speak the English.
So Ben Rhodes, we just saw a bit of smoke. That was Ben Rhodes getting off the racetrack there as he goes past part of his car from earlier in the race.
Oh, that's an awkward place to be lapped. He's stayed to the inside. Oh.
Yeah, and that's the Lewis Wedding Brendan Ross car. Brendan Ross currently in that car, who's putting Ben Rhodes a lap down, but also going a lap down to Kurt Stenberg, who's just going past Ben Rhodes now as well. So that's part of the challenge of these races, is getting through the lap traffic and trying to lose the smallest possible amount of time.
So looks like Lachlan Burke closing in on Zach Baker.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that. It's like that sort of a bit of a lock up there from Brendan Ross.
Point hanging around that.
Yeah, it's just like that last little dessert that you save it for later. Like, oh, I've got that just to one side. I'm going to enjoy that when it comes around. But well, it might not be too much of a battle given the pace advantage Lachlan Burke seems to have over Zach Baker. We'll see if we can get Kurt Stenberg past the lap traffic first before we cut to that battle. He's caught at an inopportune moment, and that's 2 wheels. That's 4 wheels on the grass there for Kurt Stenberg. So that isn't going to be something that gives him too much pace that he'll be happy with. I think just a little bit concerned about where Brendan Ross is going to let him through.
Yeah, it's an awkward place to catch a lapped runner.
Yeah, this has been a scrappy lap for the both of them as we get a little bit of server lag.
Scrappy bit of server there.
He's scrappy everything, scrappy all around.
So Brendan Ross presumably going to just move nicely out.
Oh, what is going on? Oh! He was trying to get a little bit of slipstream. They were playing games there. Brendan Ross eventually did get completely out of the way.
Kurt did flash him with the lights, though.
Yeah, there was a little bit of, oh, I go this way. No, you get, oh, whoops, I beg your pardon. Oh, my galoshes, I'm sorry. Going galoshes. On. So, anyway, Kurt has got past, but the live timing when they cross the line will update, and it'll give us a little bit of an idea of how much time was lost. Actually, we might not get it. I think Kurt might have got a track cut for extending when he had 4 wheels off the grass through Skyline, which is, of course, not much chop. But he was already 4/10 slower through the first sector than Ethan Warren.
Yeah, so it looks as if Ethan has got his measure at the moment with 9 laps yet to run.
That gap has gone up to 3.2 seconds. It was down to 2 at one point. And I don't think we got a lap time, a sector time for Sector 3 either, for Kurt Stenberg. Anyway, here is Lachlan Burke, and we will see Zach Baker in the front of the picture in a moment if we get the right shot. There he is. So that is coming down in leaps and bounds. About 1.5 seconds a lap faster at the moment, Lachlan Burke.
Significant.
It is, isn't it? Whoa! He's in the fence! So that's put paid to that challenge.
Why did we mention it? Oh!
Someone stole my dessert!
Murray's corner came in at you were looking the other way.
Oh, he's got a lot of damage.
Oh, it's a
no.
damage.
He's unable to turn that front right wheel is not moving, so he's going to have to crawl around the racetrack. Barely.
Zach Baker's just been kissed.
Yeah, he has. Kissed on the proverbial.
So Lachlan Burke, and that's the worst possible time for that to happen because
as he was going past the pit entry,
100% of the corners of the racetrack between him and the pit entry. When he had that accident. So every time he hits the brakes, that thing is going to put a huge flat spot on his front right tyre. So he's going to be touring the pit lane very shortly indeed, and that's his podium chances out the window. He was on for a podium.
So it looks like he just drifted wide and hit that grass.
Gutting. It's such a simple little incident. Could have happened to anyone. On lap 153 of 161. God, this can be a cruel sport sometimes.
It really, really can. I was about to say, well, I think I had just said that 4th will be a very good result for them.
But Luke Rosella has to pit again. There's no way they can make that again.
So Zach Baker looking like now in the box seat for the final podium position.
Yeah. War of attrition towards the end, but at least they're still in the race.
I mean, Zach
Bagzy?
Baker, there's still a question mark over Zach Baker as to whether or not he's going to make it to the end. He is saving like his life depends on it. And it's going to be, you know, there's still a chance for Benjamin Dahlia to actually get a podium here if Zach Baker's not able to save well enough. Or even if he has to splash and dash, that'll be enough for Dahlia to get ahead of him. Of course, Luke Rosella may have found some secret fuel stash because he's still going out there. I think there's waiting for as long as possible. There is a fairly significant gap. He's at the top of Mountain Straight as Zach Baker goes across the line. I still think it's too much for him to overcome. Like, the pit stop will be longer than that. But, yeah, it's pretty... It might be close.
Surely you'd want to get in right now so that you've got the maximum amount of time to overcome that.
Well, Lachlan Burke wants to get in right now.
Yeah, he's been wanting to get into the pits since he saw them over the wall where he crashed into.
Well, we've been following him all the way around this lap, and we can feel his pain.
Dane Liccardo's about a third of the way down Conrod at the moment, so he might get past him.
I think that's very likely because that damage is not going to be the work of a minute. Well, it might be the work of a minute, but even if it's the work of a minute, that's in,
that's a minute that he's not moving.
A minute is a long time in motorsports.
It is. It's half the lap around Bathurst. So Dane Liccardo, I expect, will definitely overtake as he's already coming down. You can see
Lachlan hasn't hit his box yet.
Yep.
Yeah, so Dane will get through quite comfortably, I should think. So
it's a bit rude to hit boxes.
Well, he's going to lose the position to Brendan Ross as well in 8th place.
The racing gods giveth, the racing gods taketh away.
So looking like he's going to go from 4th and a likely podium.
He might not lose the position to Brendan Ross.
To 8th. No, maybe not.
Brendan Ross is just coming up to Murray's now, and Lachlan Burke is at the pit exit, so
they
he'll
must have just fixed the damage and nothing else.
But have they fixed the damage?
Well, the car.
How's that car going to drive?
Well, the car stopped going out of the
from
pits.
40 kilometres an hour. This is a bit more of a test when he hits the brakes for turn 2. But,
well, we wait with bated breath.
We do.
Here it goes. I see no smoke. He's good. Or at least better than he was.
He is. It's a shame. Back at the front, no such bad luck for Ethan Warren. He's got the lead out to 3.8 seconds. at the front, ahead of Kurt Stenberg. And so with Kurt Stenberg in second place, he's maybe hoping for a very late safety car, maybe hoping for a mistake from Ethan Warren. They're pretty comfortable to Luke Rosella, who with that damage, they've been a bit slower, although not that much slower. In fact, in the last lap, Kurt Stenberg and Luke Rosella pretty much identical pace, but the problem from Luke Rosella's point of view is the fact that they have to make a 30-lap stint, and I don't think that's going to happen.
No, so I'm surprised that they're not coming. They must be hoping for a late safety car to minimise the
pain.
Minimise the pain, but because I mean, surely you would want.
I feel like they would
the maximum amount of time to overcome the deficit that you're going to give yourself.
Yeah, have fresher tyres.
Because at the moment, it's a 20-second gap between Luke Rosella and Zach Baker, and a 30-second gap. Sorry, it's a 30-second gap to Zach Baker and a roughly 45-second gap to Benjamin Dahlia. So it would be likely that Luke Rosella would come out in between those two if he just took a lick of fuel and nothing else. But he's giving himself less and less time. They've got 7 laps left to run, and every lap that he spends out there now is a lap that he won't be spending trying to get himself up. Oh, as Zach Baker wants that lap runner out of the way.
Yeah, that's Kai Jones in that car, the Vivid car, Vivid Esports number 167, and Zach Baker. Well, as Bagzy said, they're a little bit marginal as well.
Rosella into the pits.
Rosella is in.
Yeah, so that's expected. And so they'll have a quick splash and dash, 6 laps to the end.
So they're going to lose the position to Zach Baker. Will they lose the position to Benjamin Dahlia as well?
So Benjamin Dahlia is coming down Conrod.
Yep. So
Baker's just had an issue in the chase.
What kind of issue?
Yeah. He's missed the corner.
Oh, that's a significant issue to have there.
We're going to just catch a replay. He's still going to go through quite comfortably, I should think, because he's at the final corner now. So Zach Baker, yes, that's not where the corner goes. Bit of rallycross car control,
this is going to be closer than we think, honestly. Rosella's hitting the pit exit now. Baker's only a third of the way up Mountain Straight, and he's got fresh tyres.
Yeah, there's time, actually, for him to get that back. What is the gap? 7 seconds.
Yep, so that is well and truly achievable.
That's definitely achievable. With the pace they've had, and Zach Baker potentially fuel saving, because they last made their pit stop on lap 134, and they're based on their best stint time, they're only just safe to lap 161. So that could be interesting. How much further down the road was Benjamin Dahlia? About 7 seconds behind, so Race On is just not quite in the fight there. Close, but not quite.
There'll be Lachlan Burke has been told he's got new tyres and he's told to put in quali laps, and he might be able to catch Dane Liccardo by the end of the race also.
That's something to look at.
So that's 10 seconds the gap between those two.
Yeah, so Dane Liccardo in the 208s. We haven't had a representative time from Lachlan Burke yet.
Messy run across the through the S's by Zach Baker. I was just seeing on our other monitor. Get a replay of that one if we can. Just very wide coming through Skyline. Just did not look comfortable at all.
Well, he's starting to have a few issues. We saw him miss down at the chase. That was Luke Rosella had a similar sort of thing happen on his qualifying lap.
That gap down to 5 seconds.
The tyre's getting towards the end of their life as well, so it's not just fuel saving, it's tyre life. And Luke Rosella... Go on, Bagzy.
Luke Rosella had a bad middle sector because of the traffic there from Kai, and he was still faster than Zach Baker's middle sector there.
Telling. Very telling.
Who are you telling? I'm telling! Gonna make you go stand on the yellow spot during recess. So there's Luke Rosella just entering the start-finish straight.
Yep. 34.9 middle sector. Zach Baker 35.1 middle sector. Final sector for Zach Baker 41 flat, and for Luke Rosella 40.5. So half a second alone in the final sector. Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan, well, we didn't think that they'd be able to make up that deficit to get back on the podium, but it looks like it's going to happen at this rate.
At this rate, at least, yeah.
They definitely have the pace, so that would be it'd be just a bit heartbreaking for the ZB guys, wouldn't it?
I don't know who to root for.
Well, we are, of course, impartial.
Well, we're impartial, but nevertheless, we root for people.
It would follow a pleasing... No, it wouldn't follow a pleasing trend. Sorry, I thought they were going to go from second to third to fourth, but they didn't actually finish last year. Not that that's a pleasing trend for them. You don't want to progressively get a worse finishing position every year on year, but...
I will point out that Scott Nolan said earlier that he'd thrown down the gauntlet for Rhodey to finish within 10 laps of the lead. He's currently only 8 laps down, so looking good to achieve that.
That's in the bag if he finishes. If he keeps it on the black stuff, and as it gets darker, most of this server is the black stuff.
I know we've mentioned it a few times, but my goodness, I can't believe he's still going. That's an incredible effort. Nearly 6 hours, 5 minutes and 57 minutes worth of
have to get
racing.
him on the post-race interviews.
If he has breath left.
Because, there's got to be some sort of audience award for that. We do have a live poll for Driver of the Day, which we might just quickly, while we have an opportunity, as he gets lapped there by Zach Baker, bring up the Driver of the Day. Oh, that's the votes that we don't have in yet. We've got the graphic, though, where you can vote for your Driver of the Day. Scan the QR code or go to strawpoll.live and put in the pin 603136 to vote in the poll and tell us who your Driver of the Day has been.
Everyone in the comm box just leaning over with their phones to scan that QR code ourselves.
Yes, that could be a very interesting vote count at the end. We'll see where that one goes. But there's a lot of contenders. Kurt Stenberg doing the thick end of, well, nearly 100 laps. What was it? 97 laps.
97
if
laps.
he gets to the end, as he is, and that would be his second place in a row. I'm sure that he would have preferred the win, but their pace has been very, very good, especially considering the issues that they've had. And we've got Luke Rosella trying to lap Ben Rhodes there, and Ben Rhodes doing a good job of getting out of the way. He got a bit of a rude shock the first time he got lapped, but I think after that Ben Rhodes has generally been pretty good at getting out of the way.
Under 3 seconds, the gap between Zach Baker and Luke Rosella now. You can see him just... you can see him just in that shot ahead. So Zach Baker just entering Skyline now. Oh, as I heard someone brush a wall.
Yeah, we're just going to get a replay here because this here moment, as he comes through, I think Metal Grate it was, and back end totally sideways, pushing 100% for that podium.
Here we go, Luke Rosella. The gap is well and truly visual as they come onto Conrod Straight. And Zach Baker sort of powerless. What have we got? Over the first sector, Zach Baker was a 53.2, a 51.7 for Luke Rosella, a 33.7 even with that error for Luke Rosella across the second sector, and a 38.9 for Zach Baker. So this is, I'd say, with 3 laps remaining, this is just all done bar the shouting.
All done by the bar the shouting.
Bar
Very
the
good.
shouting.
Bar the shouting.
Katie, bar the door. That piece of debris still right there on the start-finish line. Yeah, Stewart's very remiss not cleaning that one up. There's your Driver of the Day, Mick Taylor.
Let's get that graphic out of the way so we get a nice view of him.
QR code.
Coming up Mountain Straight, and he's just pulling out time, hand over fist here.
Although we've seen...
Very wide there for Zach Baker.
Oof, yeah, I was going to say, we saw Zach Baker get stuck behind a very intensely fuel-saving Warren. They're going to go side by side into the cutting. That is not going to work. He's going to try to cut up the inside, and he might have it done. He's got it done.
Wow.
What an overtake from Luke Rose. Oh, and Zach Baker very nearly loses it.
Yeah.
Oh.
God, that's just, stealing candy from a baby. Just yoink, and off he's gone. He's just appeared like a bucket of prawns and a pride's nightie.
What was it like again, sorry?
That would have been...
Bagzy, what have you got for us?
I was just saying, Zach Baker now has a first-hand account of how Lewis Hamilton felt last week, doesn't he?
A little bit like that. But this one was all fair, because that's just the way the cards felt in that respect. No intervention, just that's the way it happened. So, well, they've come back through a number of times, Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan, and this is their third recovery drive of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, we've also got the Dane Liccardo, Lachlan Burke battle that might happen before the end of the race. There's been almost 3 seconds difference in the lap time.
I think you're
last
right.
lap, so
I think that will happen before the end of the race, even though we are 2 laps from the end, which is amazing to say that we're only 2 laps from the end. Ethan Warren having completed 159 laps, has 2 laps left to go.
And Lachlan Burke just needing to lap Steve Warwick there, which he's done. So he now has no one but Dane Liccardo ahead of him. And you can see him just there going through the top of the shot as Dane Liccardo nurses this Tasman racing car down the hill and trying to desperately to keep it out of the road. On the road.
He wants it on the road, definitely.
He wants it on the road.
Look, he's already in the shot.
Yep.
They've managed to process the lap traffic so quickly that all of a sudden, out of the ether pops Lachlan Burke with the same freshness of tyres. I mean, the thing about this is that these guys were behind anyway, the same situation with Zach Baker and Luke Rosella, and they were only ahead by virtue of misfortune of the cars ahead. So, you know, it's only fair in that respect. They got fresher tyres, but, you know, I think they got back to where they were, but they were hoping to get further up from where they were, if that makes sense.
Despite lapping someone during that second sector, Lachlan Burke was 0.6 of a second faster through that second sector alone, and you can see just how close he is. It's a second the gap. Dane Liccardo, a little bit of a lock-up into Murray's corner, heading down the start-finish straight towards Hell, and that gap is dipping under a second. If he has a messy exit from Hell here, which he did during the shootout last night, some PTSD memories from that, manages to get a decent one, Lachlan Burke might have to wait until the end of this lap to have a challenge, unless he wants to try another kamikaze move like Luke Rosella did through the cutting. Absolutely impressive work.
Has started the final lap of the race. So Ethan Warren here on lap number 161. And he has a lead of 7 seconds now. Kurt Stenberg just didn't quite have enough to fight at the end, and it's been a very, very commendable effort from the top guys, but special commendation surely has to go to Colin Warwick. And Ethan Warren, as Dane Liccardo, I should say, gets a little bit wriggly on the exit. And
Lachlan Burke got right out of the throttle.
On the last lap, this is a fight for position over 6th and 7th. Dane Liccardo desperately trying to fight.
What was that, Bagzy?
That's the thing, though. It's not the last lap for these guys because they haven't been lapped. They've still got a whole other lap after this one. So Dane Liccardo would have been wishing that Ethan Warren was a bit faster.
Yeah, and, well, are they? No, surely the leader's not going to catch them by the time they get. So Ethan Warren is coming up to Skyline now. These guys just heading into the dipper. So there is Ethan Warren just for the final time, sublimely making his presence felt on the mountain for, well, not the 161 first time, I should say. It's the car's 161st time. Dane Liccardo trying to break the slipstream. Now, this was the exact same position Dane Liccardo found himself in Super 2 against Corey McFarlane, who was much faster. Dane Liccardo did manage to hold off the car he was fighting in that respect, in that particular occasion, but he's got a tremendously harder task here to try and keep that car at bay.
I will say Kurt Stenberg seems to have enough time in the cockpit to type hi in the live chat.
G'day, Kurt. And they're going to go side by side there. And
that was a very messy Murray's corner for Dane Liccardo.
They've chosen the wrong time to decide this because the race leader is coming down to the final corner to win the race. Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick are going to become 2-time Bathurst 1000 champions for the Automobilista Supercars Championship. What an absolutely epic drive from those guys. Fantastic job from them.
Lachlan Burke bump drafting Dane Liccardo up Mountain Straight. And he's gotten himself all out of shape. He goes deep into Griffins and into the fence.
For the second time, that might be it for Dane Liccardo. Unbelievable scenes here.
Can Dane Liccardo hang on to it?
Kurt Stenberg has finished second. Great job from him with Corey McFarlane. Those guys did a terrific job to manage their issues. Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan are going to come home to finish in third place. The battle's not over between Dane Liccardo and Lachlan Burke here. In fact, he's got up the inside as they go through. Metal Great, but Lachlan Burke is... Oh, he's not quite got his nose clear. Dane Liccardo forced the issue
Luke
there.
Rosella finishes third.
He's come across the line.
And Lachlan Burke trying to go down the outside at Skyline. That's never going to work. Cuts across the inside of the corner.
As I cut away from that shot, I apologise, guys. It's all happening. And this is very much Dane Liccardo forcing some sort of result here because, you know, he got that. He was consigned to 7th and this was handed to him, but he's got a huge amount of defensive effort to try and hold that car at bay.
Well, decent practice in Super 2 earlier in the week against Corey McFarlane. And Lachlan Burke trying to go down the inside of the chase. He's 2 wheels on the grass.
2 wheels on the grass. He's trying to get in there, and he hasn't quite got enough overlap down into the chase. Zach Baker and David Nedovich have finished in 4th place. Side by side, down the inside comes the Napa car, and he might just have it here, but he gets a bad exit, which allows Dane Liccardo up alongside, and he's got overlap. So it's going to be the inside as they go down to the final corner here. No, he's pushed him off. He's pushed him off, and they're both going to go exit stage left.
Oh, no, I see bonnets flying. Who's going to recover first? Lachlan Burke.
It's going to be Lachlan Burke.
Onto the track.
It's going to be Lachlan Burke.
Oh, that is gutting for Dane Liccardo. Who's going
No, he's letting him through. He's letting him through.
Oh, good. Oh,
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He let someone else through.
It was a very nearly nice sportsmanship.
What the heck happened there?
Oh, my goodness.
Steve Warwick was a lap down, don't worry.
Oh, okay. So Steve Warwick was not involved in that particular battle.
Yeah, but he stopped and it looked like he was ceding position, but then he crossed the line in front of him
I
anyway.
think he was trying to make it a dead heat and failed to do so.
That doesn't work.
No.
That doesn't work.
My
anyway,
goodness.
that happened.
So here is Zach Baker, David Nedovich. They had a terrific fight for the third, but they just didn't have the tyres in the end. Benjamin Dahlia and Brody Steen, the Race on Oz, they finished 5th. We saw what happened with Lachlan Burke and Dane Liccardo. Brendan Ross and Lewis Wedding come home in 8th place.
I reckon they might be out of fuel.
A little bit. Steve Warwick.
Yeah, I don't think they've actually come home in 8th place yet. I think they're still rolling down the hill.
Goodness.
They are still rolling. So they're still rolling down Conroy.
I'm not sure if had they take. I didn't see if they'd taken the checkered flag or not.
I don't believe they did because they were behind Lachlan Burke and Dane Liccardo, who were still on the lead lap, and so was Brendan Ross.
But had they been lapped?
No.
I think they've. Yeah, no, they'd finished.
Well, that's
yeah.
the servers ended.
Yeah, so they would have finished in that case.
All right, excellent. My goodness.
And that's it.
Well, what a dramatic last lap we had. Not with the people we were probably expecting to have it be a dramatic last lap.
Yeah,
but nevertheless.
Still trying to digest to some degree what just happened there. To be quite honest with you, Madbird.
I'm right there alongside you, Stairs.
So, well, what we do know, Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick, they have won the race. So in the end, a gap of 9 seconds over Kurt Stenberg and his teammate Corey McFarlane. And the server just resets in front of me on the live timing. So see if we can get any information about the. Just beg your pardon.
We've got a few things coming through in the live chat. We've got Kurt Stenberg saying, I'm mentally smashed.
Fair enough.
I can believe it. I remember when we cut to a picture of him during his first stint, and he was all happy and he was bouncing around and it was all smiles. And then the last time I saw him, he looked like, someone had shot his dog. He just completely just looked absolutely knackered. And 97 laps around Bathurst will probably do that to you. Burke had that coming, left him no room under brakes. Sorry, go ahead.
I shudder to think what Reddy looks like in that case.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, best last lap ever, says Hans Brunswick. That ruled, oh my god, said real racing roots. And what the fuck, lol how, says Captain Turner. And I think we're all sort of in agreement in terms of that very last exchange.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. We didn't really, because the server ended in before we had a chance to really see what actually transpired at the end there. So unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see the replays that we would have wanted to.
That's a shame, but all the congratulations go to Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick for a absolutely fantastic drive the entire day. Just they were always seemed like they were there and there amongst it, and then at the end they were where it counted. And looks like we're getting some results in for our driver of the day poll. If you haven't already, there we go.
Benjamin Dahlia winning that vote with 29.41% of the vote, and Ben Rhodes a close second with 4 votes. So they didn't quite get him over the line to get that one. Kurt Stenberg as well, driving so much of that race by himself with 2 votes as well, 11% of the vote. So well done to all of our drivers. They very much earned that. And Madbird, I believe we've got some of our drivers standing by.
Yep. So we have got our, just as I'm trying to have a look at my phone as well, we've got second place man Kurt Stenberg, who did 97 laps solo in the seat after, due to an issue where Corey McFarlane was not able to hand the car back, or was not able to receive the car, rather. So, Kurt Stenberg, welcome along. Congratulations on your second place, mate.
We got it.
Hi guys, and thanks.
you look
spent.
absolutely spent.
I am absolutely spent. Yeah, those last few laps were very difficult. I pushed very hard in that final stint, and I had to stop pushing or I was going to end up putting the car in a fence. I nearly did on the second last lap.
It's 97 laps by yourself is an absolutely incredible feat. What sort of like toll does that take on your body? You must feel absolutely boneless at the moment.
I do. My braking leg started to cramp with about 10 laps to go, and I don't want to overstate it. It's literally sitting there playing a computer game, but I tried pretty hard. We actually had a conversation about handing the car back to Corey, but that double safety car we got really helped me. I managed to got a plate here. Managed to eat my lunch while driving under the safety car while clearing penalties, and then have a drink and whatnot. And I thought, yeah, we'll be right to go from here. But yeah, it was pretty difficult. But I can only but commend our competition. Ethan was just too quick. I tried really hard to push and catch him, and when he was saving, and I had to give it up. So awesome job for them.
Absolutely fantastic. And to yourself as well, hydrate yourself. You probably need it. I was saying just before that when we got some onboard video of you during your battle with Luke Rosella early on in your stint in the car. You looked absolutely like you had all the energy in the world. You were bouncing around, you were smiling, you were laughing. And compared that to right now, where you kind of just look like, you know, you want to fall into a puddle. People say that it's people say it's not real racing. I think this is a pretty decent show. That it's not just playing a video game, is it?
No, it's not just playing a video game, but it's not so much I mean, you do have some physical exertion, but it's the mental concentration to concentrate for that long and not stick the car in the fence. And like, I was battling with Luke there, and that probably wasn't the smartest thing to be doing that early on in my stints, but yeah, at the end there, just concentrating lap after lap after lap, looking at fuel numbers, looking at, you know, trying to do decent lap times, trying to catch, not make a mistake, especially around here. It's just, yeah, it's pretty difficult. And I did a fairly long stint in 2019 when we won, but that took the cake. And it's disappointing we had to do the strategy like that, but we worked out in the end. So I'm very happy to finish P2 after that.
I bet you deserve a nice beer and a good sleep, I think, for that. So
I'll be having many of those sleep and beers and all the rest of it.
Many sleeps and
many
8
sleeps.
hours of beer.
That's the one.
Congratulations on your second place there, Kurt.
No worries, thanks.
And Stez, I think you have one of our other podium sitters.
Yeah, well, we've got an embarrassment of riches, Madbird. Who do we speak with first? While we're talking to drivers from the 47 car, we've got Corey McFarlane. Corey, you started off the car and you did a really good job. Unfortunately, the technical issues getting the better of you with only one driver change. But Corey, run us through your day.
Yeah, bit of a shock to actually start the race, let alone get a couple laps in. I was, expecting the game to just self-destruct pretty early on, so it was good result to actually get to the however many laps I did to give it to Stenny, and the pit stop actually
64.
went smoothly. Yeah, I was
we
very
heard
happy with that.
we heard you were getting some frame stutters just before you came in. Was that the case?
Look, it wasn't just that. I've had many issues with AMS, just things we don't even know how to fix with it, just getting runtime errors for no reason. Whenever I hop out the car and try and go back to the pits, it just shuts the whole game off. So we had done a few practice drive changes, and the only way we could get it to work was me give the car to Stenny rather than him give it to me. So we're like, just throw me in the start and go as long as I can, and then give it to him for the rest.
Yeah, well, it seems like you really maximised your considering the technical issues, you maximised your result.
Yeah, there's quite a few people would know last night. Me and Stenny had a bit of a chat, and we weren't expecting much at all, not even for him to get into the car and actually be able to drive today. So to come home second is a very, very good result.
Yeah, definitely something to be commended. So well done on a fantastic opening stint from yourself, and best of luck for the next year.
Thank you.
All right, so our thanks to Corey McFarlane there. Madbird, who have we got next?
We've got the third place, the third place co-driver, I suppose, of Thomas McMillan, sitting with his beautiful backlit self. Congratulations on your third place, mate. It looked for all money like you guys had you guys were going to be the ones taking the checkered flag first, but a couple of cruel moments that ended up with you having to recover back through the field.
Oh yeah, we're going pretty good until I self-shunted, but we had engine damage ever since that, even though we went to the pits and got a repair, so we just struggled for the rest of the race and just tried to finish.
Still a very decent effort the couple of times that you had to, especially after the first safety car when you pit a lap after and had to recover from 12th place and eventually ended up back in second before the next round of pit stops. So you obviously had a lot of pace today when the car was at its best.
Yeah, we had a lot of pace when we didn't kill the tyres, and I don't know, driving through the field was pretty fun. It was probably the best part of the race. Yeah, we just struggled towards the end there, and we got there in the end. I think it's the same finishing order from last year as well, I believe, but yeah.
Definitely the 1-2. I'm not sure if you guys got to the end last year. Am I wrong there? Just looking at my numbers, but anyway, regardless.
I thought we did.
I think you've been on the podium at least one of the years.
Same podium as last year.
Is,
Michael
okay.
Salavari is informing us.
Beg your pardon. I'm getting 2019 and 2020 mixed up, so my apologies there, Thomas.
That's very hard to do considering what different years 2019 and 2020 have been.
Yeah, but for the race itself.
I'm joking. But still, you've got to be happy to end on the podium even with that damage, and some excellent driving as well by your teammate at the very end there to get past Zach Baker.
Oh, he drove awesome. Luke did a phenomenal job. Did a better job than me. So yeah, we got there in the end. Third place is still a podium, but a win would have been great.
Well, there's always next year. Congratulations, nevertheless, on the third place there, Thomas.
And good to see you back in the ASC Championship.
Yeah.
Cheers, boys. Shout out to Mick Taylor, the king.
The absolute king.
Well, some good analysis about Mick Taylor's death rate versus the car death rate in this race.
No, I try to be informative. We do also have Luke Rosella, the main driver in theory of the Mick Taylor racing car. So Luke, an excellent last stint there, and a fantastic overtake through the cutting to get that podium position back at the very end of the race.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I wouldn't call it excellent. The car was absolutely abysmal with the engine damage and whatnot, and the tyre wear. But yeah, no, it was pretty good move on old Zach Baker. He only forced me to the wall, but squeezed him on in the next corner, and he nearly lost it himself. So that was pretty amusing.
Well, you made it look excellent.
Yeah, well. It was pretty entertaining, but I've been fairly busy all day. The car was really fast. It's just pretty unfortunate that we had that damage just towards the end. But yeah, we're happy with a third place. And yeah, we'll come back next year even stronger.
Absolutely. Did it ever enter your minds to fuel save at the end rather than go for as fast as you could and then a splash and dash, or were you always gonna splash and dash at the end?
Well, we're pretty limited, both with the engine damage and the fact that Thomas started having freezes with his game, so we're pretty forced to pit early, and the only chance at a victory was just us just pushing as hard as we could, really, with the damage we had. So yeah, we're pretty limited on strategy towards the end. We tried our best for what we had, and yeah, I thought we got the best that we could have done.
Absolutely, you made the most of it. Still got that third place, so congratulations on your podium, Luke, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, thanks, Cobber.
Spoken like a true Mick Taylor racing driver. Stairs, I think you have our winners.
Yes.
Or one of them, or both of them.
Yes, we have both Ethan Warren and Colin Warwick. So Colin Warwick started off the car, so I'd like to start off talking to Colin about that start. You were racy right from the get-go, Colin.
Yeah, the car was pretty good earlier in the day, even though I was quite stressed because Ethan's game wasn't working at all, so he had to do a complete reinstall. He had to reinstall the game while I was doing the first stint.
Wow.
So that was pretty stressful. We hadn't done a driver swap all week. Ethan hadn't turned a lap till the race. So yeah, to come away with the win unprepared like that was
and now that's 2 on a bounce for you. And considering how seemingly unprepared you were, you must be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, to be honest, earlier in the day, when Ethan was having the issues with the track and whatnot, I thought I'm probably either going to be doing this all by myself or, nothing's going to work. So, to come away with the back-to-back, stoked.
That's awesome. Few scary moments for you. That first safety car after the lap 15 incident when you were lapping a back marker. Tell us about that. You're a bit unsighted with the car in front just suddenly stopping.
Yeah, I was focused on catching Thomas because I know he was struggling on the older tyres. So I was reeling him in pretty good. And then at the exit of the elbow, I just saw his brake lights. I did see Rhodey, but I thought we'd get past him a little bit further down the straight. I didn't know that he was crawling. And then, Thomas's brake lights came on and, I was around.
Well, it's an eventful race. Any other highlights for you? I'm trying to remember all the things that happened to you guys.
Ethan's fuel number driving was absolutely brilliant. That's pretty much what won us the race.
Yeah, and a very different strategy to the end for compared to your win last year, where you had just you weren't saving last year. This year you were.
Yeah, I gave him a fuel target number, and he smashed it out every lap, still with pace. So, once again, he was excellent, and hopefully we can do it again next year.
Oh, awesome teamwork, and congratulations on that. Very, very well deserved.
Thank you.
And Madbird, Ethan Warren.
Yeah, we have the other half of the Kart FX creative racing team. Ethan Warren, congratulations on a second win at Bathurst 1000 in the ASC.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's really unexpected, seeing as all the troubles I had before the race and the little preparation I had. So coming away with a win with Colin, just icing on the cake, really.
Yeah, we knew that you hadn't done any practice and so on. We didn't know that you weren't able to launch the game and that you had to do a whole reinstall while we were waiting for while you were waiting for Colin to finish his stints. So that must have been very fraught. I know AMS can be a little bit, well, let's say temperamental in a nice way. And doing a fresh install can sometimes break things even more. So you did very well to get in the car at all.
Yeah, that was pretty stressful coming in. Luckily, Stanley and Cole were able to help me a little bit, and nothing seemed to work until I did a fresh reinstall. So luckily enough, all my wheel settings were saved after I did that. So yeah, I didn't really have to change much.
And just some very good fuel driving towards the end there to save what you needed. Just lifting and coasting. Is there anywhere in particular that's critical to hit those fuel numbers?
I was. You can save a lot really going down the hill. Just sort of, yeah, not touching the throttle at all. You can pretty much just roll all the way down the hill, and going into the chase, you just have a massive lift off. And yes, there's a really few spots you can fuel save. So it's a good track for that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations once again, Ethan. Haven't seen you too much this year in ASC. Are you going to be around in the regular game more next year? Do you reckon?
Yeah, now that I've done this race again, it's really made me excited and fueled the fire to get racing AMS again, because it's really enjoyable, and racing all the guys is really fun. And yeah, I think I really consider racing again.
Awesome. Well, we'll hope to see you next year. In the meantime, congratulations on your second Bathurst 1000 win on the trot.
Thanks, guys, and thanks to all the guys for all the broadcasts and all the work you guys put in, because it's great to watch.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ethan. I really appreciate that. Well, thanks for giving us a show. We've got one last bit of tech analysis from Michael Zalavari down in the Tech Talk bunker, so we're going to head down there right now and see what he's got to say. Michael?
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you for all the drivers as well, giving us their time for those interviews, and for just putting on such an incredible race for us. It's always a joy that 6 hours goes past like that, and it's great fun to be a part of. In an endurance race, of course, there are tales of joy and tales of woe, and I thought we'd just cover off a few of the major ones today. First off, tales of joy. Of course, Colin Warwick and Ethan Warren, the win of the race. They were strong every single time when it counted, and as we just learned, Ethan had to reinstall the entire platform before the race, while the race is underway. So that is an incredible win for them. They've gone back to back now, so that is a great tale of joy for them. Kurt Stenberg and his partner, Corey McFarlane, they survived with the issues that Corey was having with AMS, and Kurt having to do a 95-lap stint to get to the end and to get the end in second place. That is an incredible result for them, so well done for them as well. The ZB Racing team, Zach Baker, Dave Nenajus, a really strong finish. I don't think they really expected to be up near the pointy end as much as they were at the very end of the race. Sure, they'll be disappointed to miss a podium, but they were very strong in the latter stage of the race, so they really deserve to be commended for that. And of course, Rhodey, the Rhodium survives. He finished. Praise be to Rhodey. I can hear the chattering next door as well. So well done to Rhodey to do that whole race by himself. That's an outstanding result. Unfortunately, while there is joy, there is also tales of woe. And while Luke Rosella and Thomas McMillan picked up a podium, they did it the hard way today. They missed entering the pits under the safety car the first time. They had to fight their way back through the field. There was that crash that McMillan had coming through Metal Grate that forced them back down the order. Then McMillan started having those problems with lag that forced their hand and strategy. And it just was not an easy day for the pole sitter. And in fact, in the history of the ASC Bathurst 1000, that's the first loss from pole position for Rosella and from McMillan. So not the ideal way that they would have wanted today to go. Still a podium, very strong result, but it could have been so much more. Could have also been so much more for the number 44, the Napa, the All-Australian Races car, the one car we don't have a little magnetic little thing for. I know that we do, Madbird. He's talking in my ear. I know that we do, but I can't find it. So that's one of their tales of woe. We don't have an indicator for them. But Lachlan Burke, in that last section of the race, that little bit of a game stutter right as he was bringing up the throttle at Murray's corner, that caused him to hit the wall and then have that puncture and that crash. And they were on for such a good result. They were on to challenge Zach Baker for that podium at the last part of the race. But in the end, it was a very late run with Dane Liccardo to try and fight for 6th and 7th. And Berkey actually sent me a message saying that crash at the end was entirely his own fault with Liccardo at the final corner. So well done to owning up for that. But it could have been so much more for the underdog story of today's race, the number 44. And of course, the DNFs, much, much less than we had last year. But still, I can't remember their name. Vivid Esports. Thank you, Madbird in my ear. Vivid Esports, the number 422 car as well, and Aiden Sykes and Cameron Parrott in the driver change, all falling afoul of the DNF, and then button trouble for Alex Cattle, being the just made a mistake on pit entry and was trying to fix it on the way around and accidentally exited the garage, meaning that Sean Allen didn't even get to sit a lap in this race. So tales of woe, but certainly tales of joy as well. And for me, it was an incredible race to be a part of. Just the quality of racing in the day was just absolutely astounding. And for me, my favorite part of the race was being able to commentate that battle between Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg, bringing the onboards and looking at how much fun they were having. And that's why we do this. It's about how much fun we have in the midst of it. And that's the highlight for me. Stairs and Madbird, what were your highlights from today's action?
Go.
Yeah, I got to agree with you, Michael. That battle, Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg, with Luke Rosella and Kurt Stenberg.
Just leaving me on screen.
Just incredible. Yeah, I mean, we just want to hang on you as we talk.
Brilliant. I love it.
But yeah, no, that battle was just absolutely incredible. There we go.
Yeah.
And the enthusiasm of them both, you could see the smiles on both their faces. They were loving it. And the enthusiasm and the energy might have gone away over the course of the next 90 laps. But regardless, that was a fantastic, cracking battle to watch. Back and forth over the course of 15 laps. It was fantastic. What about you, Stairs?
And sorry to interrupt, but what a privilege to have the onboards, the screens, the webcams on them as well, to see how much fun they were having.
Yeah, that was a last minute sort of, actually that would be a good thing to do with the picture-in-picture that we have on our little switcher that Madbird showed you earlier on over here. So, I earlier in the week I put the call out on Discord for a couple of the drivers to have their webcams on if they wanted. And we've been sort of cycling through their Discord channels throughout the day. So thank you very much to all of our drivers who did that. It gave us a very interesting insight, and I can see a couple of the guys just over on our TV over there waving as a result. You can see them just there waving. Kurt's
Luke. Enjoying his beer, and we're seeing Mick Taylor, and Luke Rosella was showing off his cat just before, but unfortunately we missed it. He's instead just doing the fingers.
Yep. So thank you very much. It added another dimension, I think. So I hope you guys all enjoy watching back what you didn't see perhaps on Sunday, or maybe if you give it time over Christmas, you might enjoy watching that one back, as we've also got the flag waving there, the Bathurst flag there from Thomas McMillan.
A great family Christmas Day activity.
While we're at it, I want to say thank you to Bagzy, the silent partner in silent in a very unsilent sense where he talked quite often, but nevertheless
not exactly silent, but very often was diving into team channels to get the goss and to keep track of he's kept track of most of the pit. Keeping our pit stops up to date. That really gives us the information we need to find out when our next pit stops are and our critical laps for various drivers, which differs depending on the pairing, of course.
So incredible work, and thank you very much, Bagzy, once again for your help.
Thank you guys. It's always good to be part of this. Fingers crossed next year we'll be back in person and able to do it all in the same spot, because it's always a fun day going through and getting to hang out and commentate the race. And also, once again, I'll reiterate what has already been said. Thank you to all the drivers for putting on an excellent race. It was, from start to finish, there was something happening pretty much the whole time. It was a very, very good race to watch and to commentate on. And also shout out to Bears and Madbird and James in the background for setting everything up so well and getting it all together, and Floody as well. It was very easy for Floody and I to just come in and essentially just talk. It makes it so much easier for us.
Yeah.
My apologies to Floody, who I just totally stitched up by cutting to him as he was giving us the bird.
Thank you.
I appreciate the credit Bagsy's given me, but really all I did was bring some computers and dump them on the floor, and Stairs has done all the...
We're giving ourselves way too much plaudits here.
Oh, no, but like the production that you've put on, Stairs, all the work that you do, I won't say it again, but incredible
What
work.
we need to do is also thank the guys who organised this, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Kurt and Colin have put a huge amount of work in to get this thing going, and you firsthand, Madbird, you saw a lot of that when when you put together the spotter guide, seeing all the effort that Colin has been doing in putting the mod together. Kurt, we spoke to him in the pre-show, talking to him about all the stuff that he does, clearing penalties, and were you doing that today, Kurt?
Yeah, I reckon he said he was doing it while he was eating his lunch.
under those double safety cars, I was clearing penalties and waving people by while trying to eat my lunch and work out a strategy.
So very much multitasking then.
Yeah, definitely. And I had a number of people come through my channel during the day to ask about penalties and whether they could be waved by and all kinds of things like that. So it made it easier to keep track of what was going on, where people were letting you know. But and then I had Corey helping me as well as my teammate, so letting me know what people were writing in the Discord and what have you.
Very good. Well, yeah, again, thank you to both Kurt and Colin. This gets better every year, I think, the Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, I'm already looking forward to the next year's one. You know what the good news is? We've got only 10 months until the next one.
Yes.
Presuming we go back to a normal calendar next year, so fingers crossed
Cross
on
everything,
that one.
knock on the wood.
Yeah, let's just hope I haven't commentators cursed that one. But
Brilliant.
Michael, any closing thoughts from you?
Oh, I just honestly, once again, just the amount of work that you've done, Stairs, to put this production together, the work that James has done in being our just our camera person with our lights and this setup here. I mean, like, not just all the memorabilia as well, but the TV screen. If we just pivot around here, we'll show the under the skirt, so to speak. We've got like our PowerPoint and also just a mirrored screen, so we can see when we're on as well. So just the fact that we've got all of these things, it makes it feel like a real production, and that's a testament to what you do, Stairs, and what this entire production can be, and what we can do as just a group of guys who just love talking about motorsport. So it's a brilliant thing to be a part of, and I feel so privileged. And so thank you everyone. And I hope we've done a good job of communicating this race. I hope everyone at home has enjoyed it, because it's just been so much fun to be a part of, and I feel so privileged to be a part of it. So thank you everyone, and that's all I've got to say. And thank you Bagzy, and thank you Colin and Kurt, and just it's just so cool. It's so cool that we get to do this. So thank you.
I'm not really sure whether he is on board with it.
I'm not. I didn't. Michael,
tell.
Do you enjoy it, Michael? I didn't get. Didn't really.
All right, we're going to cut his mic.
I mean, you know, it's an all right way to spend a Saturday.
It's
you know,
all right.
I could be at the cricket.
We might get some closing thoughts from Bagzy. Bagzy. Closing thoughts?
Yeah. No, I was, once again, an excellent race this year, and thank you to the guys for putting it on and for providing such good racing, good hard racing. And it's always good to watch. I get to watch these during the year and not be involved with them, and this is the one that I get to be involved in. It always puts on a great show. So thank you again, everyone. And yeah, 10 months' time. Looking forward to it already.
Absolutely. If we don't chat before then, Merry Christmas, Bagzy, and we'll see you in the new year. Hopefully we get to do this in person. Well, your state's opening up soon anyway, isn't it?
Eventually, yeah. February.
In February. All right. We're going to wrap it up there, Madbird. And I just want to take it back to the race itself. You know, we spoke about what were going to be our surprises, and we made our predictions. Mine ended up coming right, but you wouldn't have expected it when you heard about the issues that Colin and Ethan had.
No, incredible race with a lot of incredible feats by a lot of people. Rody doing the entire thing solo, Kurt doing 97 laps by himself while battling for the lead.
And just on Rody, 8 laps down in the end, did 153 laps. So
That's
it smashes
effort.
his record from last year by 55 laps.
That's an incredible effort. I don't think we can overstate that enough.
Yeah. We lost his, I believe we lost his camera in the end, so unfortunately we didn't quite get to see what a ball of sweat he was after that, but maybe that's something, maybe that's potentially a positive thing. But yeah, stories of tales, I should say, of joy and woe that Michael showed us. You know, that just really, it often takes me a week to go back and watch these things and dissect exactly what happened, because you know you can only focus on one thing at once, and there's a million things going on at once. Absolutely, just fantastic race. I've had an absolute blast commentating over it, as I always do, Stairs. And if you enjoyed what you saw today, keep an eye out for the Automobilista Supercars Championship in 2022 on the Apex Rear Wing YouTube channel. If you give that a like,
YouTube channel, Facebook page, I should say. If you give that a like, we'll keep you abreast of upcoming streams and let you know when we've got some dates for 2022. That's pretty much all the time we have for today's stream, so thank you very much indeed, all of you, for tuning in and watching this epic race. We can't wait to do it all again next year.
See you later.
Bye for now.